strike.
And so it begins. Prepare yourselves.
All engines forward. nowhere to hide. Face us. This is our mercy.
We do be back again. My goodness, it never gets old watching that. Woo! Can we get some music? I think I need some music. And there we go. Wait, it's not picking up. Is it picking my music? And let me just double check this. Why are you not? I'm just double checking to make sure my audio is right. Okay, so we're already off to a great start. It's not picking up my music. This is exactly what I was hoping for. This is ideal. I might need to just unadd and I have it set so that it plays anything that comes through my headset. So I'm just going to get rid of that and then I'll add it back in, and hopefully it will work this time. Okay. And yeah, it's fine. Okay, now does it work this time? There we go. That's what we like to see. Okay. Okay. Where to begin? So, okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. Mr. Felix, I know. But it's with good reason. With good reason. So, where better to begin than at the beginning? I know. I'm a genius. I want to tell the true story, by the way. It's not on Wikipedia, but it's true. Of how I got to this point in time. With this sick intro, and the cool music, and the cool people watching both. I want to tell the story. Because it needs to be said. It needs to be said. Oh, actually, and I forgot to do something else that is kind of relevant. Kind of need to do it, so I'm gonna do that now. It should actually pop up for you. If we go and we go here. Boom. Save. Thank you. And if we go boom here. We go here. Yeah, do it. Save it. And let's go. If you enjoyed that starting soon screen, you can now enjoy it as its own video on the channel. I have a version with all the effects, and I have a version that's just the music only. So that'll be there for you to enjoy if you so choose to enjoy it. Oh no! It's trust me, Felix. It's not that kind of an explanation. This is good. Okay. Can we get something a little bit more chill in terms of what's going into my auditory orifices? And give me something. Try this. Ah, that's nice. You know, I just want to say real quick before I begin that this stream, what I've been working on, I've been working on this for like the last week straight, and you know, people that I've been talking to, and by the way, I just want to say I didn't really show anybody any. Normally, when I'm working on stuff, you know, I'm sharing it and I'm posting it everywhere. I didn't do that this time. Yeah. I put so much time and effort into this. I really did. And is it as good as I'd like it to be? No, it isn't. But I don't think it ever will be. But I know I did my best, and that's what matters. But I just want to say that I think it's gonna be a good day. So okay, let's get into the true story of how we got to this point. Because there's a lot of things that kind of had to happen for us to be able to get to this point. And I think they need to be known, you know? People need to know what happened. And I need to remember what happened, yikes. So, we're gonna go to the end of 2020. Possibly one of the worst years in recent memory for the world, because just bad things happen to good people. Let's just put it like that. So I was in college. I spent a lot of money for a college accommodation, and literally a week into the school year, they made it all online. So I literally spent all that money for nothing. So it was great. I was sitting in my apartment. You know, I'd lie in bed and I would just listen to the Zoom call classes. I didn't have a webcam or anything like that, so they didn't know I was in bed. It was great. It was ideal. My bank account was crying, but it was ideal. And what would I do? I would play Destiny. and I'd play with my friends. Yes, I do happen to have those. And I absolutely love the story of the game. Oh, Mr. Detective, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry. I'll be uploading important parts of the VOD. So the stream, for those of you who are interested or who don't know, the stream itself, it should be saved as its own video. Now, it's going to be a really long stream, so it's going to be a long video, but because of that, I will be re-uploading important parts of the VOD as their own videos. If you look in the description, you can see that I have a schedule, so there should be a video in regards to at least a part of each of those things. At the same time, if you're here and you don't care at all about what I'm rambling on about, and you want to just come back later for the good stuff, you're more than welcome to. It's perfectly fine. Or if you have to go, I'll be re-uploading at least the majority of the important stuff as their own VODs. Okay. So, I'd be playing the game, enjoying the lore quite a bit, and I was so excited for Beyond Light. I don't think there's ever been an expansion, because I was probably more excited for Base D2, but in terms of expansions, I don't think I was ever more excited for an expansion than I was for Beyond Light, because it was all about the pyramid ships. That's what the marketing was about, you know. So, where to begin? One day, I was on IO. I was just randomly doing whatever. And I kind of looked over what we call now the cradle, where the traveler was touching or whatever. And I was seeing these symbols on the ground. These weird maze symbols, these labyrinths. Whatever. And I thought that was kind of strange, you know? And then I tied it back to that piece of concept art, and I was like, that's interesting. That's interesting. But the real kicker came when my friend Bradley and we were in the Shattered Throne dungeon, and I discovered the labyrinth that's there. That's formed around the tower that you eventually climb. And that's when I realized there was a conspiracy going on. There was something bigger at play. Something far bigger at play. And there are certain things that I don't know if I have permission to talk about. But going back to that concept art, some things in that concept art kind of, you know, it made me realize that I needed to dig a little deeper. And as I began, at first it was just, you know, for personal, trying to figure everything out. But as I began to dig, and as I began to connect the dots, I began to actually realize what was going on. And this was when I realized, wait a minute. This could be, the stuff that I'm finding, this could be stuff that is in Beyond Light. I should make a video on this. And so, in the end, I worked really hard. I had a really crappy editing software. I had a crappy mic. And I was terrible at editing skills. And I created the Eldritch Theory. Four videos. Part 1 was about the Winnower and the Gardener. Part 2 was about the pyramid ships. Part 3 was me trying to predict what would happen in Beyond Light if everything in this theory was correct. No, that didn't happen at all. But that was that. And then part 4 was, what do I think is going to happen at the very end? Now, we thought the end was Lightfall, but because Beyond Light just didn't do anything good for the story, they had to make another expansion. Yikes. So, I did that. Now, listen, I made the videos, and I had this huge, massive script. I put it on the Bungie forums. I even made like a slideshow for the Bungie boys. I can probably even find that if I go looking for it. And I didn't put it on the Reddit. I didn't know about raid secrets at the time, which is kind of funny. And I got some views, and the reaction was very mixed. I'd say 50% of I'd say 30% of people were like, "Oh my goodness, this is insane." I'd say another 30 were like, "That's cool, okay, whatever." And then another 30 were like, "Dude, you're nuts. Like, this is stupid." And then 10% didn't leave a comment. So this was cool. I thought it was neat, but I didn't have an interest in like trying to do more YouTube at all. I didn't really care about it. I made actually a trailer for the theories, and I talked about how I wanted to do Project Predator and Project Needle. Project Predator is a theory about the car, and Project Needle is a theory about the Knight. Now again, this was just more for me and more for my friends. I wasn't trying to, you know. So the time comes, Beyond Light happens, and I am so utterly done with the game in terms of the story. I'm upset. I'm disappointed. I remember when I completed the campaign, I went on a rampage in the Discord conversations, and I specifically said, and like this is a bit extreme, but I specifically said, this, even vanilla D1's story is better than this because at least it had a purpose and it served it. This just did nothing. I was so mad, and I didn't really have anything to do. I had school to do, obviously, but we'll get to that later. So my friend Brad comes to me and he says, you know, Brad, he used to do YouTube, and he used to do Cover Destiny, and he was really working hard to try and be able to make it his career. And he was working with a group at the time, and he came to me and he was like, "Can you help me with this?" And I said, "Sure. Yeah, it sounds cool." And what this ended up being, and I'm actually gonna see if I can find this, was the foundation for how oh boy. Okay. This ended up being, I'm gonna pause this. This ended up being the foundation for how I got into YouTube. So what we would do is, we had this channel, a completely different YouTube channel. I've never said this before, and this is gonna be the first time I'm ever showing this. I had this channel, and I made Destiny lore videos on this channel. Not only that, but I also wrote blogs for a website that was linked to the channel. And I'm going to show you this. It's oh boy. Let me show one that, I'll show the one that did the best, I guess, in terms of views. The channel, by the way, guys, me and Brad were the ones running the channel, and we both don't do anything with it anymore, so don't worry about subscribe or anything like that, because it's a piece of history. It's a piece of history. Okay, we'll do this. No, that's a bit long. We'll do this one. This one's shorter. I'll tell you what. No, I'll show you one of Brad's first, and then I will show you one of mine. Okay. This is very short. This is a different type of video. Okay. And I'm going to go, how do I do this? Okay. And we go here. And okay. Okay.
Hey everyone, Welcome back to a brand new Destiny 2 MGM video.
So
Guys,
this
is going to be
was-
a quick video. There is a new location that has been discovered.
This was
on the
probably like
European
late
Dead Zone
2020
within
in
Destiny 2,
December.
and it's
Or
all
early-
got to
or
do with
January.
Hawkmoon. So if you have Hawkmoon in your
Oh, yeah,
inventory,
sorry, whenever this-
bang it
whenever
on,
Hawk-
and I'll show you how to get to the secret location. So first,
Brad,
what
I
you
hope
wanna do
you're
is you wanna
watching this,
launch all
man.
the way over to Trostland. This is where Devon K is. This is one of the first locations you ever see when entering Destiny 2.
Alright, I'll
And
save
once
him
you launch in,
any
just hop onto your
embarrassment. But
Sparrow
yeah,
and head
you know,
to the
he
far
would
right-hand
do
side, and there'll be a
guides.
building just on the right again, with some steps in front of it.
showing whatever.
Jump up into the middle section of the building.
He did.
And there'll
I
be like a
remember he did a guide about how to get necrotic grip, and it actually did really well. It did really well. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna just go back here, and then I'm gonna show you one of mine. Actually, this is. Oh, which one will I show you? Dang it. I'll show you this one. This is probably one of my favorite. Yeah, this is my favorite one.
Hello, my friends. My name is Ben.
Oh yikes! No, that my mic. I had the old mic then.
Hello, my friends. My name is Ben, and welcome to another video.
Yikes, man! I was such a.
Hello, my friends. My name is.
Yikes. Okay.
Hello, my friends.
This is we'll just do House of Kings. I can't be bothered. So what I ended up doing was I needed to make. I wanted to make videos, obviously, to help out with this channel, but I needed something that I could do relatively quickly. And so what I ended up doing was I ended up making a video covering all of the fallen houses. I kid you not.
Hello, my friends. My
Oh, this is it's such AIDS.
name is Ben, and this is the 5th video in the MGN series Destiny Enemies Explained, where I strip away
Destiny
the
Enemies
basic bare-bones
Explained.
information
Oh
that surrounds
my
the
goodness.
enemies of Destiny, and I fill it in with their history, their lore, their personalities, and all that other fun stuff.
And
We're
so,
continuing with the Fallen, and in today's video we'll be looking at the House of...
and just as another point, the main reason I didn't do this on my own channel was because I didn't really like care about doing anything on my end. I was just
Kings. Now, I've said this in pretty much all the videos except for the first, and that is in my first video, which covered the House of Devils. I covered a lot of general broad information about the Fallen that can be applied to the majority, if not all, of the traditional houses. Similar to the other houses, so
No,
far
I
I've been
had
only
my new
covering
mic,
traditional houses.
but
The House of Kings was a traditional house, which means that general information in the first video
maybe
applies
my
to
noise
them.
filter was
So
a bit too
I'm
strong.
not going to really be talking about that. If you're interested,
I have a different one on
in the whole
Streamlabs.
class
I don't
system,
actually know how I
ether
sound.
was
Also, the
distributed
quality, dude.
equally
I had
amongst the
no
different
idea
Fallen,
what I
whether
was
to create
doing
the classes
settings
like
wise.
The Dregs, the Vandals, the Captains, if you want to know about the role of the Archon and the Prime Servitor.
So these videos, it basically just consisted of some gameplay, me talking about whatever the house is, and then I'd have, oh, this is Varix, by the way, guys. Oh, this is one of the Archons or the Barons, guys, by the way. Like, my editing was like non-existent, and the thumbnails, oh my goodness, these series of videos, this is what introduced me to Photoshop, and I absolutely despise it. I hate Photoshop, but I hated it even more back then because I had no idea what I was doing. It was rough. It was really rough. So I'm not going to show the whole thing because I can't be bothered. So for the first like 2 months, I want to say, of 2021. This is what I was doing. I was writing. Actually, I'll find one of the guides for you. Not the guides, the blogs. I'll show you now. Here you go. Look at this. I wrote all of this, and I did the thingamajiggies. Yeah, I did. These are all my other ones. Oh man, those were the days. Yeah, so this is what I was doing. And actually, there's his there's his necrotic grip thing. So that was that period of time. And listen, it's not that big of a deal, right? It didn't end up being anything. The channel never took off. The views were never that great. But I'm mentioning this because that's what I was doing. But also, this taught me so much of what I know now. And I have to thank my friend Brad for that, because it was him being patient, and because he had been doing YouTube for years, and so he understood, you know, Premiere Pro, he understood Photoshop, and he would help me. And pretty much, I'd say like 90% of all my editing stuff that I know originally came from Brad. So I you know, I have to give credit where credit's due. Okay, now this leads us to how it all began for the channel. So we were covering Destiny, and it wasn't really, like, it was whatever. But there was a game I was told about. And I took one look at it and I laughed, and I was like, that's the biggest Destiny clone I've ever seen in my life. But it had a free beta, a free demo, with no time limit. And I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. And I was like, you know what? This game, Outriders, sounds interesting. I might try and cover the lore for that game. And so I began to watch trailers for Outriders. And in one trailer, I noticed something. And I'm gonna find it now if I can. This is gonna be... here it is. So, in one of the trailers, the narrative team for Outriders, they're talking about the world, blah blah blah. But at one point, they're talking about this book, and they call it their lore Bible. Now, it's kind of a shame that they never released it for sale. I think, well, I don't know if it would have done well, but it would have been cool to see. But they have this book called their lore Bible, and it covers the whole story of the world of the game. And I took a screenshot of this. And I cheated. I did some big brain. I looked at this. And I was like, okay. Wait, I gotta change the song. Okay. And I was like, okay. I have this page of this lore Bible for Outriders. Let's see, okay. 2016 to the Exodus. Okay. That's 2016 is your baseline. Okay. As the conflict in the what's the DRC? Oh, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay, nice. South Africa. Try and guess whatever that means. Okay. Resonator. Okay. Tectonic resonator. Okay, with China, Russia. Okay. Right. There's a land war in Africa. There's tectonic resonators. And it's basically an earthquake gun. Okay. Right. 2021 to 2022. Interesting. So what I basically did was I took screenshots of whatever pages they showed in that trailer. I looked at it. And that, my friends, that is where we get to the video that changed everything. Everything. I would not be here if it wasn't for that one video. And it's I haven't even deleted it off of my computer. That's how much I kind of value it. Oh my goodness, it's the old intro, dude. It's the old intro. There we go. Oh man. Oh, also, I need to explain the music. It was around this time that I found the music that, like, you've all been hearing in my videos and stuff like that. There's a game called Wolcen Lords of Mayhem. It's like, it's in the same genre as Diablo and Path of Exile and stuff like that. It came out and it didn't do too good. The thing, though, with Wolcen is that it was crowdfunded. And that meant that they were getting like a lot of money, and they could do whatever they wanted with this money. And I'm just gonna say it. The game was a buggy mess, and it didn't do too good. And I wouldn't be surprised if too much of that money went to the music department, because they used I think it's the Orchestra of Prague, which is like, I'm pretty sure people like Hans Zimmer and John Williams use. Like this is a full on. This isn't like, you know, they're synthing it with machine, like computers and stuff. They were straight up going to one of the highest quality orchestras in the world to record their soundtrack for their crowdsourced game that was a buggy mess on launch. And what came out of it was the Wolcen Lords of Mayhem extended soundtrack, which is absolutely massive. And I bought it. One of the main reasons I use it, not because it's like it sounds good. You cannot find this on YouTube. You can find the base Wolcen soundtrack on YouTube, but if you want the extended soundtrack and you don't want to pay for it, or if you can find it somewhere on the internet, you're gonna get it from me. That's where you're gonna get it. And I paid for it so I can use it, and they're not gonna copyright claim it at all, which is great. So this is also, I think, the first video that I ever used the thingy. And I was listening through it, it was cool. And then I heard this one song and I was like, oh my goodness, that's perfect intro music. And here we go. If you clicked on this video, then Outriders is something that interests you. Makes sense. On the 25th of February, Outriders is releasing a free demo that, honestly, is looking better than it needs to be. I'm talking crossplay, 6 character slots, and no time limit for starters. I plan on playing this game. It's decent.
Now, I don't know about you, but when I see an insane world with monsters that just don't look right, the context that I start looking for is, where am I and why am I here? Because this is not Earth. It looks a little like Australia, but it kind of does. I mean, come on. If these are, let's be. I'm sure there's a dude walking around that looks like that as well. I mean, come on. Questions that you are asking, then I am pleased to inform you that I have answers. In today's video, we're going to talk about Earth, what happened to it, and what this new world is. Now, this brings us to the next point. So I released this video, and it did like I think it did like 3,000 views in the first few weeks. I was freaking out. Because the algorithm is not my best friend. It's no one's best friend for a while. And this was randomly doing well. But the thing is, I checked and barely anybody else was covering the lore. Bife, my name is Bife, he made a lore video on this like months before the game came out. Like a year before the game came out. And I don't know if he did any follow-up stuff after the game released. Because he got really mad at the game for having bad servers on launch. And there were some other people, really, really small channels they were still bigger than me, but they were only a couple hundred maybe, and they were doing lore videos, but they didn't really keep going after the game launched. So I was like, this is an opening, and I have info about what happened to Earth, and so I put it out, and that's probably why it did well, because there was nobody else that actually had that information. I knew what happened to the Earth in Outriders, and you know what the best part is, right? They never explain this in the game. The thing about the tectonic resonators, the African War, what happened to America with the, I don't know, the volcano, whatever the thing's called, Italy's super volcano, they never explain it. My video is probably one of the only places, well, it was definitely the first video of its kind to come out. So that's probably why it did so well, to be honest. So I looked at the response and I was like, this is good. I think I'm going to stick with this for a little bit. And keep in mind, in regards to Destiny, this was right after Beyond Light came out, and I was really mad about that, so I wasn't really interested in making videos for Destiny. So, yeah, we entered into a new era of Outriders. And yikes, okay. And I have to say, right, and this is me being 100% honest with you. Outriders has gotten a lot of
memes put on it. People have memed on Outriders. Oh, it's a Destiny killer, they said. Ah. The game had bad servers. Okay. I ran into no game-breaking bugs. The story had a beginning, a middle, and an end. There were no microtransactions. And no cut content. Not even Destiny 1 could do that. Not even Halo Infinite, that was in development probably longer than this game, could do that. Was Outriders a perfect game? No, it wasn't. Will it ever reach its full potential? I don't know, because if I remember correctly, I think there might be some trouble happening between People Can Fly and their publisher. So that's really, you know, depending on how that goes, that really could cripple the game. But I will say this game was not a bad game, and the company is not a bad company. And after playing the game, I genuinely believe that. I enjoyed the story. I really enjoyed the story. The ending of it was a bit I liked the character. I liked the way my dude looked. I thought the way he acted was sick. I had so much fun. When the demo came out, I put over 70 hours in the demo alone, just because I was addicted to grinding for legendaries. But yeah, it was, you know, this game is what made me realize I actually really enjoy doing this. And it wasn't just like, oh yeah, I want to try and make money off of this, yeah. But like, there was nobody else that was really doing this, and people were coming in, and people are still commenting, by the way, on my Outriders videos, saying, thank you, this is really helping me see the world in a different way, and this is whatever, you know. So I felt like I was actually helping out, and I was doing a service, I was providing a service to the community. And I was like, you know, and there's the potential that I can make money off of this. Huh. Okay. And of course, my editing skills for Photoshop, like my thumbnails and other things were, you know. Yeah, Armor here in the chat. The only reason, like, I probably know him as well as I do compared to a lot of people is because I was streaming. I think possibly my first ever stream, actually. He might have been there. I think it was the first stream. He was there. And I was, he said I think he was stuck on the final mission of the campaign, and I joined him, and I helped him with it. Now that was, dude, the balancing for Yagak was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Oh, but it was good memories. So that was Outriders. And I did Outriders for, I want to say, like 3 months, maybe. It was until around April. It was around April. And this is where we get to probably the most important part of this segment. I need to pick a longer video, Give me 1 second. This will do. Okay, so this is where we get to the most important part of this segment. School. Okay. So I was grinding videos. I was having fun in Outriders, playing the game, making videos. I was grinding it. But the whole time, school was going on. Now, I mentioned how at the start I was in accommodation and everything was online. Well, they ended up offering a refund to people that paid for accommodation, and since school was all online, I took my refund and I went home. So from December until now, I've been home doing college. So, you know, January, February, March, April, I'm in home I'm at home and I'm doing college online, and I am making videos. And the issue with school for me was that I wasn't really enjoying it, and the main reason for that was because I guess you could say I'm majoring in creative writing, and it's the only college in my country that has creative writing that you can do as its major. You can get a degree in it, but the thing is, you can't only do that. So in my first year, I had to do 3 other subjects apart from creative writing. So I did English, history, and German. That was fine. That was first year. This is second year. I'm in third year now, but back then this is second year. And in second year, I dropped one of the subjects, which you drop one and then you have 3 that you keep. So I have creative writing, history, and English. So I'm in second semester. I'm at home. I'm doing everything online, and I'm not enjoying it because creative writing, it just really wasn't the type of creative writing. It was a different type of creative writing every semester. Like, one's poetry, one's nonfiction. It's just, it's not what I'm interested in. And English and history, I don't really care about, because at the end of the day, all they care about is it's just getting you to write these essays and essays and essays and essays and essays, and they're so long, they're so tedious, it takes so much planning, and I didn't ask for this. This isn't why I went to college. And so I'm here, and I'm doing something that I actually really enjoy. I really love it, and I've got people that are looking forward to that content, that are enjoying that content, and I have, it's insane. And so what ends up happening, right? I'm a severe procrastinator. Is school I really fell behind. I really did. I think, all of these things together, the fact that you had the ailment of unknown origin going around the world, you had school being online, you had the procrastination, and then you had the fact that I wasn't really enjoying school, and then you have YouTube, which I really enjoy. It was a recipe for disaster. And so I ended up really falling behind. And it was around, I'd say, late March, early April, when the midterm exams were coming up, which were just essays. And I was like, okay, I'm in a little bit of trouble here, guys. So like on YouTube, I'm saying, yeah, I'm gonna make this video, I'm gonna make that video. I have this whole list of things, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, dude, you're kind of in trouble. You gotta do something about this, man, because this ain't gonna work out. I don't think it's gonna work out. And eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I gotta go, I gotta go. And so I tried to catch up. I just couldn't. It was so much. It was unbelievably so much. And this isn't creative writing. Creative writing was easy. It was fine. But English and history, the amount of work for the essays, the reading. The time came for the midterms and I couldn't do it. And so then I had the finals. And these were several months away, but I was so far behind. And it was at this point I was on and off probably, I think, I don't know what the first Return to Destiny video was. But to make it all worse, we had the cursed video. Now there's a good chance that a lot of you, perhaps even all of you, have never seen this video, unless you saw it as soon as it came out. There's a good chance of that. There's a decent chance of that. So when Presage came out, I made a video, and yeah. So I'm gonna play this video in full because it's been deleted. This is the only video I've ever actually straight up deleted. I didn't unlist it. It's not private. It's deleted. It's gone. So I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna show you what I'll do first. Actually, is I will show you the thumbnail that I have, and because it was a good thumbnail. reading chat a lot, it's because I'm trying to be fast with this, because I'm going to be uploading it as its own segment. So when I'm done with this whole thing, I'll take like a good chunk of time just to let me get okay. Actually, do you know what? This might be this actually could be good. I'm gonna That's odd. I'm missing one of them. But I'm gonna show you this actually. This is Nope, that's the wrong one. My bad. There you go. This is the first ever thumbnail I ever made. Like, that I actually made. This is the first ever thumbnail I ever made. I don't know if it might still be on my channel if you go back far enough. My my Dark Souls 3 walkthrough that I never finished. And if I oh yeah, this is me trying to get it right. And then this is for the trailer, for the thingy. And then that's the thingy for the Eldritch Theory. Whoa. Whoa. This is part 3. This is when I thought that... now, set still could be a thing. But I'm not going to talk about that. And then that's who I believe, that, the gardeners. We'll be talking about her later today. We will make Lightfall. This is for Lightfall. And then, I don't know. This is for me announcing that I wanted to try. This was for when I decided that I was going to try and eventually do YouTube as a proper thing. Yeah, this is for my... Yeah, this is it. This was actually the first... this was the first Return to Destiny video I did. This was 3 days straight, like just from beginning to end of editing. It was an hour and 40 minutes, and it's probably, I would say this is the greatest video I've ever made, and it is butchered. Because Bungie said that Destiny's music is copyright free, and I used a part from one of the trailers of D1, and apparently that's not considered to be part of the D1 soundtrack, and that got claimed, that little clip, and I was like, oh no, I don't want my non-monetized video to be claimed. So I deleted that clip using YouTube's thingy, and as a result of that, the whole video is out of sync, which means these montages that I've spent so long working on were out of sync. But still, this is probably the best video I ever made. This is my Beyond Light narrative review. And listen, I talk a lot of trash about Beyond Light. I despise it. It is good for nothing. It has literally affected nothing outside of Season of the Splicer story-wise, realistically, in my opinion. But if you get mad at that, or if somebody comes to me and they're like, well, you watch my review. Because... Now this is it. This is the curse video. This is the curse video. Oh boy. So Presage came out, and I kind of realized that these look very similar to the things that you see, whatever. But the thing is, right, the whole video wasn't about this, and I'm gonna show you that. So what ended up happening, right, was I saw this, and I made this discovery. No, not just this, but the discovery that I talk about in the video. And the main thing that this video is about is that the Winnower and the Pyramid Ships are two different characters. The Darkness are not the Pyramid Ships, And I saw Presage and this introduction of the entity and the voice in the darkness as being the proper implementation in the game of this separating of the two. Now the problem is, I thought everybody else saw this, and I thought everybody else knew this. People like Bife, Mylan, Evade, they didn't. They didn't really get this. Mylan did much later on, by this season, when the Queen was actually saying it, but no. So I was in a rush. I was in a massive rush because this could be huge. This could actually be huge. If I can get this up before everyone else, and this is something I'm never going to do again. And if you ever do something similar, you're in a position where you're thinking, it's never worry about being the earliest, just worry about being the latest, because quality comes first. And what this ended up being was an unscripted video. And as a result of that, the video did not work well in terms of its format, and that's why it became cursed. So, without being said, I'm gonna show you the video, and yeah, here we go. And you know what? I just want to say, right? My computer knew all along, because I uploaded the video and then I exported it and I accidentally deleted it, and I had to go digging to try and find the thing so I could re-export it. I should have listened. My computer was right all along. All right, here we go. I'm gonna play the whole thing.
No, the title of this video is not clickbait. This was supposed to be a really quick and easy, rapid-fire video.
I'm just gonna play it
by a very informal format of
I'm not
video.
gonna stop it.
However,
and
I
then
made
I'll-
a discovery
Yeah.
that is shown in the thumbnail that I need to share with you first. This is a quick voiceover. Look at this picture. Zoom in, and you get the exact vegetation that you see in the Glycon
I didn't know how to upscale either,
Cabal ship and
so I didn't help.
in the Drifter's ship, the Derelict. This proves without a doubt that the vegetation in the Glycon is not only linked to the darkness, but to the Winnower. And as I will discuss in the rest of the video, that mission has already established the Winnower as being the core being in charge of the darkness, and this sets him apart from the pyramid ships. Alright, with that being said, let's get right into the main video. Alright, my friends, there's no time for a script because we need to get this video out as fast as possible.
What have you done, my child?
What happened?
What
Well,
have
long
you
story
done?
short, half of the Eldritch theory has just been proven to
I'm
be
talking?
correct.
What? This isn't background
is
footage.
Coming
I'm
from
talking
the
while doing this.
presage,
This
whatever
is
you wanna call it,
cursed.
mission with the Glycon Cabal ship. When that came out, this clip happened. I'm gonna roll that clip now.
Okay, well at least this wasn't so bad.
This is an address from Callus to his crew. I chose Galrun, and his frailty betrayed us. He was too pure, too alone. Our new guests are neither. A glorious chain of dark minds, an open mouth for the one in the darkness, that it may sing in exaltation of my majesty. Greatness recognizes greatness. To invoke the attention of the end, our offer must be great.
So what is significant about that clip? Well, like I said, half of the Eldritch theories, theory, was that the pyramid ships and the Winnower are two separate entities, and that the pyramid ships are not by themselves the quote-unquote darkness.
This is my first time ever using this gun as well, right? So this is horrible. This is horrible.
And one of the ways I presented my... I really shouldn't be alive. That shouldn't be a thing.
So like what I'm trying to say is, right, like,
Oh, I'm too good at this game.
if you're like skeptical
he's good
or
at
you don't know
this
what's
game
going
too,
on and you're trying to like understand what I'm saying,
Yeah, I'm doing this live, by the way, because
this is completely breaking the train of thought. You
you
have no idea.
filthy hunter. Where do you come from? No. No. Zero deaths. No. So, what was I saying? Yeah, so one
Like-
of the ways
like,
I
that
was
doesn't help,
proving
you
that
know?
the darkness
If you're trying
and the
to
pyramid
follow
ships are two
it,
different things
you're not gonna
is that
understand.
I'm
And
too
it's just
good.
gonna come across as
Well,
you
I'm out of special, and he's not. One of the ways that the pyramid ships
Like,
and
as a video, this isn't
Winnower
bad,
are
but as a
presented to
lore
us differently
video-
as entities and characters is that when the game refers to the pyramid ships and when the game refers to the Winnower, and when these two different, I guess, characters speak, they always speak and are referred to using the singular and plural. I'm just too good at this game, man. What is going on?
am, though. I kind of am. You
Singular
kind of are, buddy.
and
You're
plural
right. You're right. I'm
pronouns.
sorry.
So
Just
the,
keep going.
the
keep going.
pyramids say, we this, and the Winnower says I this. And what is crucial about that clip I just showed you is that the Callus refers to what he's trying to speak to as the one in the darkness. And not just anyone. This gets a cap... No, I tried. This one gets a capital O, and this means that this is a character, this character that's being referred to is a character of great importance, of great significance. And another thing that's very significant about this mission in general is what Callus is trying to do and how he's trying to communicate. He's not trying to get some kind of radio going with the darkness. No, what he's trying to do is he's trying to get a host that the darkness can speak through. And we see this in the Books of Sorrow lore with Oryx. So on the Dreadnought, once Oryx proved that he was the most powerful being in the universe, after he got the Tablets of Ruin and all that kind of stuff sorted, he was told, okay, you're also using the good gun, he was told to get a unborn ogre, and that the darkness would use that unborn ogre as a host to speak through. And that is how Oryx communicated with the darkness. And I'll just put up the lore page. I don't know if I'll get it on Ishtar Collective. Actually, no, I have to get it on Ishtar Collective because Books of Sorrow aren't in the current game. Can you go by? Oh, I feel bad for that. Whoop, 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 whoop.
I'm pretty sure I waste this.
You've
Yeah,
got
I
to
do.
be kidding me. Have I just bamboozled myself?
Yes, you
I just
did. In
bamboozled
more ways than
myself.
one, as you'll
Okay.
soon
Well,
realize.
I'm the best of us, I guess. So the fact that Callus is attempting to use this same strategy means he knows what he's doing.
What kind of a nade was that? Okay, that was.
And I know what I'm doing, which is great.
Wait, can we put that? Wait, go back and go back.
Now,
Reload it.
I just bamboozled myself.
That was great.
I
Wait,
just
I
bamboozled
want to.
myself. Okay, well, I'm
The commentary was good. I'm not gonna lie, but it just the lore was
So the fact
horribly.
that Callus is attempting to use this same strategy means he knows what he's doing. And I know what I'm doing, which is great.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
Now, I'm not really doing a good job of this, but what am
No,
I
you're
trying
not.
to say?
No, you
Well,
are not. I'll agree
by
with you.
Callus knowing
that is
how
the
to
truest thing
communicate
you
with
said
this entity,
all video.
like he clearly knows what he's doing, and the fact that he refers to this being as the one, the fact that this sarcophagus, which is what Osiris refers to it as, this flora that's in the ship, is never seen anywhere in the pyramid ships, but is seen in regards to the Winnower, which is, I believe, what is being referenced here. The fact that this vegetation is the direct opposite of the plantation in the Black Garden being a place of life, and this vegetation being a place...
Can we just appreciate that I am just consistently speaking while running for my life? That is...
refers to it as this
I'm
flora that's in the ship is never
is
seen
live,
anywhere in the
and
pyramid
I'm
ships,
like-
but is seen in regards to the Winnower, which is, I believe, what is being referenced here. The fact that this vegetation is the direct opposite of the plantation in the Black Garden being a place of life, and this vegetation being a place of death. No, you can't catch me because you're not fast enough. Yeah, you're just not good at this game. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Is a direct and solid sign of proof that the Winnower is being gradually introduced to us. He was introduced to us in that lore book, which actually I probably can. I smell a shotgun user. You can fall off a cliff, my friend. It's a direct sign that the game is more steadily introducing the Winnower to us, and that, again, the pyramid ships are not the darkness incarnate, that they are their own entities, and that the real entity that is controlling the darkness has been communicated with, which I think is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So, why did I make this video? I know it's a bit goofy.
Why did you make the video? Why? Why?
I deserve to die there.
Yeah.
Well, it's because I'm vindicated. All right, we won the game. All right, I'm just gonna summarize everything, okay? Okay, I'm just gonna summarize what I'm trying to say here, boys. What did I say in my theory? That the pyramid ships were their own thing, and that
No
the
more.
Winnower was his own thing, and that even though these two forces might be allied together, the Winnower is what's really in control of the
Yeah.
darkness.
Yeah.
What was the evidence I used for this? Now, I
Well,
used
what
a
was the
few
evidence
different
you used
types
for
of
this?
evidence,
Uh-huh.
but the written evidence, anyway, in the language that is used around these two characters, is that the Winnower is always referred to and always speaks in the singular pronoun. In the singular, I guess, tense, if you, I don't know what you want to call it. And in the
Yes,
pyramids,
yes.
and the voices within always speak in plurals. At the same time,
Indeed.
Callus is attempting to
Indubitably.
commune with the Winnower using the exact same method that Oryx did, how he communicated with the Winnower, and that is trying
Okay.
to get a host. And finally, we have the fact that he's not just trying to commute with the quote-unquote darkness, but he's trying to communicate with the one in the darkness. And we have two capital letters going on here, which is very significant. We have the one getting a capital, and we have darkness getting a capital.
And
This
getting
isn't
a
just
capital.
the
An
one who's in
entity
the
getting a
dark,
capital.
you know? This is the one who
Yep.
is in the darkness,
Yeah.
the darkness. So I stand vindicated. I stand
And like there are people that I'm not trying to knock anybody's theories, but like there are people that theorize that the entity or the one of the darkness is like an emissary of the actual darkness, but I just can't see an emissary or a messenger boy getting so much hype personally.
correct. The pyramid ships are not the darkness. The Winnower is the darkness, like I said, and this is a sign of him getting involved. And the vegetation,
I
the
should have just ended the video
sarcophagus
there.
growths, whatever you want to call them, is a sign of this, as it is a parallel.
Now, I never actually. So that this is one thing I touch on very briefly, poorly but briefly in this video, and I never actually did. And that's actually just like going into and explaining the type of vegetation in the Presage mission, the sarcophagus growths, and the what was it? The egregore link with the darkness. Which is, by the way, that blue stuff is called darkness energy, because in a Bungie video where they show the team creating and designing the mission, the in-house working name for that blue energy that like damages you if you walk into it is called like darkness energy or something like that.
And I guess the complete opposite to any growth that you would see with the gardener in the Black Garden. Remember
That's what I used to look like. Huh.
that the Winnower, in case you're wondering why don't we see any of this type of vegetation in the Black Garden, well, remember that the Winnower never grew anything in the Black Garden. The Winnower
True,
would destroy
true.
life. So
That's true.
everything that you see in the Black Garden actually belongs to the gardener.
That's true. Yeah, I'll give him. Yeah.
As for why you're seeing that at all, my answer would be resurrection. I'm too good at this game. I don't know if people have found it yet, but there's a voice line that talks about, I guess, resurrection in general, and also the fact that this isn't just natural vegetation. The vegetation, and this is even found in the term sarcophagus, that the vegetation is actually joined with the flesh. It is I don't know if it's made from the flesh. I don't know what you want to call it, but it is literally vegetation that has been formed from the death of living creatures. So this isn't, the Winnower planting things. It suits his logic. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it does. Something you're using the death of something else to
As
have
we
life.
progress through the wild and treacherous territory of Shotgun Nation.
Shotgun Nation has expanded. It always is.
But I got a fusion.
Oh yeah, I am the fusion master, and I've got an even better fusion now.
And yeah,
I'm gonna be
no, I just wanted
showing
to
you
make
that baby.
This little video, just kind of talking about things, a little bit of a
12 minutes
rant,
is not
but
a little video.
I mentioned in my Beyond Light review how I wanted to make an official response to the Eldritch Theory. And like I said, this is half of it proven correct. It's not the entirety of it. So I'm still going to make that Eldritch Theory video, which is a response to Beyond Light's
Yeah.
campaign.
Yeah,
And obviously I'm going to be
there's
touching
one
on this
good
video
clip here,
in
though.
that
I
one.
wanna just play that real quick.
And yeah, it's not formal. There's no script. I'm literally just killing fools and educating while I do it. You know how it is. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I made this video as just something that it came up. Like I said, this is an emergency video.
My goodness. Just the fact that there's no script and I'm saying rubbish like that.
And I'm probably going to make a response for the Eldritch Theory, so obviously we're going to be talking about the winner and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, in the Eldritch Theory, we talked about the race inside the pyramid ship, so I want to talk about that, how Beyond Light affects that theory.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the next thing. And then we've got our Enceladus video, which I also talked about in my Beyond Light review. That's to do with the Deep Stone Crypt, the Scarlet Keep, all that fun stuff.
I don't actually... I can't remember if I covered that or not, ever, like in a stream or video. That might be worth covering, the Enceladus stuff with Europa and D3. That could be good.
If you want to know about the biggest slip-up that Bungie's ever made, story-wise, then you're definitely going to want to see that. It's going to be a fun time. I like this gun. But yeah, that's it, boys.
But the reason why this is getting me so much, I have never seen this video since I uploaded it, right? It's been a while. I just want to say that. That
was the video. Yeah,
I'll
talk to you guys next
Okay,
time.
so I upload this disaster. Okay, no, I'll explain why I think it's a disaster, right? So, okay. What I'm saying is true. I'm not actually saying... The only thing that's potentially, is you can argue that this thing never was actually, you could... You mean, that's the only thing that I've said that it could, potentially just be outrageously false, right? But everything that I have said in regards to the language used about this character called the Voice in the Darkness Entity, everything that I've said about the Winnower, type of language used to refer to him, about the sarcophagus growths, that is all decent. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's the fact that I was in such a rush, because I thought everybody was going to be making a video about this, that I didn't write a script. I had background gameplay. Even in the Outriders days, I was given out to for using background footage that wasn't about the enemy race that I was making a video about. This is... So, why is this bad, right? A lot of people don't believe that... Well, up until recent, I'd say majority of people now understand that there's a difference between the Winnower, or the Darkness, and the Pyramid Ships. I do think, because Bungie's kind of had to say it, right, with the Queen. But people are very defensive about what they believe the truth is of the Pyramid Ships and the Darkness, because this is the biggest mystery in the game. And so I have found, unfortunately, and I'm not, it's just, this is my opinion, I think that people can get very angry when a video like this comes out and says, because, like, although I'm not straight up saying this is what it is, it's heavy implications because, like, language is language, right? I'm not going to make a video and then not say that giving a name a capital letter or a word a capital letter, I'm not going to say that doesn't mean anything and that really has severe implications. If that goes against your theory, I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion, and, So when you have a video that's unscripted, that's a rambling mess, that has background gameplay that doesn't correlate to what I'm talking about, when you have consistent breaks and me losing my train of thought because I'm doing this while I'm playing and I'm whooping fools, it's not, first of all, it doesn't paint what I'm saying in a good light, and then it's also confusing, and it just gives people a reason to just hate on it. And I made this video, I released it. I would say that this, in terms of the time, like, that it was the time that this video had to draw breath on YouTube, this video was my most popular video that I've ever made. The most popular video that I ever made is the only video I've ever deleted. I uploaded it before I went to bed, and I checked it as soon as I woke up. in the space of me going to sleep and waking up, it had 300 views, which is nuts even for me now, personally, I would say. I would be like, whoa. But this was also the first ever video that had more dislikes than likes. And it's never even been close. Listen, it takes effort to like something. Okay? Like, you need to kind of go out of your way to like a video, right? It does. You do. Unless you beg for it, and I don't beg for likes and I don't beg for subscriptions. It takes even more effort to leave a dislike. The amount of times I've seen a video and I've been like, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'm not gonna leave a dislike. I just click off of it. You need to actually like dislike the person to leave a dislike. Back when you could still see dislikes, that is. So, and it wasn't even close, by the way. I can't obviously pull up the statistics, but there was like way more dislikes than likes. And I freaked out. This is the first thing I saw when I woke up. I was like, what? And I didn't even read through all the comments, but people were like, this is rubbish, this is nonsense, this is a meme now at this stage for the channel. But like I said it a few times, a guy straight up says you have aprophenia, which I think is something like when you find clues or stuff in things where there are none and you're obsessed with it. People straight up diagnosing me with mental disorders. I mean, I've been called a mental disorder. I've been called a mental disorder. My parents say I'm adopted. My dad says he found me in a meteorite crater. I've been called a misclick. And you know, these things may have some merit to them. But people were diagnosing me with illnesses that I didn't know I had. And although I am grateful for your free advice and your free counsel, I didn't really need it underneath that video. So I saw the video, right, and I was like, this is bad. And I immediately pieced together what I just said about this now, and I was like, this has to go. And I deleted it. And I'll tell you why I deleted it. Because I don't make videos for the sake of it. And although this video was not made for the sake of it, there was a certain part of the creation process of this video that was about competition. Getting this out before other people's videos. And that had a direct negative impact on the quality of the video. And the amount of views that was getting, I didn't want people to see this video and to think that this is my channel and this is what I represent. I refuse to have that on my channel. And you know, I deleted it. And this was when I still needed watch hours to be monetized. I still needed to hit my 4K watch hours, and this would have been great for that. And I even had friends that were like, dude, it doesn't matter that there were more dislikes. It doesn't matter. It's just watch time. Take it. No. Because I'm in it for the long run. And this video is one of the reasons why I take my time in building the foundations of this channel. Because I'm in it for the long run. I'm in it for quality. And as a result of that, I know for a fact that I will get farther than I ever would have if I took the easy, quick route. And that's a fact. So this is the most popular video I ever made, and it's also the only one I deleted. I didn't mean to spend so much time on this, but like I hadn't seen this video in... Well, I hadn't seen this video in nearly a year, to be honest with you. And this is also when I'm behind on school, and it's a disaster. So, if I go back to here, this is where I have all my thingamajiggies. So, I deleted the video. And then I upload this one. And this video is an apology video. I don't know I don't know if I still have it. I don't think I do. I think I deleted it. And it didn't, like, it was whatever. People are like, okay, good for you, whatever, okay. Learn from your mistake, do better next time, whatever. And I was like, you know what, just let's just pretend it didn't happen. So I deleted that as well. Or maybe, no, or maybe, I don't know if I deleted it or I unlisted it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't count, never happened. Don't know what you're on about. I sunset it. That's what I did. So, at this point, I am... Where the frickety frackety? Yeah. Okay, so that was, yeah, sorry, yeah. So then I'm still doing my Outrider stuff. And then we get the first stream, which was sick. We've got this video. This video is probably the most underrated video. One of the most underrated videos that I've made. I really wish people saw this because this proves that the Season of Arrival's weapons and armor are pyramid ship based. And that's big. That's big. I've got this. I'm alive, kind of, yeah. And this is the one I ended up using for my second stream. This is me when I am creating my logo that would eventually become my logo. And you, why are you? Okay, I don't know why it's gonna work. And then we started doing lore for my book series, which is also what I'm doing in creative writing. This was, oh man, he was a great character. What a country as well. And this was fun to make. I enjoyed doing that. Yep. And then this is the Outriders launch stream. Oh. This is my initial review of the campaign. Nobody really cared about that. Didn't really, just more my own lore. And these videos, this is when the channel really started to pick up. Especially when I released this. And then this as well. This was a cool video. And this was sick. This was another stream. This was pretty cool. Yeah. My first and only variety video about Star Citizen, which I adore. This is probably my favorite Outriders video that I ever made. I wonder if they will ever do anything with this, because either this is a continuity error, or they have straight up, they've been, you know, laying the foundations for a serious plot twist and a secret future enemy, which I do think this could be. The first Masters. Yeah, we got this stuff, and actually, let's get the music back. No, we're not playing you again. No. Oh, that's loud. Oh, that's loud. Play this. Nice chill. And at some stage, I'll be doing something with the playlist. I'll be doing something with it. I just didn't have time. So it's around. Yeah. This is the last video that I do. This is the last video I made. And it's after this video that everything goes to crap. Everything goes to crap. And I just completely just fall behind. Like, I'm in a bit of dire straits. And it's at this point that it's at this point that I get into counseling, because I needed help for school. I really did. I didn't even know where to begin trying to catch up. I was so far behind. And the final exams were coming up. It was bad. for the next few months, that's what I focused on. That's what I focused on. And counseling, like, it wasn't all like, oh, tell me about your problems, boohoo, and it wasn't. It's like it's not like therapy, right? You know, like the person I was with, she was amazing. She was like, yeah, no, I have a contact at the college, and they can contact your professors, and they can, you know, get help and blah 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 blah. And then I found out how I can defer exams, so I can postpone them, so I have more time to work on them. You know, it wasn't all like, you know, and so that's, you know, I really needed that, and you know, I learned a lot about procrastination and why I have these issues with procrastination, and what I can do to fight it and stuff like that. And I mention this because, like, it, you know, it's not just for school, but it affects everything. It's even affected the stream. And I just wanted to be honest about that, and just say that that's kind of what I was doing. I actually really like that video. I mean, that song. I'm gonna play it again. And so I'm going through that, and I have to do, oh boy, I have to do I think like 8 essays. I have to do around 8 essays, and I have to write a film script for creative writing. Because you know, I didn't like, when I say I couldn't do the midterms, I straight up just didn't do them. And the thing is, right, like, this is college, right, so they don't care. But you think it's up, you know, it's up to you whether you do it or not. So I had to do it. So I had like 2 months to learn the whole year. And each of these essays were between, the midterms were around 1,500 to 2,000, and then the finals were probably, I'd say, like around 3,000 each. So you're looking at like a colossal amount of writing. And this isn't like English, right? English, you can write whatever. It's like, oh, my opinion of this novel is because that's what I did, and I'll tell you about that in a second. No, history is, every single sentence like has to have like a footnote, and has to have, you know, and so you have to do like hours and hours just planning the thing. You have to go reading through these boring documents and these ancient texts, and then you have to like pick out these sentences, and then, oh, this is I'm going to say this sentence, and these 15 Elder Scrolls gave me permission to write this sentence. You have to do that basically, so it takes a very long time. Not with English. Okay. So the time came, and I had to do these, but at the same time, something else happened, and that was, of course, the where was it? That was I like that song. That's a good song. I'm gonna play this. No, we'll play this. Nah, that's no. No. I like this song. This is good. Yeah, I like this song. It's good. Right. Brings us to this video here. Is this the song I like? Yeah. And I was making discoveries. I was still digging into the lore. I was still making discoveries, and I couldn't make videos about it because I you know, it got to the point, and even my counselor was like, you need to pick one or the other, because, you know, I didn't even know if I was going to stay in college. If this didn't work out, you know, and it was like, you have to pick one or the other. Either you pick YouTube, or you do, you know, the work that has to be done for school. And so I grinded. I stayed up long hours
And probably, I'll be honest with you, right? I'd say 75% of those long hours were Jump King, right? Because I found Jump King, and that was like my procrastination, but we don't talk about that. So the time of reckoning came, and I was doing these exams, which were just, I was writing these essays. I did, like, I can't remember how many I did, but I did a lot of the English essays on the day they were due. No, I did, I think I did, I did, but I don't, because I don't want to exaggerate, but it was like I think it was at least 2 essays, we'll put it like that, on the day they were due, and I received my controversial injection halfway through them. Let's put it like that. Okay, cool. And you know, the reason why I'm saying this is because as much help that I got for procrastinating, I still procrastinated, and I still did all of the essays on the day they were due. True story. Bro, they told me to write an essay on Frankenstein, and I did it, and I hadn't done my career in college, and we did it. And so I'm in 3rd year now, and in 3rd year, 3rd year has been very difficult in regards to balancing YouTube and school. Not because like school has a ton of work or because I hate it and it has to be done. 3rd year is the reason why I went to college. 3rd year is basically when I write my book, and I've been working on that. And so one of the main reasons why I've been gone recently is because of the fact that I had to submit a portfolio for the end of the semester. And so I gave the guy a almost 41,000 word portfolio that was basically to do with stuff in my book. And yeah, I'll show you. I don't know if I have the thingy. I don't have it here, it's annoying. But anyway, so that is the story of, for the most part, of this year. And now I'm in a position where I'm trying to get my book done. I'm trying to develop my book and work on my book, which I've been working. This is just like a book. This is like a series, right? And I've been working on this for nearly 10 years now. And my ambition, is for it to be like the next Game of Thrones or Star Wars. And I don't say that arrogantly, and I don't say that just casually. I'm very serious about this. This universe is extremely in depth, and it's beautiful. My channel's named after it. There are already some very key story points that have already been, some have been bluntly put in my channel that you can find, and other things have been hidden. And someday when people read some of the books, they'll actually see, wow, this was actually there the whole time and I didn't know it. So my goal for the longest while has been to try, ever since where did it go? Ever since this video, I realized that I need to begin laying the foundations in order to someday do this as a career. Because for the last few years, right, I wanted to be, my goal was to be an author, right? I want to be an author and all this other, but it's extremely difficult to make money, you know? And like, I'm the kind of guy, right? They say, oh, you can do anything you want when you grow up, you can just put your mind to it. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'm going to do what I want then. But I understand and I recognize that it's very difficult.
Oh, that violin is so good. And so YouTube is also something I really enjoy. But it's also very difficult. But it's not as difficult as being an author. So I decided from this point on that I would attempt to do that. So that has involved many things, and I'd say a lot of the building blocks have been made and placed. So that brings us to today's stream. Now, I recognize and I do apologize for the fact that this ramble went on for long, but it's extremely important. It's probably the only time I'll ever do something like this, and it needs to be said. That's why. So let's bring us to this stream. Another reason why I was gone for so long was because a certain ailment of unknown origin laid siege to my home. Now, I have emerged victorious. I escaped it. I did not get it. Because I'm built different. But, you know, there was stuff like that going on, and I was also working on school stuff and all that, so... and I was just extremely just gone, you know? And so, I was originally going to... I made the list of videos, the polls, and you guys voted on that, and I was originally just going to make those videos. And I recorded them, and I had been, you know, editing them. And then I disappeared because of, you know, school, and then also the disease. And I figured, you know what? I think it was in this video. In this video, I stated that I would do streaming, but, like, listen, I even mentioned it in Outriders. I look at streaming, not streaming, I look at doing YouTube. It's not money making, and also for people that have similar interests that we can all share stuff together, right? That's my thing. So, like, I'm not gonna just be sitting here on YouTube, right? Spamming stream after stream. Hey guys, I'm a lore YouTuber, but I'm gonna play Crucible because I don't know what else to do. Now, listen, if I was cracked at Crucible and I was making videos that were guides about Crucible, then yeah, sure. That's why I used to cross this Crucible, because he's known for Crucible. But I'm not going to stream just for the sake of it, because that's low quality, it's a low quality product, and it's not what I want to do. I'm not going to litter my channel. So, I said in this video that I will stream, but they will be high quality. And that is why I have done my best to not stream on this channel. I have a second channel, Venextron the second, or Venextron 2, whatever you want to call it. And occasionally I have done editing streams, and occasionally I have done variety streams. Some of you have been there, and I really appreciate you guys for even remembering that channel exists. And I probably will still sometimes do variety stuff. Maybe I'll do editing streams, you know, but that's for the, you know. Today's stream, though, I am not just streaming for the sake of it. No. So that is where we are today. And I just want to say, you know, this cool, you know, this, as you can see, the editing has been getting better and better. My skills, this is where we were at, right? I find a picture and I put some subtitles on it. And now we're at the point, like I adore this. Like, that's so cool. That's so cool. You know, and then you know, even the animated stuff. If I go down back to, you know, that couldn't have happened without the Enemies Explained lore series that was about, like, the fallen houses. And then I wouldn't have, like, half of you guys without Outriders. And Outriders, you know, showed me that YouTube is really good. If it's fun, I enjoy it. So, yeah, that's the true story of this year. Everything that happened. I've been pretty much like, this is everything that happened. And, you know, something that I think Felix said, and it rings true, and it certainly it's something that's true, and it's something that I've thought about a lot. Is I am the king of comebacks. I constantly disappear and then I come back, and it's either because of school or it's because of whatever, but it keeps happening. And the thing is, right, it's not just like, oh, I feel bad, you know, because of you guys, which I do. It kills me. It kills me. It utterly kills me. The way I see it is that, you know, you've been very gracious in your support. You're here supporting me, and it means so much to me. And I don't feel like I deserve it anyway, but if I do deserve it, it's because I am providing a service of some kind. And when I stop and I just disappear, then, you know, when people are commenting and stuff like that, I don't feel like I do. So I just want to say that I can't promise, and I'm not going to promise, that we're never ever going to be in positions where I sometimes like disappear. But what I will promise is that I'm going to improve on it. I just saw something. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this in a second. As my editing skills improve, my videos will be faster to make, and they will look better, they will sound better. And the more, you know, and like I took a long time to make the stream because, you know, that's starting soon. That took me like 3 days to make, but that's there now, and I have that. I can show that. As time goes on, and as this channel grows and grows, and I don't mean grows as in numbers, I mean grows as in quality. This channel is going to be a high quality place, and as a result of that, it has a very bright future. But it's because I'm taking my time, and it's going to be slow, but it's going to get there. So what I'm trying to say is, I will always be doing my best to try and improve on this. And as long as I can, I will do my best to return the support that you guys have shown me. I always will. I'll always do my best. So that's that. That's you know what? This was supposed to be an hour long. I didn't mean for this to be a movie. You could have watched The Lord of the Rings or something that's actually you know what? The Book of Boba Fett episode came out and I missed it because I was editing literally 2 minutes before this came out. So, you know, we all have things. Well, I don't, but you all have things that you know. So we're gonna. This is that's it. We're done with this. We're done with it. Get out of here. Get off my screen. Get off my screen. Okay, right. We are immediately, because things have been. Can we get some epic stuff in here? Give me epic. I want epic. I want some. Give me some pyramid shit music. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. Alright, my friends. The schedule, the timetable is a mess. It's a disaster. But we adapt. Okay. So this brings us to the first of 2 major reveals. Now, I mean, you can later on we'll be showing things, and you might consider that to be a reveal. But okay, no, that's too epic. It's a little. I don't know what it sounds like for you, but for me, it's a little loud. Okay. First thing I want to talk about is plans change and times change. And one of my plans have changed. and that is to do with the pyramid ships. I am the pursuer of knowledge. I am the one that digs extremely deep. They called me a madman. They did. They called me a madman, literally. But I keep pushing, and we will find the truth before they release it. That's the goal. Okay, so what am I on about? Well, I've been talking about this big video. This big video about the pyramid ship whispers. Now, this isn't happening a little bit today, but no, the full thing isn't, because I don't really talk about it, and I don't really share too much of it, because ever since that video I showed you, and this is why I showed you that video, because it's very important, I've been very careful about what I release. I've been very careful that it is 100% thingamajiggy. It's concrete. I made that Whispers video, and people said that, oh, you're listening to a waterfall. It's rocks in a cave. You're not hearing voices at all. You think you hear them, but your brain is tricking you. Your brain wants you to hear voices. So you are hearing voices, but you're not. I'm sorry. You need help. I mean, listen, I do need help, quite frankly, but not that kind. But all these months, ever since that Whispers video, I have been finding and collecting more and more and more and more. From as far into the future of the game as Presage, to as far back as the caverns of the Almighty. I have been finding them. Bungie knows what they're doing with the pyramid ships. They have been developing them since probably the Taken King days. And I am telling you right now that we will never know how many pyramid ship whispers there are. You could go to a random area. Listen, when I found them in the Almighty, and I might show you some of that. It's nuts. So, and it's not just that they're there. The things that they're saying gives us, the information is nuts. I believe that I know, to a certain extent, the leadership of the pyramid ships. I know and I understand a certain part of their culture now that I didn't before. Some more of their higher ups have been named. Let's just put it like that. And knowledge about what happened. Okay, wait, why did my epic music go? Why do you do that, man? Why? We were getting the good part. And information about what happened to them. Why you hear them but you don't see them. I believe I know the answer to that. And so, I am here to tell you now. That before Witch Queen comes out, I will be presenting you with the Storm Theory. This won't be a video just about whispers. Oh no. This is going to be like Eldritch Theory 2.0, better thumbnail, man, better editing, better sound design, and yeah. Because when I made that video back in the day, Eldritch Theory, people were straight up saying that there's no way I could be right. But people have been coming to me and saying, dude, you said this and it's kind of looking like this is happening. Dude, you said that and it's kind of looking like that's happening. And that means a lot. And so this video is going to cover everything. It's going to take everything. From a, probably honestly, it's going to go as far back as the Taken King days. It's going to take lore from that, It's going to cover vanilla Destiny 2. It's going to cover what Beyond Night was. I don't know about what it was supposed to be, but what's happening during that time. And it's, yeah. So that's the first thing. The second thing is not as. That's a bit too epic. Can we smell this a little bit more? Okay. Second thing is to do with the first. Now, if you watched the trailer, which I mean, you guys are my, you're my, like, I don't know what the word for it is. You're like the legendary first council. Let's put it like that. You've probably seen the trailer. I doubt there's too many people that the algorithm has brought here because the algorithm doesn't really like me. Then you have seen the trailer and you saw something about an audio saga. I really, 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 really wanted to show you that today. And it's like, I kid you not, if I had like 20 more minutes, it would be somewhat presentable. But like I said, I really care about quality. I was editing it yesterday and today. Literally like right up until 3 o'clock. I've been editing. I got up early and everything, and I've been editing it. And no, I can't show it today. But what it will mean is that I'm going to make an extended version, because I actually recorded an extra thing for it today as well. There's going to be an extended prologue to, and I'll show you a beta version of this. I'd say either tomorrow or the day after, sometime very in the next like day or so. This is gonna be updated and it's gonna look a lot better, but the first proper audio saga will have its prologue released. This is me taking the audiobook side of things and taking it to another level. This is purely Destiny focused, this story. This is about the formation of one of the greatest groups of Guardians ever seen in the Destiny world. It will span from the time of Forsaken, and it will go all the way to the end to Lightfall and the final shape. This thing has been developed, and I've been developing this for quite a while. I say this that I can't show it today, but what I can show you is if you go to, because I've actually uploaded this. What's the best way I can do this? I uploaded this on, turn this up just a little bit, just a little bit. It's a bit. On the platform and the website, excuse me, my apologies, known as Storyfire. If you've heard of that, cool. If you haven't, Storyfire is basically a website where you can put stories and stuff like that. If you want to see what this is going to look like, download the Storyfire app, because the website's not the best. And if you look up Ben Carrick, Bencarrick, that's my pseudonym. It's not my actual name. You will find, I would say, the first 3 to 4 chapters of this saga. Now, I'm going to revamp this. Actually, no, do you know what? No, screw that. No, I'm not showing you nothing. No, I'm not doing that. No, I refuse. I'm gonna show you. This is because it means a lot to me that you guys are here. I'm going to show you something that I probably shouldn't, to be honest with you. I probably shouldn't be showing you this because it's not the best. But no, actually, wait, I don't need to do that. Stop that. Needs to be done. Needs to be done. I just want to be safe for the record. There will be a far higher quality version of this later coming out at some stage. This is what I was originally going to show you is the prologue to this. I am going to show you a very early version that I made like a year ago of the first chapter. The entire first chapter. Now, I want to be clear here. This is not the best in terms of what it can be. This is going to be on my old microphone, and at the same time, I already have people that have come to do voice acting. This does not have any of that. This is just me. But tomorrow or the day after, I'm nearly done it. The prologue. I will have the prologue out, and you will have a better idea of what's going on. And yeah, and again, on the Storyfire app, Ben Carrick, Fire Frost Fury. I uploaded that. I'm not gonna brag, right? But I just want to say I uploaded that, and it was winning awards. Okay, I'm just saying it's good. I think it's good. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to make sure that this is okay. Oh, it's cringe. Okay. This is I'm only doing this because I need to show something. Now I could show you the prologue, but it's not, like I said, I was so my PC is on my desk and it's extremely loud for me. In the sense that my microphone picks it up and it's, so I'm having issues with that, but okay, I'm gonna show you. I'll give you. I'm gonna move this over here, and I'll just open this up because it makes sense. So this is the plan. I'm gonna play this. I'm not going to say anything about it when it's done because I'm going to die of cringe if I do. And immediately after that, I'm going to take you through some Pyramid Ship Whispers and I'm going to show you how I decode them. Okay. And I'm also, this is not getting released as its own video either. I'm not doing that. No. Not in my house. Okay. Again, voice quality and some things might not sound the best, but this will give you an idea. And this was a year ago. This was when my editing skills weren't as good, but just to give you an idea of the story. This is chapter 1 of The Fire, the Frost, and the Fury. Oh boy, I'm gonna regret this. Oh boy. Yep, it's cringe. It is, which is why we won't be using that for a video. Yep.
Typo.
And that is the beginning of probably the first of many pee breaks. Let's do it. Where is... Actually, no, wait. Where's the pee break screen? Where's the pee break screen? No. No, where'd it go? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Ta-da! Yep, and I think, yeah, I just saw that the thing wasn't even getting picked up, so that's great. That's, yeah. Okay, well, I guess it wasn't meant to be. Okay, I'm sorry about that, guys. Right, I'm just gonna get into decrypting the Pyramid Ship Whispers, because I know we are massively behind on schedule. So this is what I'm going to do. Okay. Yeah, well, that was just a mistake and a half right there. Okay, so this is yeah, you can hear that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be how I decrypt and I guess decipher the Pyramid Ship Whispers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the tools I use. I'm going to show you some sample clips, and I'm going to go and I'm going to retrieve some raw samples, and then I'm going to show you how I approach those. Because the samples I already have done those, so I know what settings to use automatically. When I get some raw samples, then I'll show you how I approach it and what I'll use if certain things don't work. So I'm not going to play any music for this, just because obviously you need to be able to hear things, whatever. So this is what I use. I use Premiere Pro. This is what I use just to edit my videos. I am not good at editing sound. That's the first thing I want to say. I just use the tools that I have, and this is one of the tools I have. You can also use Audacity, but Audacity seems to be a lot more complicated. Yeah. So I'm just going to call this but in regards to the thing I was trying to show you, basically it was an older version. Man, I gotta drink. Wait a second. It was an older version of Chapter 1. Yeah. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Like I said, in the next day or so, I will have something that is a lot more polished, ready to go. And also, I showed the returning soon screen. The full version and the music only version should be available now as well on the channel. Okay, so this stuff doesn't really matter too much. So we go into this. Now this is a completely fresh screen. Now, by the way, I just want to say, if you don't have Premiere Pro, don't worry about that. Look at the things that I'm doing to the audio, because if in any way you're able to replicate those changes in any other software, or even in, I don't know, the settings of whatever, then you can get close enough to what I'm doing. So this is the raw thing. If you have Premiere Pro, then what you want to do first of all is you go learning here, audio track here, click this, I don't know, not to click this arrow, and I'm just trying to find it here. This is right, this is fine, that's fine, that's fine, yep, yep, yep. Okay. Oh yeah, because I have nothing in here. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get, I am going to get, give me 1 second. I'm just going to go find this. I'm going to find some of the samples that I have used to, should be under recordings. Here we go. Destiny 2. Okay. Sort by date. Okay. Which ones will I use? I know there's one for a fact that I want to use. It's this one. Please open. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so we've got test file 1. I'm going to put you in there. And I'm just trying to think of any others that could be decent. I'm going to take one more as a test file, like as a test sample, and then once we go through those, then I will I'm just trying to find not that. Maybe this. Nope, that's Crucible. I mean, there could be Pyramid Ship Whispers in a Crucible match. I don't know. I'm not gonna say there aren't, okay? But because I want to go. I'm not gonna show anything from inside the Pyramid Ship. No, I will show you the Europa Pyramid Ship. Okay, that's perfect. Right, those are the two I'll show you, and then we'll go into the Moon Pyramid Ship because that's the story mission for today, for this week, and that's perfect. That works out really well. Okay, so if I go back to here, so these are the two files that you can see here. Now I'm going to, I'm just going to show you. There's no way that these can be voices, or there's no way that they can be in English. I feel like a lot of the time it's because they're listening to the already edited thing and they don't realize just how much of a difference there is between the edited version and the non-edited version. So this is the first clip that we're going to be looking at. Now, if you've seen the Pyramid Ship Whispers video, you might recognize these clips, but these are some of the easier clips that I've actually taken. So I'm just gonna, sorry, I have this on the wrong screen, which is exactly ideal. Okay. Let me make sure that it's actually, yeah, you should be able to hear that. Okay, and I'll turn you up. Oh, and just for the record, sorry, this is during one of the story missions. I don't know which story mission it is, but it's the one that brings you here anyway. And this is the only way that I'm aware of that you can get the crux to be in this position. And some of what we will have heard after going through this clip, I've only ever heard here. So that means that some of the audio here is unique to this mission. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, let's go. Now it's important that I play it all the way through, so that when I focus on something, you know what it sounds like without it being edited. That's the first clip, and Obviously I have it here, and I'm gonna drag this into here. Cool. Okay. And then also the reason why you see that I pressed this arrow, I clicked this arrow earlier is to get this, and you want this, and I'll show you why in a minute. Now I don't know how long the second clip is. If it's really long, I'm not gonna, you know, but okay, cool. What's the okay? So it begins there, and I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah. I'm pretty no, it's not that one. My bad. It is this. Yeah. Yeah, we're not listening to 7 minutes of this. Don't worry. Yeah, I had music turned on. I'm an idiot. Okay. Oh, that's you get the idea. You get the idea. Okay. And then obviously I'm pretty sure I get TP'd out. Or do I? Wait, what? Wait, what? Excuse me. Wait. What? Squeeze me. Okay. Well, I guess we'll be covering some of what's in here as well. Anyway, those are the two clips that we'll be looking at. Okay. So what I'm going to do, because not everything that works for one clip will work for another, because you'll have. It doesn't matter. I'm going to put these two clips in two different lines. Okay, that's cool. Now, as to whether or not you want to keep the video, it doesn't really matter. I'll keep it just so you know, like when I listen to something, you'll know where in the clip it was. Actually, and as a fun fact, if you want to be able to use these exact same clips, you can. In the description of that video, that original video, I have a Google Drive that have these clips in them. I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact the first one is in it. So if you have any kind of editing software at all, and you see this, you can use these clips and you can test, you can do what I do, you can do whatever. So actually, right, calculated. Okay, so what I will do though is I will move this to be further aligned here. Okay, right. So no, I want this, we're gonna go through this one first. Okay, so you know, no, so other one. Okay, nice. So here we go. Doesn't sound any different, but we go to here. We've got this. This is in. So we're gonna put this in 2. We're gonna put this in 1. So this is in 1, and this is 1 here. So these arrows each represent a sound effect that you can apply, or a filter, or anything that you can apply onto the audio. First thing you want to do, reverb, no, it's noise, de-reverb. First thing you want to do, boom, all the way. Let's see, listen to it now. It's a lot more prominent now. The voices are a lot more prominent. And what this does is the ambience of just the room you're in, or whatever, you know, the crux makes a lot of noise and it echoes across, it bounces across the room. That gets rid of that. So it isolates each of the sounds that you're hearing. Makes them a lot easier to hear. The next thing that you want to do is you want to get yourself a vocal enhancer. Now, something that's great about the Pyramid Shape Whispers is that for Premiere Pro specifically, I don't know about any other editing software, Premiere Pro recognizes the whispers as human voices, which is really good. And what's more is that it recognizes sometimes, I'd say 50-50, the difference between male voices and female voices, because sometimes you will have a male voice and a female voice talking at the same time but about different things, and you will hear both, but the one will be much louder than the other, but you really want to know what the other one is saying. Well, luckily, I'd say 50% of the time you can, so if we go to vocal enhancer, as you can see here, we can go between male, female, and then this tries to get rid of the vocals, and 50% of the time it'll really work. So that's what we'll do. So these majority of these voices I will say are female, so we're gonna go female as much as we can. Okay, now let's hear it. It's a little bit more prominent, but there's still so much else going on that you can't really figure out what they're saying. So the next thing that we'll do is we are going to go here, treble, because if you listen, like the sharpness of that door closing behind you, or especially a lot of this stuff going on here, that's a lot of trebles in that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take treble, boom, all the way gone. Now we might raise up a little bit, it depends. Again, each clip that you listen to is different, but for this we're going to try this. Okay, is there anything else we want to do? Denoise, that's another one that I discovered recently. I don't know, right? I use, when I put in a line here and it's me talking, I will use this, the denoise, because you, like my PC is loud. This tries to get rid of that. Recently, I was like, well, these are voices and there's noise that makes it hard to hear them. How about I use denoise? And it works. Yeah. So what we need to do now is, so the more effects that you add on, right, it can kind of, it'll isolate the voices, but it can make them quieter. So what we'll do is we'll go audio gain, and let's just increase this by 5. Almost. Okay. And see how much clearer that salvation is? Now, what you want to do is you want to mess around with this value here. For the ones that are really like, especially presage, or the almighty one, which I might show at the very end of this segment, you need to crank this up to 100. But when you do that, I'll show you what happens. So when first of all, just go 0. Excuse me. No. Ball. Okay, that's 0%. Let's go 40%. Okay, and then 100%. Completely isolates them. You can barely hear anything else. And there you go. It's great. So the next step that we want to do is we split the clip into multiple parts, because even with this we've made a lot of progress compared to the bass. I mean, if you want to go to the bass, right, that one part, went. Right. We went from that. There you go. Huge progress. But we can get even more out of it. But like I said, that salvation part, I used that because it was clear, but there's still other parts. What about this? You hear that, like the Josh? Well, that's really quiet, but if I make this like plus 500 decibels, then the rest of it's going to be all messed up then. Easy, easy. Again, I'm sure you can do this in other editing softwares, but what we do in Premiere Pro is I hold the Alt key, zoom in, and this just kind of zooms in on the clip. So what I can do. Okay, I hear that sound. I hit C. Boom. Isolated. Now I can do whatever I want to this clip and it's not going to affect the others. So what do I think? Well, I think this is really quiet. So I'm going to go plus 20 because I'm a mad lad. Now if I did plus 20 on that, it would be... Okay, now that was all part 1. Part 2, we're going to take this to the next level. So this is just basic effects that you can put onto any of the lines. Now also, all this stuff, this doesn't affect our second clip because this is in line, oh, I thought it was in line 2. Yeah, it's in line 2. So this isn't, you know, it's only here. Okay. But what about more effects? Wait, do more to it. Well, there's an audio tab here. So I've got this highlighted. I clicked on that. Audio. Now, you might think, well, maybe SFX. No. I don't know why, right? But these are all terrible. I use dialogue when I'm editing anything. When I'm editing music, when I'm editing ambience, anything, I just use dialogue. It just has the most variety of settings. So then what we do is we can mess around with it. Go here. What does background voice sound like? Okay. I'm gonna turn up a little bit more. Be a little. Now we go to 0. Yeah, it's a little better. Okay, that's that setting. Another one that's good is podcast voice. I've been using this one a lot. This takes the voice and it brings it as close as possible to the... Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. This one's okay. It's a bit louder because it's female, you know, it recognizes that. Yeah, it's okay. Vocal presence. That's not bad. I might keep that actually. Enhanced speech, we'll go female. How much louder is that? That's so much clearer. Then we go reverb. And this can help. This can really make or break the clip. So if we go small dry room. Okay. Thicken voice. Let's try warm room. Okay, so it sounds to me like these two work the best. Okay. So I can tell that there's something else in there. You can hear that. That's another voice. And then this is the response. So how do we isolate that? Well, one of the things you can do, and this is very common with the Pyramid Ship Whispers, is that actually, if I just scroll down here real quick and I just look at something. Lol, actually in my we're back on schedule. 6 p.m. Calculated. Nobody cares about reactions anyway. And that's fine. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Calculated. Right. Okay. So one of the things that you'll find with the Pyramid Ship Whispers is that they really don't want you to know what they're saying. They don't. Now, they don't expect people to know what they're going to say anyway because they've added so many effects onto them. But at the same time, one of the things that I've noticed is that they have a tendency to speed them up. So I'm going to go here, right click this, speed, and let's play it at 90% speed. Okay. Now, vocal presence. I'm gonna stick with podcast voice. I'm gonna try this. 110, female, and we're gonna go small dry room. Okay. Now sometimes this is worth it, and sometimes it isn't. What you'll find with these effects is when you put them to like the max, it can really make like you can't really. But at the same time, maybe isolate it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go audio gain. And I'm going to boost it up even more. Okay, we're nearly there. This is actually not fun. I'm gonna leave this one for a second, and I'm gonna just check the rest of this out, because this one's being a bit bold. Okay, so we're gonna go here, change to dialogue, background voice. No. What? Why didn't you save it? Are you... Okay. Yeah, no, that's not good. So as you can tell, when we change this to max, you can barely hear anything. But then when we reduce it a little bit, is this working? I don't know if this is working. Oh, wait, did you hear that? That's a male voice. So sometimes you pick up on those as well. I find a lot of times the male voices for the pyramid ships are really deep. And as a result of that, they can blend in really well with the rest of the environment. The female voices are a lot sharper and they're a lot clearer. But it's when you begin to really dig deep into it, you hear this kind of dark, kind of growling noise, and that tends to be the male voice. So what I'm just trying to do is I'm just trying to see which setting works the best. So podcast voice, it's not really doing it. Oh no, of course it's not working because I've got this module room. There we go. There we go. There we go. We had a volume issue. You hear that? So that's a bit fast. So we go here, speed duration. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to do anything that'll make that sound clearer. Okay, it's better. That's better. Okay, take this. It made it quiet, so we just go. Okay, well that's just not. And here, I don't know about you, but I'm actually able to now tell that there are 2 different words being spoken because I've just done all this. There's this sound, and then there's... And I hear 2 syllables as well. Now, just to be clear, what I will do is I will increase the volume just by a little bit, and I will lower the speed. Actually, I'm an idiot. I made it faster. No wonder I had difficulty. So, do that. And now you can hear 2 different words, the second word having 2 syllables. So, increase the volume, and it's still a little bit fast, so we're going to decrease it to 90%. Now, you rarely ever want to go beneath 90% when you're decreasing the speed, because what happens is the lower you make the speed, the deeper the voices are going to be, and then you can't really tell what they're saying anyway. Easy win, easy win. I'm just gonna double check. I'm just gonna make sure. Does this do anything? Not really. Okay. I can hear the... Wait. I can hear the end of the word a little clearer, but it's still... Try a background voice. Yeah, it's not really. Now, I was nearly going to turn up the volume, but notice how that ending sound was the exact same, which means it only made the voices quieter, which means you don't want that. That's not what you want. Ooh. Now, it increased the sound of this, which is annoying, but it made this a lot sharper. So what we do, go here, cut that away. Cut that away, and all you're left with is... Okay. Increase the volume. Enhance, zoom. Increase, zoom, multiply, enhance. Ah! Sorry. Wow, that was loud. Now, okay, we can get rid of you. Now, it might sound like I'm being excessive in trying to nail it, but there's 2 things you need to realize. The first thing, right, is that what I have found every time I try and do this and I show it to people on the internet, they're going to, unless it's literally like spelling bee clear, and it's like, I am in a pyramid ship, and it's like HD audio, people are going to say that you're just hearing things. So if there's any way, it might take a while, but if there's, like, what I have done here is I've kind of isolated one part. But if there's any way that you can make this clearer, you spend the time doing it. Now, I don't know what it is exactly that I did to get this to be... Try this. Ow! Okay. That's that. Just do this. Okay, that's fine. But in all fairness, you compare it to what it was before. So this is when you are literally at the start. Right there. That was it. Sounds way off in the distance. This, much more defined, way clearer. And we're going to delete this because this is just not pleasant to the ears. Now, as I get closer... Oh, you hear that? sound this from over this direction. Sounds like something to me. Okay, so snip away, clip away. Now we have this, and we do with this. Yeah, this is in one. That's fine. Okay. 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 Podcast voice 100. Okay, enhanced speech. Yeah. So just for the record, what did this one do? Podcast voice, vocal presence. We'll try vocal presence. Ooh. Now, as we can tell, this is speaking very quickly. So we go 90%. Still a bit fast for me. I can't make out what they're saying. So just for this, I'm going to go 80%. Go back a bit. Huh. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I might leave it on that for... Oh no. Leave it on that. Leave it on... No, change this. Okay, it's fine. We go fine here. Now, I've never actually gone through this specific clip here. Not the recording, but this. Okay. Now I can see that I'm. I think we already went through that one. Pretty sure we went through the salvation. Oh, here we go. Now we have the male voice. So now what we're gonna do. Now you can hear him say Sekhmet. So let me just wait for him to stop speaking. Okay, nice. So this is male that we're hearing here. So go here. Male. Now remember, we do have this set to female. Now, the one thing I will say, feel free to change anything here. Like if there's a clip down here that needs it, but just remember that this setting applies to all of the ones on this line. So don't forget that. But for now, I'm going to change this to be male because we're dealing with the male voice. Just don't, I guess, forget to, is there anything else that I'm... It's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yep. It's fine. Okay. Now, the male voice is clearer, but it's made the rest of the ambience louder as well. So the voice is actually fine. That's fine, but the rest of it is the issue. So to get rid of that, we'll probably just have to go and then there you go. So now we increase the volume and then that should be us sorted. Okay, well we're just gonna turn up a little bit again. Okay, well can you get a little louder, please? That's just not. Nearly, just a little louder, but as you can see, the background sound. Okay, yeah, I know. Well, I'll leave that part here because I don't mean to be taking a long time. But this is actually like how long it would take me. Like I've spent nights just going through this stuff. It's just the way it is, you know. But anyway, just for this clip, you compare this. So where am I at? I'm standing. I'm approaching the thingy. This is the original. That's the original, and then this is it. Boom. There you go. Now, I'm not gonna go through the rest of this clip because it's, you know, I don't mean to be taking too much time. Oh no, this got messed up. I think it's just to be sure, I'll put this back in. So I'm not going to give the whole rundown on the settings. I'm just going to, so what I do, right, I don't really, like, I already know the settings, right? So what do I do? I'll just go here, audio track mixer, and we'll go. We'll leave it at 40 for now. We'll go 50. And treble. Do I have treble done? I do have treble done. Do noise vocal enhancer. And we'll just go in male because I've already kind of known this clip for a bit. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, and now we just listen. And we'll increase the volume. Ooh, 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 ooh. You hear that? You hear that male voice? Over there. Okay. Go 10. And then you should be able to hear this. Over there. I'm going to just turn up the volume really loud. Now, do you hear? I don't know if you can hear that, but there are actually voices speaking, but they are so quiet, and I do not have the skill that I cannot actually find out what they're saying. But there are voices very deeply in the background. Like, right? That sound right there. That kind of like background thing, but I can't. How clear is that? So we just take that away. Okay. And I actually didn't know it was in this ship. I just thought it was only the moon one. I know what he's saying because I've actually decrypted this same whisper in the moon pyramid. Fun fact. We'll go 95% because he's actually speaking in a normal speed. And we'll increase the volume by 2. And we will go audio, dialogue, podcast voice, boom, boom, enhanced speech, male, because we can clearly tell it's a guy speaking, or somebody that identifies as a male. And small drive room. Boom. It's getting clearer. It's getting clearer. You can clearly hear that. That's yes. I will increase it by a little bit more. Small drive room, and then 10. We're nearly there. So it's 100% yes. Yes, it's. So yes, it's 100%. So now I know what he's saying, but just to be clear about it. So we'll zoom in on this. So we'll... And this could be too loud, if I apologize. So that's a two-syllable word, and it sounds like Outriders. So anyway, I don't mean to be taking too long about it, but what I believe he is saying is, yes, it's our fighters' courage. Now, the reason why I know I've done this in a different thing, and I will show you that at the end. So those are the settings, right? I just basically, I apply these, and it's an easy win for the most part. What I'm now going to do is just to, because I know I'm a bit, whoops. What I'll do is I will show you, because I'm sure I'm forgetting something, you know. I will go. Okay. So I have over, so far in this, there's more. An hour and 30 plus minutes. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be going through that now. Like, no. This will probably, all of it get featured, bits, and the most prominent bits will get featured in the thingamajiggy. Can you hit? I'm gonna take this one. Take you. Okay. Okay. And I don't know if it's, I actually don't know what that is. But we'll go podcast. That's fine. That's fine. I might actually be able to do too much more with this one. Increase the volume. Why are you so quiet? So you can clearly hear fear. And then this is the that was the sound we heard. Yeah, that's right. So when I was trying to record, when I was trying to decipher that clip in the other video, when I was having difficulty, that was this clip, but this is later on in the recording, so they say it again. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the final thing that I am going to show you, I was gonna go collect stuff from the moon pyramid, but I really don't want to bore you guys. So the final thing I am going to show you is what I found in, well, do you know what, I'll show you. I'm not going to like go through it, because I plan on doo-doo. So if we go to, where did it go? Where's, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. Is it? I'm just trying to remember where I'm at. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts here. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll show you this. Why are you... This is in Presage. And I'm just going, again, I'm just going. That's the default. That's what you're going to be normally listening to, and this, so far this is what I'm working with. Now this is still work in progress. I want to be clear. This is still work in progress, and I've never shown this in the video. I've never really talked too much about it because it's still what I'll do is, I know that this is okay. So just keep an eye on that screen. You can hear "show us." And here's the thing. You hear that sound? That's actually another person talking. But you would need to do different things to the clip to be able to make that come clear. Pretty much every single sound that you hear is a voice. That's a full-on conversation happening right there. This here. Now we are flawed. There was a female voice there a second ago. That's a female voice there. the singing, man. The singing. Like, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I've actually had to stop doing this sometimes because, like, it just gets so creepy. The fact that you're walking around and you don't hear it and it's happening. Now you can hear there's a male voice and he's just like going on like a monologue. You'll actually get that sometimes. And the thing is, right, Bungie knows what they're doing. These voices are not just saying random things. They're actually saying like spoilers. They're talking about characteristics of this race. They're talking about the leadership. They're talking about things that have happened in the past. Like when you hear them going on like a monologue, they're straight up like saying this happened and that happened and this, which if you just put it in like a cutscene would be like, wow, that's a big reveal, and they're just casually saying it because they know nobody's going to know. I hope after the final shape Destiny becomes the MMO they want it to be. Yeah. This is the weirdest ASMR stream I've ever listened to. Listen, I don't know what kind of dreams you're trying to get, but it's... have fun. No, because I plan on going through this, like the fully final, like the finished version of this in my future video. I'm not obviously going to be going through this now, but like I haven't, as you can tell, I haven't actually like broken this clip down, this recording down. So there's probably a lot here that I don't know. But this stuff, if you see, every time you see a section, that means that I have located and isolated somebody saying a sentence. That's what that means right there. And sometimes that might be the exact same moment, but there's two people talking. So like one will be for the one person and I'll try to edit it to get it. And then the other will be for the other person and I'll try, you know what I mean. I'm pretty sure it says segment. Segment show us. Segment show us. Now there's another female voice here, which I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. Like I actually don't, because I haven't broken this clip down. You hear that whispering? That's a woman speaking or whispering. And just again, just a reminder, we go to roughly this point. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong clip. Whoops. Or is it? It is the wrong clip. Whoopsies. 1 second. Oh, I did the thing again. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta, yeah, save. Okay, and then we'll reopen it. So the final thing that I am going to show you in regards to this is a clip that I recorded of the Almighty. Okay. Here we go. It could be the dev team talking about yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. There was one that I was listening to, and it kind of sounded like it could be a dev Easter egg. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna show you this. Whoops. Give me 1 second. Gotta move this over. Thank you. Okay. Here we are. Okay. I highly recommend that you check out this guy, Orbit Unknown. 10 out of 10. He basically like records the ambience of different locations. It's really good. I've used it in my videos. I use it when I've studied in the past. It's really great. Sounds pretty basic, yeah? Well, I found at least one, like, sentence in this, but I'm not gonna show you that part. But yeah. I don't hear anything. No, yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. I don't think I've done too much. I'm gonna change this from being 4K, because I don't know if my internet can actually survive. I don't know. This is the real kicker here. So I was listening to this for, I can't remember what, I was listening to this for to put as the background to something. And then I came to this. What I did hear was the repetition of something that could be like the deepness of a voice. Now, listen, I did this for the giggles at first, but I am being genuine when I tell you that there is something here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. This is my good old thingamajiggy. Well, okay, no, wait a minute. Give me 1 second. Just to make sure, right, before I go saying things, I'm going to show you one thing that I got from it. Should be under downloads. Downloads and oh yes, it's under here. Okay. Where is sound files? Apologies, I'm just my computer is an absolute like. Nope, that's the wrong one. This is it. And then here we go. So you're like, oh wow, oh Venextron, how could you possibly like say that there's voices? Well, this this is a clip I recorded from that right here. This is from that. So again, just for the record. Okay, and then I got this. Wait, this is not playing right. This is not playing right. That does not. Those are voices. So like it's, and then I've done some more work here. I don't know which one this is. This could sound like completely. I don't know. I have to remember. Yeah, that's just the bass. That's the default. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Our leader, Sekhmet, changed our souls. Our leader, Sekhmet, changed our souls. And that's from that clip. Bungie's audio team is not messing around. But that's that. That's the last I'm going to show you in regards to any whispers, because I feel like I've gone on long enough. But yeah, I've been working on this stuff for months, and I've been finding stuff for months, and it's been very difficult. And the reason why it takes so long is because I'm not good at it. And the unfortunate thing is that when I made that previous video with the whispers in it, it wasn't me trying to say this is 100% what they're saying. That wasn't what I was trying to do at all. The reason why I made that video was to say these voices are in English, which means if you're good enough to edit the audio, then you can potentially find out the whole mystery. But I made the video, and yeah. But honestly, like, if anyone ever sees this and you are good at editing audio, I've shown you the tools that I use. I show you the process that I go through. I mean, how did I get this? I subtle boost male, enhanced breach male, small drive room 10, and I have this in 3, treble, bass. I decreased the bass as well. I forgot. I couldn't remember if I changed the bass or not. But yes, you want to decrease the bass as well. De-reverb, de-noise, vocal enhancer, decrease the speed by 9, but to decrease the speed by 5%, increase the volume by 23 decibels, and there you go. This was this. Yeah, I know the one you're on about, Errol. Errol? I hope I'm not butchering that. Drummond. Yeah. I'm gonna go, oh, clone. Oh no. You came back at the worst timing. I was just about to end it. Basically, clone, I showed them what I do to the whispers. I showed them how I change them, and I showed them before and afters just to show like exactly like how big of a difference there is. And then finally, I showed that there are whispers even in the Almighty, and I showed an example of that. But yeah, Felix, we can take a break. I'm probably just gonna go. Just a reminder, everyone, that I'm going to be doing a podcast with Embrace Destiny, another lore content creator, and that's gonna be at 9. But between now and then, honestly, I'm just gonna mess around. I might play some Destiny. Oh yeah, I was gonna go into like a lore dive, but I feel like I've gone on long enough, kind of going on expositions. So I might just like play something, and then yeah. So if I check actually what the official stream schedule is, at 7 we do Outriders. I might go on. I might play Crucible a little bit though. I kind of want to play Crucible. But Clone, if you missed it, I'll be re-uploading like this like part that you missed as its own VOD, like as its own video on YouTube. So don't worry about having missed that. So don't worry about it. Yeah. But yeah, we'll take a break. Felix, actually I'm just gonna play Crucible, so you can go, you can do whatever. I'll be on there. So if I just go to I'm just gonna log in and get myself set up. So yeet. Ta-da! So this is my dude. Actually, I was just grinding to get the thingamajiggy, the catalyst. Which I did. I'll turn on the sound. Okay. Nice. It's a little loud, so I'm gonna just. Ta-da! Okay, I'm gonna go to the tower. I'm gonna get some bounties because that's what Destiny's great at giving me, and I'm gonna go into some Crucible and I'm just gonna have some fun. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh man, the streaming is actually giving me like plus 3 bajillion ping. This is gonna be fun. Nah, I'll just. Yes, I did watch the new trailer. Yeah, I actually had a reaction, like a first reaction. I recorded that, and I was gonna show that on this, but I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. There was the stream has not gone. This is the first time I'm doing a stream like this, so like it's obvious I'm not as upset about it. But yeah, there were like. I was actually gonna like cover a lot of things in the lore, but I think I don't know. I feel like it gets a bit. It gets a bit much. So I don't know.
Tell me, you don't fear Vanguard operations? Do you fear the crews? Don't waste it.
Yeah, okay. No, probably not. I don't know. Yes, sure, why not?
This was made for
Can you give me sidearm, Slayer? No, okay, I can work with this.
Even steel needs sharpening.
It
Don't
do
stray
indeed.
too long. What's going on out there?
I don't know what's going
Talk
on out
to
there,
me,
Shax. I can't. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The idea of the stream schedule is I wanted it so the stream, like, I have things like that were planned for the stream, things that I wanted to do in the stream, and I also, like, for people that, so like I made this, I put this out yesterday. Hopefully people saw this yesterday, but the idea was that if somebody wanted to see a particular thing on the stream, they didn't have to, like, sit through the whole stream and, like, okay, well, I wonder when this is gonna happen. So, like, for example, like, I did the Pyramid Ship Whispers at 6 p.m. Unfortunately enough, the schedule said it was gonna be 6 p.m. So theoretically, if there was somebody who was only interested in the ship Whispers, they came to the stream at 6 p.m. They got that. That's exactly what they got. And it is going on 7 now, and then that's gonna be just whatever. So, wish my PC can play Destiny again, and I'm at home. I forgot to read something about it. I just don't care, man. I don't know. It's an exotic. Like, what? Like, realistically, like, what am I gonna? Can't get that from the engram. I'm not gonna 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 get that from the engram. Not gonna get that from the engram. Maybe those. I don't even remember. I think you just randomly get those, right? I don't care, man. I don't care. Oh, wait. Can you still hear me? I got a connecting to Destiny 2 servers. This game is so loud. Why is the game loud? There we go. Sorry. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello guys, can somebody just confirm or deny? Can somebody say something? Hello? I think it's fine. I'm not getting... care, man. I don't know. It's an exotic. Like, what, like, realistically, like, what am I gonna... Yikes, can't get that from the engram. Very delayed. I'm not gonna get that from the engram. I'm not gonna get that from the engram. I'm not gonna get that from the engram. Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, we're fine. Oh, it's all good. Oh, it's fine. It's okay. By the way, for the 10 people that are here, right? Well, I really appreciate you guys for being here. I really do. Yeah, really do. I actually like, I kid you not, this has been pretty much the only thing I've been working on for the last, like, week or so. And now the majority of it has been for the overlays, but I really wanted them to be good. I haven't even shown them all.
By the way, I'm on. I'll see if. Wait, why don't I have you here? Atra. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Luke, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Atra, I'm gonna just assume that you are appearing as offline as well, because you're sneaky. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. You sneaky man. Okay. This should be fun. That's fine. I'll stick on the sword. Maybe we can get some cool trick shots with it. Can you see the chat? Yes, I can. I can see the chat. I have the stream open on my browser, and I was actually kind of shocked about the delay. My goodness. No, another thing is I got a connecting to Destiny 2 warning, so the stream, I mean, the stream could crash. My internet isn't like exactly brilliant. No, dude, there's no need to apologize. You're fine. I mean, like, I'm appearing as offline because that's just my Steam. Like, that's the way I do it. It's all good. So something that I'm thinking about now is it is 7 o'clock roughly, and I have the stream at I have the podcast at 9, and I'm not too sure how long it's gonna be. But even if it's only for like an hour, I don't know if I'm gonna do anything that like intensive after, because I've been up for a while and I'm getting tired, you know. So my guess, what I'm going to do, I wish, can I? No, I can't. I probably don't have it unlocked or something. We have 2 hours. So what I would like to know is, if you look at the schedule, what there do you want to see? Because whatever I know people actually want to see, I'll definitely try and get that in. Just for the record, the things that we have done, we did the first thing, we did the, well, we kind of did the reveals. I did it, and it ended up not working in the end, so that was great. We didn't do the lore dive. We did the Whispers guide. People were talking about trailers. I can, you know, watch trailers and I can talk about them if you want. I don't mind. You know, I know we had a Witch Queen trailer come out yesterday. I don't mind watching that and then talking about that. And then at 8 o'clock, I have just anything, you know. So we can do. I have Outriders. I wouldn't mind checking out the new Outriders trailer that came out. It's not exactly new, but it came out like last month or so, or the month before.
Control.
Okay. One of these days, when I'm rich and famous, I will have gigabit internet and life will be good. But
Move in and take those
we're not there yet.
They are your life.
I feel like my sensitivity is a little. By the way, this is my first game of the day, so excuses, the usual excuses.
Enemy claimed zone A.
There can only be one fusion master, and I am occupying that spot. Nah, sorry, denied. Not allowed. This is mine. I claim it.
You captured zone B. You have zone advantage.
Excuse me, let me just reload. Oh, hello there.
You have my respect.
Yes, very good, very good. hello. Hello?
That's a power
Oh no,
play.
why'd you run
You
away?
took
Oh
them.
man.
Now hold them.
I was just getting to know you. Wait, oh. Come here. Oh.
Zone A
You love to
lost.
see it. You love to see it. No, okay. Oh.
Strength in numbers, Guardian. Excellent.
Yeah, it is what it is, you know.
You captured Zone A. You have zone advantage.
You either get good or you get got. It's really just, it's...
Zone B lost.
Oh, he's... Wait, can I hit a shot? What? That guy's on McWi... No, I'm on Mc... No, I was gonna say he's on McWi-Fi, but realistically I'm the one on McWi-Fi, so... And I'm not loving it.
Zone C captured. Zone
Okay.
advantage is yours.
I accept it. I accept it.
Zone A lost.
Binya! Guide me. Yep. We are being inflanked.
Zone C lost. Power play. Get those zones back.
What the lag? Dude. Oh, I'm being flanked. I'm being flanked. He's coming for me. He wants me. He wants
Zone
me.
B captured.
No, okay. You're here for Outriders. I understand that. Okay. Why do people at work think that I want to hear them? You know, my friend, everyone has the right in this world to an opinion, but that they're not necessarily entitled to having the right one. That's kind of the way life works, unfortunately. That didn't kill him. Okay, no, I actually just predicted that I was going to kill him, and I didn't. There's a guy called Biscuit Meniscus. Biscuit Meniscus. Across on the stream, but the lag is...
Two for one. 3 opponents down. Look at them fall. This is wonderful.
Yeah, it is wonderful, actually. Who knew that McWi-Fi could be so good? Not sponsored, by the way.
You
Don't
captured
know if you
Zone
could tell or
C.
not.
That's a power play. You took
I might
them.
have McDonald's
Now hold.
internet, but I don't have their money, unfortunately. It's not a fair trade at all.
5 minutes remain. A strong start. Fight on.
Oh!
Zone A lost. Zone C lost.
Okay. Ooh, got him.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh. Oh, come on. Biscuit meniscus. Why do you do this to me?
Zone A captured. You
I can't
have
believe, like,
advantage.
I wasn't expecting to kill him with that, to be fair, but, like, I was expecting at least...
Zone B lost.
Okay, alright. No, not allowed. Huh. Call me carried.
Zone A lost. Your enemy has a power play.
Spaceman. How do we see the
Zone B
schedule? Oh,
captured.
it's the description. Yeah. Here.
Zone C
Oh, in the back.
captured.
Oh, can
You
you, dude? I am
have
talking to people. Why are you trying to kill me? That did it. Okay. Sweet. True, but when I hear them, it's like I hear them talk in slow motion, and I hear like the hive worm sucking my brain, and now I want burgers. Yeah. Yeah. No, I can understand that.
Zone B lost.
Okay, thanks for getting stuck
3
on that rock.
minutes. You're winning.
My
Stay
hunter likes to
strong.
live life dangerously,
You
it seems.
have advantage.
Hello? No! Oh, come on. You got lucky. You know, maybe if I was connected to internet that was located on this side of the hemisphere, we would actually be able to do some business, but... Why? I deserve... No, just kill me. Kill me. Kill me. I deserve to die. Thank you. No, like, when I'm actually, like, bad, right?
Zone B
I'm just bad,
captured.
and that's it.
Power play. Keep
It's
the pressure on.
how it is.
Zone A lost.
Well, then take it back. Wait, whoa. That, okay. No, that's unfortunate. You're telling me, I refuse to believe that that didn't kill him. There
Zone
are
B
some...
lost. Keep it up. And victory is yours.
No, that killed him. Thank you.
Zone A captured. You have advantage.
I would like to believe. I'm about to end this man's whole career. Hello?
Zone B
No.
captured.
I've got a sniper as well.
Keep the pressure on. A victory well executed.
Thank you.
You fight like a demon for these zones.
Yes. Well, the
Bring
flinch.
me your friends.
It happens.
I need more like you.
There can only be one. Easy win. Any good? Ooh. No. No, okay. No, I saw a Vorpal and I got excited, but it's... No. No, it's not happening. So recently I thought about World of Warcraft and a lot, and how to jump onto a private server being half legal and free to play. I might do that despite not liking World of Warcraft 4 that much. I know. What do you mean? What do you mean by half legal? Do you mean the game half legal or you're half legal? As for the game itself, it's currently like not really available, but I cannot stress enough how worth it is to try Final Fantasy 14. I'm not really into it. I have a character who's like really low level. I've not done too much. I haven't spent any money on the game, but it's amazing. Old WoW lore was great, but they seem to retcon most of the yeah. My goodness, have you ever seen that one guy? He's like he covers the lore of World of Warcraft, and he goes on a massive rant, an absolute rampage, about how they he spent so much money on the lore and they just keep on like ruining it. I can relate to that. I felt like that after Beyond Light, but like I haven't bought tons of books, unlike him.
control.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a shame. Like, I never really played World of Warcraft too much, but the narrative and the story of a game, it really matters to me, and the consistency and respect of it.
Victory demands it.
And unfortunately, when you get something like World of Warcraft or the Warcraft series in general, I think, you know, people like to say, oh, it's because of, you know, politics and stuff like that, and yeah, maybe a part
Enemy
of that
claims
is.
Zone C. Zone A
Well,
captured.
buddy. Yeah, no. But I think a lot of it honestly has to do with the fact. Okay, no, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. No. Listen, right?
Enemy claimed Zone B.
I might have
They
the
have
Mick Wi-Fi,
advantage.
but he's got the Whopper Wi-Fi. He's on that Burger King stuff. No. Filthy shotgun. Uh-oh. Oh, my connection is so bad. Nah, I'm just gonna go for the... Hello? And as we navigate through shotgun territory... Ooh! Private... Give me 1 second. Revenge is mine. Private servers shouldn't be like... Oh, that's right. I forgot private servers are kind of... Yeah. But Blizzard... Yeah, makes sense. Come here. Oh, I thought I had my dash. Sorry, my bad. Besides, off topic, I can't wait to start publishing my fan fiction's prologue chapters next week. That is. When you do that, please share them with me. I'd love to check it out.
Zone A lost.
And I have Black Desert Online, free copy claimed. Yeah. BRB, yeah, go for it. Yeah, Black Desert Online is another one that I never checked out too much,
You
but
captured Zone B.
what I've always heard about
Zone
Black Desert
advantage
Online is that it
yours.
has like the best combat in any MMO. Okay. Thanks, Atra. He was in a different dimension for me.
Zone A captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them. Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage.
And as we traverse the Shotgun Nation, I can smell it from a mile away, man. Okay.
Zone B captured. You have advantage.
Oh, fair enough. I cannot get mad at that. Oh my goodness, look at my bar. No, when I'm not streaming, like, it's fine, you know, but,
Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage.
now, some of you who are observing this carnage, you might say to yourselves, Venextron, that's not really a high skill weapon. And to that, I would respond with saying, you're absolutely correct. But it still is more skillful than that. Okay? It is still more skillful than that, and that's what counts. By the way, it's a 1k charge time fusion rifle, right? So, like, well, I'm sure you're not having a good time. Can you stay in the one continent?
5 minutes.
And as we traverse the shotgun territory. Easy one. Oh. And as we traverse the shotgun. Oh, yeah, he's actually trying something new this time. Wow, good for you. Oh, come on, you can do it, buddy. Come on. Oh, yeah, maybe this time. Oh no.
Have my respect,
Oh, no.
Hunter. Double down.
It's just sad, man. Your fiction will be in Polish only. I have to translate it. Dude, I can just Google translate it. I mean, I'm sure it won't be 100% accurate, but I don't mind. Hello? Domino. Oh, you actually won. Cool.
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Oh, that's a goldie.
Zone A lost. They have advantage.
Hello? Wait. Hello? Okay, no, I deserved. I was spit. No,
Zone
shotgun!
B captured. You have advantage.
And as we navigate the perilous shotgun realm, oh, there's two of them. They hunt in packs.
You're in the lead.
Shield.
What can stop you if you fight together?
My shotgun, you can stop me in about
3 minutes.
0.25
Hold
seconds.
strong, and this battle is yours.
Boy. This is rough. Oh, okay. That's understandable. Oh, Felix, have you been watching the new Attack on Titan season? Let's come back. I know you've read the manga.
Zone A captured.
Pretty sure you
Power
have.
play. Keep the pressure on.
But have you seen the new season at all?
Zone C lost.
Yeah. Go get him, John
Zone
Knight.
C
John Knight.
captured. That's a power play.
And Pepe.
You took them.
Go on,
Now
Pepe. What a
hold.
hero.
Zone A lost. I need a hunter like you with the red jacks.
Oh, that's great. That does put a smile on my face. Where are you? Come here. Come here. Come here. Let's get it over with. Come on. Come over here, man.
One final push and victory is
Bro.
yours.
Where are you at?
1
Where
minute.
are you? Are you?
Keep the
What?
pressure on.
What is happening?
.30 seconds remain. Finish them.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Let me. I'll handle this. Ah, close.
Zone B lost. They have advantage.
What?
A victory well executed.
Oh, that's fine. Oh my goodness, the bar's gone even lower.
You fight like a demon for these.
This is the coolest
Bring
stream.
your friends.
Dude,
I need
it's.
more like you.
I've done my best. I've done my best. some things have gone to plan, and a lot of things haven't. But I'm just at this stage. I'm just trying to have a good time. I'm just hanging out. I'm just hanging out. The next major thing. I'll tell you what. I'll do one more match, and then I'll go on Outriders, and I'll just check that out for a bit. But again, on 9 p.m., I've got a podcast with Embrace Destiny. Should be good. In terms of anime, season winter 2022, I managed to go find. Okay, that's the name of the anime. Okay. Hidden Gem type of anime. Has original setting centered around 2 words, rust and mush. Huh. Okay. Since forever, I'll be watching more than one seasonal anime. I read manga until season 2 events, and yes, I've seen already bangers previous part. Yeah. I can already tell from the intro and the outro that it's gonna be a tearjerker. It's like it's one of those things where it's kind of like happy, but when something really sad happens, you see the happy thing, then it makes you cry. I can just tell like that's what they're going for with that. Of course, I don't cry because I had my tear ducts removed when I was an infant. Hey, you're back. By the way, Mr. Abdul, I hope I pronounced it right.
Control.
We are playing on McWi-Fi at the moment. 3000 ping. Satellite is on the other side of the hemisphere, and we are traversing Shotgun Realm. It's gonna get a little crazy. You're gonna see people enter the 4th and 5th dimensions in real time. You're gonna see Titans blinking, and you're gonna see my fusion do things that a fusion shouldn't. But if that sounds like fun to you, then I guess we're in for a good match.
Enemy claimed Zone A. You captured Zone C.
Approaching Objective Alpha. Oh, target spotted. Oh. No. Okay. Adria keeps. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button. Retreat. Retreat. Oh no.
Zone A captured.
what?
Zone advantage is yours.
What? What?
Keep the pressure on.
Wait, he. Okay. He's gonna run it. Oh
Zone A.
no,
lost.
I'm diving it, man. Nice. The shot, the Abe zone. Yeah, that's exactly it. Gimme.
Zone B lost. You captured Zone A. You
This
have
one-
zone advantage.
Like, there are a few parts of the map, right? Where you... Critical damage. Okay. No, don't get stuck on the wall. I didn't give you permission to do that.
Zone C lost.
Haha, you got baited. No. Wow.
Zone C
I spoke
captured.
about it
You have
previously,
zone
but
advantage.
today my friend told me that she's been creating her own universe for some time now. I instantly thought about you and just, oh wow, yeah. No, I love it when people do that, man. I really do. I think it's great. Wait, what? Wait,
Shut the enemy down.
now that's what I'm talking about right there. This guy met Death, and Death sent him back to get one more kill, and that kill was me. Have you considered playing?
Zone A lost.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, outplayed. There's your playing better, Alexander. Oh, we've got another one. Oh, we got a live one, boys. Oh, hello. Didn't reload. Oh, nice. I allow you one.
Zone B
Yeah,
captured. You have
that's exactly-
zone advantage.
precisely. I can. No. Everyone just seems to be dead. Boom.
Zone C
never mind.
lost.
Fair enough. Okay, well, it did. Listen, I never said I was the best in the world, okay? Has anyone seen D.
Five
Oh,
minutes
no.
left.
Is
Keep it up.
this the Dune that you're on about?
Zone C
Like the one that got
captured.
the
You
new
have advantage.
remake? I read the book of that ages ago.
Zone B lost.
Sorry. I kind of got you killed, Adria. I'm sorry. Dude, what do you... Oh, come on, man. I'm gonna try and snipe you with my shotgun from across the map. And 50% of the time it actually works, huh? No. Okay. And as we traverse the enemy lines. No, these guys are definitely on the Whopper Wi-Fi. Oh my goodness. No, that's the whole
Zone A
squad.
captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Okay, tactical attack. Recalculating.
Zone A lost.
Okay, no, I didn't play good. I didn't. Okay, no, sit up. Alright, do I have the hacks installed? I didn't. Oh, I mean, guys, I'm sorry. I had my monitor turned off.
3 minutes left.
You should see better gameplay now. Ah, come on. Ooh, ah. Hey, Tailgate, you're back. Yes, that's the one. I have. Wait, there's more than one book? I thought there was only one. Yikes.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage. You captured Zone B. That's a power play.
Okay.
You took them. Now hold them.
Oh no, I don't really feel like dealing with. I don't. kill that guy, to be honest with you. Okay, well.
Zone A lost. Zone C lost.
Okay, well, you don't need to be rude about it.
Zone C captured. You have zone advantage.
Wait, you're using a fusion too? Oh no, that's it. Oh no. Okay, no. We're gonna change it up a bit. There can only be one fusion master. And I am apparently just not worthy. I have been disowned, disgraced, and
1 minute.
honestly,
You have
as you
this.
can see, disintegrated.
Zone C lost.
Hello? Wait, what? Can you? I would like to win this game. That would be nice. I'd be okay with that. Oh.
It's not over until I sing,
okay.
Guardian.
Hey!
And I never sing.
Quad feed.
You're almost there.
Can we get the trick shot? Can we get the trick shot? We have 15 seconds. Can we hit the trick shot? Is it possible? Oh.
10 seconds.
Enemies, come on. Oh. Ah! No.
You're defeated. Fight again.
Wait, did you not know everybody hacks in this game?
Persistence is key.
Bad fusion. I think, honestly, Max, I think you're a bad fusion.
Zones are your light.
To be honest
Guardian.
with
Keep fighting. You'll get it.
Enemy team have received the payment for you. Okay. Listen, I'm on Mick Wi-Fi. What do you want from me? I am literally... I don't even have a satellite. It's underground. It's in the bin. Okay, so I did say I would go on Outriders, so I think it's what I'm gonna go real quick though. I'm gonna go to my thingamajiggy. Bad fusion, how dare you. Disgusting. Disgusting! I am currently playing through the Dead Space Dude, Dead Space is so good. Dead Space 2 is probably in my top 5 games of all time. During the winter sales, not only did I get Master Chief Collection, 2 remaining parts of stock, Trilogy, and Dishonored. Paid about $37, pretty cheap these days. Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Yeah, Dead Space 2, man, is insane. Insane. And the third game, I never finished it, unfortunately, but I need to. Bad fusion, you're a bad fusion. You can say you got bad... Okay. Maybe get some fusion with quicker chart. You need me to head out? No, you're good. I'm probably just gonna Alt F4 in like 15 seconds. No, the fusion... Listen, okay, my fusion has nearly 2,000 Crucible kills, okay? This is my baby. Not since the days, the glorious golden era of Pocket Infinity have I ever held, embraced a fusion that was this good. You think I jest? You're wrong. I don't know. I might try and get fusion from this. Why not? We'll see. If I get the god roll on stream, it's... Okay, well, that's not just... Do I have any more? No, I don't. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It is what it is. I watched Zanny stream Dead Space 3 on Twitch with a friend, and he called the Church of Unitology Space Mormons. No, Felix. So no, your suggestion about charge time is valid. The reason why I'm not the biggest fan of it is because I actually got one. If I can find it. Yeah. That's actually not bad. Feathered range, I really like that. But I hate the Oh no, it's actually that's high impact as well. Huh. I thought it was a different one. Memories. Oh yeah, apparently this one's really good actually. Nah. Yeah, but it's 460, so maybe. Maybe. Wait, where's it? Okay. Okay. No, I guess it's just the way it is. Telesto is... Do you remember what I was saying about people having their own opinion? No, I think it's definitely the most broken of fusions. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to move on to... I'm going to move on to Outriders. And, yeah. Actually, let me just think here. Oi, stop it. The first thing I want to do right before I go into Outriders is Outriders. I want to just say Outriders has a... I mentioned how there's no cut content and stuff like that. Outriders has an expansion coming out. And I wanted to show it. It's called World Slayer, which honestly, like... That's a really cool name. But they didn't even reveal it as its own thing. Yeah, I'm just getting it up here. Okay. Okay. Ah, that hurt my ears. There you go.
Oh, I've heard such terrible, terrible things about you. How many of my people did you kill just to reach us?
Okay. So, this is literally it. In my opinion, I feel like they should have shown more. Like, not even gameplay, but like even if on one of these screens they like said, "Oh yeah, new story, new destination, new expedition," you know, stuff like that. Like because what that does is that tells us what to expect in terms of like the size of the content. But do we even know if it's paid or if it's free? Like, we just don't, like, we don't really know. But I can't remember what the date was, but Outriders had a huge update that really added some great. Yeah, honestly, it does look like a vampire.
Terrible things about you.
Man, I love the Outriders character. They just don't care. They're just annoyed. Like, how dare you? I'm trying to loot somebody, and you're interrupting me. I'm going to now destroy you.
How many of my people did you kill?
So,
Did you
dude, imagine if she is like one of those people from like the statues that I showed you earlier. Alex, I don't know. I thought it was weird that you didn't acknowledge the expansion and you didn't release. Yeah, no, yeah. I found the Venextron phrase. So I actually, yeah. I wonder if we could see the first Altered as a villain in the future. So they added new expeditions tailgate, and I have yet to do them, but I know that your man is in them. In one of them anyway. Yeah, it depends. The thing with your man, the first Altered, is it's really hard to tell how much of a sanity he still has, because the whole thing with the Altereds is that although they're like uber powerful, they begin to kind of lose their sanity. But like, he's the first one that ever was made, so he's been around for ages. So you'd think by now, if he's not utterly broken, he's gonna be fine, but I don't know.
just to reach it?
She's got these tentacles, because of course. Black goo. Looks like Aldrin in Forsaken, to be honest with you. With like the whole...
How many of my people did you kill? Just to reach it? To reach it?
Just to reach us. Just to reach us.
About things about you. How many?
She's even doing the thing with her hand that the statues do. I'm just saying.
My people did you kill? Just to reach it?
Yeah. Oh, let's see. So the reason why I'd like it to be the statue thing is just because I think that'd be a really cool development. I wonder if we could see the first. It says coming 2022, so I'm assuming we'll get a more in depth. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Sure. And yes, the player character's attitude. Yeah. A lot of people think that it's cringe, or that I don't know. It seems forced, but like again, those people don't know the lore. They don't know what that character's been through. Like, Outriders covers the minority of our character's story, realistically, I would say. Because, you know, our character had a whole life as a mercenary going through Earth as it was falling apart. Yeah. It makes you a bit rough, you know, around the edges. Nominate Outriders for Steam Awards Better with Friends. That didn't win, I don't think. Oh, actually, I'll play. Alright, I've just got this playlist set to random. You are unleashed, be free. Like literally like there's more than one person, or she's like just so there we go.
ask, what have you, like, when you do play the game, like, what do you do? Like, what do you do? This game is so addicting for, like, so addicting. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna try to stop again. There you go. This game is so addicting for so many people, and you're really loud as well. Thank you. There we go. We're good. So this is my guy, and I really like the way he looks. I think he looks decent. I don't like the helmet actually, but I have a set that doesn't show his helmet. And yeah, everything. This is all like god roll gear for me. I literally grinded and I crafted. This has like the perfect rolls for me. And they yeah, they really did their best to make the other trees more viable, but I still feel like this is like it's not really a competition. BRB going under a shower. Yeah, sure. How many of my people did you kill? Yeah. So, okay, so okay, let's just break it down, like what she could be. She's either A, just some random monster thingy that we've never seen before, right? Or she's an altered, just an altered that's like really powerful. Or she is this like other like original race from like the statues. Just everything, like I'm doing my best, man. Why is it doing so loud? It's fine. If she's an altered, just an altered, right? Then my guess is, by talking about my people, she's talking about other altereds, or like, you know, there's Kang. He's still out there. If she's just a monster, then I don't know, she's talking about the beasts or something else. And if she's one of those, whatever, she's, I don't know, maybe, I don't want to say the ferals, because I feel like the ferals, if my theory is correct, then I feel like the ferals were created to overthrow her kind. But that's just my guess. Costumes, the wild, it's fine. Boomtown, that's fine. Just, let me try it on this. Oh dang. I just saw your message. I'm gonna try this just once, and if it is aids, sure. For sure. I talked about the story once on an old stream from 2020. Well, sorry, my original story is about secret organizations fighting for control over old tech left behind by an alien race, and the bad guys are an Illuminati-esque group called Sentinel. And I talked about this story once on an old stream from 2020. So you have a story, I'm pretty sure Atra has one. Oh, I like this song. This is actually a decent song. Now, I'm a bit rusty in this as well, but let's go, boys. How many of my people do you have to kill? Yeah, true. key binding, dudes. By the way, is anyone else excited for Eldorn? Also, I think Kang is... the voice actor is the same dude voice. I actually didn't play. Uh-oh. 1 second. Did he die? Reloading, winning, dying, losing, winning. Fine, I'm fine. Not a problem. I'm just gonna reload. Thank you.
More bodies around an obelisk mechanism. Seems they were trying to activate it.
Not so bad. Not so bad. Yeah, I actually wouldn't know because I didn't play Brotherhood. No, we would okay, that's just not fair at all. Did you see that? They like bent in midair. Apparently you just can't. You don't want to. Oh man, I'm gonna need to get another drink of water. It's a cool gun. I don't like the whole wicker effect, but it's cool. Oh, I hate this guy. Oh, that was one. Nice. Is there two or just one? Easy. Oh, dang it. Oh, this could be it for us. But we persevere. Can't believe this is... There we go. I should be fine. Before Outriders launched, one of my theories for Enoch was that it was Earth, but yeah. Oh wow, actually that would have been, huh.
I wonder. I mean, like, I think the premise would have been cool. I would have been interested to know how they would have made that work. Oh, I hate this. This is probably the worst part of the whole thing. No, I don't think so. You see, this is bounced. This is perfectly bounced. Oh, spawn Kevin. Okay, now this. Yeah, I don't appreciate this. Yes. Oh, I'm too fast. I'm too fast. I'm too fast. I hate these guys. The flies things. I'm frozen. I'm frozen. Oh my goodness. I should stop. We have a minor problem. I've been sitting wrong this whole time, and I've lost feeling in my leg. I think I've been gaming a little too intensely. And we've got a lot of bosses. We have a lot of bosses. Let's go. Come on. Get close, get close. Okay, no, here we go. Okay, ideal. Winning. Ammo levels, okay. Winning. I'll play. Not out losing apparently. No, tactical. Can you just stand there? Just stand. Are you doing? No, just stand there. Just like that. Just one more. Now, I don't know if you were able to tell, but it's a casual game. There's no difficulty whatsoever. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no, the mosquitoes are just horrible. Just 1 second. Let's see. I think I already picked this up, didn't I? Yeah, okay. We're good.
Outrider, I have the approximate location.
Approximate? How about exact? I like specifics. I am a busy man. I don't like to run around in circles. Smells like Where's the big boy? Where's the big? There's always a bigger fish. Ow, I'm in pain. I'm in agony. I'm in agony. I'm actually, like, not having fun. No, don't reload. I'm a hero. I'm a legend. I'm a hero. I'm a legend. I'm a hero. Yes. Come on. Come on. Woo! Wait, that wasn't it? Wait, that... Oh. Okay. Ah, the Polynesian Spa. Of course I've heard of it. Come on, New Zealand, try something new. There are no words.
There's the pod.
Okay.
Looks like the forest is clean.
Yeah, go eat the pod. Eat the pod. There you go. Yeah. Right. Boys, we have one last encounter. One last challenge. And the riches of the pod are ours.
Whoa. The whole forest seems to be pissed at me. Where the hell did the pod go?
Wait, give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Gotta check something. Gotta check something. I'm just checking something for the podcast. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Right. Alright, let's kill this guy. Come on, big boy. Thank you for spitting it out. I'd say that was giving you quite the case of indigestion. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Move, 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 move.
All pretty angry, I get that. But I'm still gonna be down.
The fish! No, I don't. I hate it when he does that. I don't really. Can you refrain? That. There's more. I've got Itino syndrome. I'm panicking. You can. Okay, that's just not right. That's not right. That's not ethical. That's the wrong gun. Alright, let's end this. There's more? No, I don't like it. I don't need a tan. Don't burn me. I require ammunition. I don't love it. He's beginning. He's surrounded by people. Combo. Don't. Okay, nah, he just. You and execute. Oof. That was intense, man. That was so intense. You know how in the book of Boba Fett, that Boba Fett has a personal back-to-cank? Yeah, I'd say so. Also, if you've seen today's episode, please don't say anything about it, because I have not seen it yet. Okay, please give me a legendary. Please give me a legendary. Let's go. Come on. Gimme. Give me the loot. Ah. Yeah. Sometimes you get what you want, sometimes you don't. 1 second. Okay. Easy, only blue. Yeah, it's purples, but just still, it feels like blue to me. Get rid of you. Trash. And trash. What's the roll in this? No. Trash. That's a shame. That's really a shame. I actually worked really hard to get all that trash. Actually, you know where I really want to go is I want to go to that city, the town. You know, I'm pretty sure in one of the trailers they said that the town was going to evolve over time. I really thought they said something about that, but they just never did. Earth town, yeah. Just a reminder again, boys, that we are under now an hour until the podcast begins. So the way this is gonna work is probably like between 5-10 minutes before that. I'm gonna go just for like a minute because I'm gonna talk to your man or whatever, and we're gonna make sure we're all set up. I'm pretty certain that he'll be running his own stream as well. And, yeah. Actually, so what we're going to be talking about... I'm just going to turn this on real quick. What we're going to be talking about, the state of the game currently, things that we like about it, things that we don't like about it. Of course, we'll be talking about the lore. Probably lore about this season, maybe some of the big topics, like thoughts on like the Ankara, the 9,
anything else that kind of comes to mind. And yeah, I think if you guys have any questions, so he is, you know, he covers the lore for Destiny. So if you have any questions for him, or if there's anything, or if you have questions for me even, or if there's anything that you'd like us to talk about, any like talking points, then just leave them in the chat, and then I'll be sure to bring them up. He might have people asking me stuff for him, stuff on his end, or I don't know what it's gonna be like. To quote, yeah, oh my goodness, no, what's worse than getting blues is when they charge $10 for blue, am I right? I saw his Halo Infinite review yesterday. Yeah, I remember being here in the demo. And being really eager to see this, you know, evolve into something a bit more like organized and polished, like the tower, you know. Man, I get so many memories. Wait, what?
You're wrong. They've been out there waiting for the right time to come back.
You're losing it, lady.
You're going to have to tell how you did it sometime. Years from now, people...
Thanks again for getting the guy who killed Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang, yeah. She always looks at you really weird. Wait, why does it say that her stuff's better than what I have? What? 54K, what? There's no way. Oh, you're comparing it to this. Yeah, well this stuff is... You don't have anything better than... Surely not. No, you don't have anything. It's 59K?
Good to see you again. You'll be pleased to know that.
Can you hook me up? Come on, it's sword here. I'll even share it with you.
What are you on about? What are you on about?
This must be Jakob's old place. This is Jakob's. Seems he left something behind. Vodka, of course. And a note. Polish. I should go see how he's liking his spot on the hill.
Wait, did I not accept it? No, I did. That cape, though. Yeah. It's neat. Let's go pour one out with my buddy Jakob. Oh no, that's the wrong place. It's a good view.
So where do I have to go to pour this thing? Nope.
Place is crawling with insurgents. I need to clear them out.
Actually, I'm sorry, Jakob, but there's something I gotta do. I gotta do this. Wait a minute. I remember his Evolve review. You're trying to be 20. Yeah. Yeah. What I want to do is I want to... There's something I haven't done in a long time in this game. Long time. You might already have an idea. This guy, I feel like they needed to do more with him. So cool. They just used him to show off Moloch,
because he
but
won't. Because he can do what the fuck he wants.
Hey, I've never been so happy to see a familiar face. You haven't aged a day.
You got old, my friend. In the hallway, that was Seth. What was he doing here?
Ignoring our pleas for help.
I thought it was on your side.
Seth, he's not on anyone's side. The insurgents have altered their walking nightmares. We're lucky Seth shows up to fight them back sometimes, but only if it fits whatever the hell game he's playing. Hey, damn it.
You have no idea how bad it is, Outrider. We thought we escaped the apocalypse. We thought we could start over again here. But we were wrong. I was wrong.
Shira.
Do you know why I'm in charge? Because I'm the only officer left alive. The insurgents at our door, they're feral, sadistic. They have us surrounded. We're low on food and bullets. And if those freaks don't kill us, this planet will!
Welcome back.
The black fungus in the forest. We never found a cure. The mountains are filled with abominations. And the anomaly storms get bigger every year. We don't have much time left. If we don't find a way out of this valley, if we don't find a miracle, this last shred of humanity is over.
Shira.
Oh, would you look at that?
I can do things now. I don't understand, but maybe there's a reason.
Yes, you are. I guess I know why I saved your damn life all those years ago.
I'm sure this isn't exactly what you had in mind.
I'm not complaining.
Still, I don't get it. The day we landed, that storm, it tore Cuthbert apart, but not me. Why? Why was I...
Altered? Who the hell knows? When those storms hit, some get ripped inside out, some turn pink polka dot, and a few come back. Fucking immortal.
Nothing about the anomaly makes sense. It disrupts the laws of nature. It mutates whatever it touches. Early on, the ECA's best scientists tried to understand the storms, to tame them. None survived.
I guess you got lucky, boss. Or maybe not.
All I care about is that you are on our side. Our only supply line is blocked by an altar that our weapons cannot touch. Out by the old solar array. Seth had no interest in helping us, but now, you're here.
Hell, why not? Maybe I can buy humanity another day.
Lieutenant? What the hell was that?
The whole front line just collapsed! Like an earthquake, or I think we lost our whole first line of defenses!
On my way. Go, go, go!
Hey, in case I don't get another chance, I tried to find you. But it all went to shit. We had to run for our lives.
Forget it. I'm alive. We should have been dead 10 times over, if not for Tanner, if not for Shira. I'm the one with dues to pay now, Jakob.
Boss, I missed you. It's good to have you back. Now go beat that altar's ass for us, so we can get back in this goddamn fight.
Yeah, I know, right?
Outrider, be careful out there. It's bad.
I'll see what I can do. Sure. I still got about 30 years of questions to catch up on.
So if you make it back in one piece, come back to me. But I don't promise I'll have all the answers.
I think. Wait a minute. Rip Jakob shouldn't have had kids. That's actually a fair point.
The insurgents took
I think Evolve was the game that kickstarted the whole deluxe edition trend. Really? Like the way they Okay, what way do you mean? Like, did they lock a lot of content behind the deluxe edition, or? Yeah. Remind me to show you my awesome screenshots took during my first playthrough. Yeah, sure. My whiskey. You know, I always thought it was vodka, but it could be whiskey. Yeah, someone just let. Yeah, 100%. The dude was thirsty. Okay. He suffered enough. Just let him drink. Just let the man drink. Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to go relive some very old memories. Oh, I always thought this was so cool.
Okay, boss. Do you see a big tower? That's where you need to get. The old solar tower. But it's a mess out there. Everything's upside down.
Yeah, I noticed. Don't worry, I'm carving my way through it.
I remember doing this in the demo. I really wish that I could go back in time and experience again playing this game for the first time. I remember on the day, my goodness, the amount of fun I had.
I
Please stop. I need him alive.
Yes, let's do it. Watch Matt McMuscle's What Happened video on Evolved. It goes into a lot of detail. Yeah, I might actually need to do that. Cause like obviously everybody knows what happened to Evolve, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure I know why it happened. Legendary on the first one. I thought I got on the first one. Wait, they said they my goodness, you're right. Yeah, I said so much time. I told like I spent between this and Gauss, the 3 trench run. I would say that I spent. Oh yeah, you used to kill the snipers as well, didn't you? I spent like well over 70 hours. Yeah. Funny to think that I would grind the demo of a game for over 70 hours, and this was like right after an expansion for D2 came out. I thought the stuff with the packs was cool. The stuff in the jungle I actually really wasn't the biggest fan of, but this was definitely my favorite. I really liked this setting, and what was the name of the one that came after? The one where Seth dies. That whole region. I really liked that as well. I remember the dude and then the 2 snipers. I would farm that. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Okay, this is the plan. I'm gonna do this. We'll say 3 more times. And then I haven't actually had food in quite a while. I'm gonna go get food. And then I'll have the podcast. Imagine if I did get one. Sniff it. There you go. Really? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Tailgate, thanks for stopping by though, man. I really enjoyed talking to you. This was it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Smell it. The sniper took it out of his pocket. Yeah. No problem. Okay. I'm gonna get food, and then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna get set up for the. I'm gonna get set up for the podcast. Make sure that's all good to go. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat, and I'll be sure to, or anything like that. And yeah, right? Okay, I will return. Biscuit meniscus. Okay. Oh, here we go. Is anybody still there, or has everyone departed? Hey, you're back. Oh, nice. I'm gonna get a call from him in like 5 minutes, probably 3 minutes. Oh, nice armor. I'm pretty sure it's just the two of you. I'm just writing a thingy of things I'm gonna say, or ask, or talk about, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to him. I'll be right back. Okay. Hey guys, I'm back. Can you actually how would you like me to refer to you? Do you want me to call you Kaz or Embrace or
Kaz is best.
Kaz? Yeah. Okay. Guys, can you hear Kaz? Can you just say something in the chat so that I know?
Hello,
that
chat. Can everybody hear me on both sides of the stream?
Can they hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's a good question, chat. Can you hear Venextron? Can I call you Ven? Do you have a short form? Or
just call me Ben. It's all good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they can hear us both.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. So I guess I'll just kick it right off then. So I'll introduce you first. So guys, this is Kaz, or he also goes by Embrace Destiny. He is another guy that covers the lore of Destiny. And also, I mean, listen, I've been looking at your channel, and you seem, although you cover the lore, I feel like you're more of a, like, I feel like you actually, I think when you refer to yourself as like the Sentinel Titan, I can see that. I really can. Because, you know, there's a lot of videos that you make where you're talking about just, you know, helping people, or you're aware of just, you know, yourself, and also, like, you know, your streams, pretty much all your streams are helping people, you know? Like, you're basically, like, I wouldn't even call you a Sherpa, because it's like, well, this is just really hard activity, but you're just a nice guy. So yeah, I would say that you're a lore content creator, but you're also just, I don't know, you're just a community, I don't know what the word is for it, but you're just like...
God, should we let him compliment me for the next 3 hours? I think that's that works for me.
But like, no, because, like, you know, I've seen a lot of people, right? I've seen a lot of people that cover the game, but, you know, you seem to consistently dedicate content just for, like, you know, helping people, or, you know, just stuff like that, and it's something that's I just appreciate, you know. I feel like, because, like, I know you were saying earlier how you're not necessarily like on the grind in terms of, you know, the numbers, but I think a lot of times people can get just caught up in that, and they're focused on what gets the most clicks, and oh, what's the algorithm gonna love, but like you keep it real, if you get me. You know, you have what matters to you the most in the game, and I mean, as much as I feel like the lore matters to you, I feel like the people matter the most to you. I could be wrong in saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here, right? Like, so exactly, first of all, thank you for saying that. It's very nice. I do appreciate that a lot. I mean, yeah, I started playing this game and I only had one friend who played, and I didn't know anything about gaming communities. I literally didn't even know how Reddit worked or anything like that when I started playing Destiny. And a couple things happened in my life. I moved to France. I moved away from my friends. My friends moved away from Destiny, and I started learning how the communities work and things like that. And yeah, I mean, I kind of came into gaming a little bit later in life. So when most people run into stuff that they might consider normal, I consider it a little bit not normal, toxic, rude, immature, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And so I really do my best to try and push back, or at least try to show something different. I mean, we've all been there without fire teams. We've all, we've had bad LFG experiences.
I was just about to say, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that, like, I got into Destiny because of, two things: punching stuff, and the lore. The deeper story fascinated me. That beyond this punching stuff simulator, there was a really deep story and universe to explore. But I got into helping people because I had trouble myself to find raid groups, to find people, even just to do things like Whisper of the Worm or whatever. So yeah, I joke, and it might sound a little, arrogant, but I really do try to live my best Captain America, Sentinel Titan life. I'm out there, I'm helping people. I'm not really doing raids. I'm mostly dungeons, secret missions, stuff like that. I did over 300 runs of 0 Hour. I just love being available, helping people out as best I can. And honestly, the most rewarding thing, on a selfish note, the rewarding thing is that helping people has helped me love this game longer and more deeply than I think I would have if I played by myself or tried to slog it out in the LFG.
Yeah.
Yeah, because every time somebody gets a gun, I mean, there's a reason I did, so many runs. I've done hundreds of runs of dungeons and things because they are having a great time, and that makes me enjoy it. So that's selfishly, and then selflessly, just seeing the community grow and go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do some dungeons and help people out. I'm going to set up a raid group. I'm going to play PvP and show people how to be a better PvP player without, sending horrible messages or whatever.
Yeah.
Just seeing that bounce back is so gratifying. So yeah, I love the lore, I love the story, and I'm always exploring it, and I'll talk your ear off on it. But if I can do anything to help, then if it's in my power, then I will do it.
I mean, I have to say, it's probably one of the most admirable goals you can have when playing a video game. I think most people will. I mean, yeah, I think the majority of people play games to relax, and I think to go out of your way to, help other people relax that aren't even necessarily in your friend group. You don't really see that a lot nowadays. I mean, okay, well, yeah, you kind of see it in Destiny, but a lot of times there's a price tag attached.
Yeah. And that's the other thing too is, I remember once somebody told me about Recov accounts and like all the helper paying accounts, and I was like, damn, I could have paid off my student loans if I just charged people for these 0 Hour runs.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I try, like, it's gonna sound really cheesy, and on both streams, chat, you're gonna hear some cheesy attitude from me, but honestly, I try to I want to see. I don't want to go into an LFG and have them kick me because I don't have particle. I don't have particle deconstructor on right now, or whatever it's called. I'm not even wearing a fusion rifle. It's fine if you want to play that way. Melt that boss. I love it. But if you don't, or you can't, or you don't know how, because I mean, Destiny isn't the easiest game to follow. I want to be able to provide you an experience where you can learn, you can engage, and you can have fun. And yeah, that's why I do it. Like, I don't play this game like 20 hours a day, and even if I did, I would still try to find a way to get more people involved, because I've learned so much, and I've seen so many great things from the people in this community. But that wouldn't have happened if I approached it from a more self-oriented perspective. And again, if that's how you want to play, MLG, do it. But like, bring people in, let them help you. Because what happens, honestly, even on a selfish front, what happens is I turn around and I'm like, guys, like, I don't raid much. Raids are a little bit weird for me. I don't raid much. If I need to get a raid done, well, so many people do dungeons, they'll help me with a raid now. Yeah. If I'm like, oh man, I had help getting to the lighthouse. I got to the lighthouse for the first time this year.
Hey,
because I'm playing PvP more, and I've been enjoying it, but I'm not the most competitive person, so getting to the lighthouse was a bit challenging. And I had some people come in, and they said, you helped me when I was running with my like stompies in, I don't know, Shattered Throne or whatever. I'll help you, carry your mostly PvE focused mind to the lighthouse. And yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I think, I mean, honestly, it does make sense though, and it should be another incentive for people to just, go out of the way to help others, or to even just be nice and treat others nicely.
Well, that's it. And I just want to say, like, if you don't have the time, the energy, the patience, the will to teach or help people, I get it. Trust me, I get it. And it's not I'm not sitting here saying you should be this way. Like, that's the opposite. Yeah. But if you can, or if you're interested, go for it. And if you can't, or you're not interested, like you said, you can focus on just being nice or not being mean or you know, what have you. So yeah, that's the other thing too, is that just I've had people come on and be like, you know, oh, I never had anybody who messaged me something nice after the Crucible or whatever, and it's a little sad to hear that. But again, if you can put out something positive, it does have a rippling effect, even bigger than you're aware of.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. Yeah.
So yeah, in terms of the content I pursue, so on my stream, I'm usually helping people out, and my Discord is full of people now who help people out. Great, takes the burden off of me. And in terms of the content that I pursue, like on YouTube, that stuff takes longer, and I like to put out stuff that is a little bit more polished. I'm not a very skilled video editor, but I don't like to rush that content. Streaming in for me is easy. I just hit go and, you know, just say whatever I want. But yeah, YouTube, I like to write down a script and really explore a topic or detail. And yeah, I basically focus on two types of things: helping people explore lore ideas that they may not have thought of or heard of, or you know, if they're new to the lore, so kind of helping again. Or I also, one of my most recent, and people seem to enjoy this playlist, is something called the Vanguard Report. And that's where I recall or explore something that's happened in the game from my Guardian's perspective.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So I got the idea because I was thinking about the difference between what the player knows versus what the character knows. You know, like sometimes you'll read some lore and it'll be about a conversation that there's no way you could possibly know as a Guardian.
Yeah.
And I also thought of it because a lot of times when you're examining the lore, it can be distant. It's not happening to me. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't matter. And I thought, well, what would it be like if I were actually a Guardian in this universe? How would I feel about Ro? How would I feel about the assassination attempt on Zavala? How would I feel on these things? And getting into that was another way for me to kind of appreciate the lore on a different level, because it's a story, it's made up, but it's supposed to be a story of people living in a shared world. And yeah, I found it a really interesting way, a slightly different spin on the way that lore is analyzed and presented. So
yeah, I think it's definitely interesting. And I think so. Wait, when you say from like the Guardian, are you talking about like from just any Guardian in general, or are you talking about like, you know, the Guardian kind of character?
So okay, technically from my Guardian's perspective, which I do try to make it, I try to make it from the Guardian's perspective. And this is the reason why this is funny to me, this one particular point, is I literally made a video recently talking about how I don't think the story should be about the Guardian anymore. We can dig into that later, but basically what I try to do is I try to present the game as if we are all different Guardians who all may have experienced the same thing. Yeah. Like, you went to the Glycon, you explored it. I went to the Glycon and I explored it. Neither of us were first, right? Or we both were, or you were, or I was, or it doesn't matter, you know. And then in terms of the emotional perspective, yeah, I have a particular perspective. I'm a bit lawful good. I'm a bit, you know, I really personally care about like the Last City and the Vanguard and things like that.
Me too, man.
And so, yeah, so I put those emotional spins on it, and I try to acknowledge the other takes, but it is still my own. It is still my Guardian. That, you know, my Titan had to, renew his library card with the Vanguard so he could go down to the last city and find some old lore manuscripts that helped him understand, dig into some of the deeper mysteries during Season of Chosen. And, I add some little details in there to try to make it a little bit my own. And what other people have told me is that they kind of feel like it is about my Guardian, but I try to make it generic enough that you kind of feel like, yeah, I was there. I did that too. I actually did one on the raid, on the Deepstone Crypt raid. Before I did the raid, I got footage from other people, and the way that I presented that was I presented it as if I were a Guardian coordinating other Guardians there. Like I was on the surface of Europa getting their intel after they finished the raid or as they were going to it.
That's pretty cool.
So it's not so it's not like I was there, but I was like, I basically talked about the raid race. And I was kind of relaying what they were doing back to the Vanguard, so to speak. So yeah, it adds to the immersion of it. It makes it feel real. It allows you to connect with it. And I think sometimes that helps people because the lore of Destiny is great, but I mean, go read the Books of Sorrow and you can either fall in love with it or you can roll your eyes in your head as you start like screeching eldritch horror, and then Akka and Yule and it's like, oh my god, what am I reading?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really good point, because I feel like I'm not too sure if I feel like Bungie, at least I think they try to strike that balance between the big story, the epic themes and the characters and stuff like that, and then on the more relatable stuff, the more human side of it, the stories that take place in the city just between the normal people, or are the Guardian or any Guardian just kind of doing just even generic stuff to again make the game feel more I suppose lived in, I guess you could say. And I feel like that can probably be very difficult to do, strike that balance, because obviously like the more epic eldritch horror stuff is kind of more eye-grabbing, but when you think about it, this is a game that people almost treat as a second home sometimes. You kind of need that lived-in element,
Yeah, it's a big topic that I could talk your ear off, but I always say that there's room in Destiny for both. There's room in Destiny for the grand space opera, but there's also room for the small drama, right? Because we all want to go to the Athenaeum worlds and the Cabal vaults, and we all want to go to these faraway exotic places and stuff like that. But if you don't give us kind of the more human elements every now and again, one, you may lose us because we're way out there. Two, what are we fighting for?
Exactly.
Why? Mm-hmm. And it's something I actually want to see a little bit more of. We've seen it a little bit, we've seen it more in the last year than arguably much of Destiny's history. But yeah, I want to see more of that. I want to know more about the people of the last city. What are they doing? Are they huddling in their homes afraid all the time? Are they having a great time? Like what's going on there? And don't get me wrong. There is a select clientele who would enjoy like the Destiny dating simulator or the Destiny Farmville or whatever. But I know that's not in the game's model. So we don't need to go too far that way. But yeah, a lot of times when we're presented with risks, it's like, oh, Panoptes is going to erase us from time, or this is going to happen out there, and you're like, cool. So, what happens if they destroy Mars or a different star? Mm-hmm. How does that affect me?
It seems like the biggest sense of loss is when they destroy our vault, which isn't even a person; it's just some gear. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and then a little another thing I came up with a while ago is that I think that there are 3 ways to motivate players in this game. 2 are obvious, one's not so obvious. There's the looting and the shooting. Those are 2, right? So the loot, the gear, the actual stuff that you can earn. The shooting is not only like the sandbox, but the grind that you have to go through to get it. The journey, the like either it's an emotionally interesting journey or like it's efficient and not annoying. Like so the actual kind of sandbox that we play in is the second. And you've seen cases where the loot isn't that great, but the way to get it is fun, or the opposite. The loot is amazing, but the grind is terrible. And that's been okay enough. Because as long as one of those elements is great, people will usually go for it. The third element, though, is story. And that includes lore, that includes the in-game main plot, but it also includes your story. So this comes down to transmog, comes down to character facial customization, other features that we don't have in the game that would be great to have, clan hall, apartment hall, improved clan, customization features, stuff like this. Anything that involves and even outside of that, like, yeah, the memories that we make while playing the game. These things motivate players, and you're right. Like, Destiny can be a second home to a lot of us. I mean, look what's happening right now. Like, okay, Dares of Eternity is fun. The new dungeon is fun. It's nothing new in the game if you've been playing regularly, but people still do. Yeah. They go and do strikes for no reason. They have nothing left to earn. They just do it because they enjoy being together. And yeah, it's a bit cheesy, but it's also an opportunity for Bungie, and they know it. They need to lean into it more, in my opinion, but that's because I am a story-focused person. But yeah, they have an opportunity there for us to lean into the story of the game. There's enough people out there who would pay to be able to have long hair and beards that they could finance another expansion.
Yeah.
And the fact 100%. that is a thing is a metric that Bungie should be aware of as they're trying to prioritize the development of the game.
Yeah, I definitely, considering that they were willing to monetize transmog the way they did, I'm actually kind of shocked that they haven't brought in even something like premium customization options that you can only get with like silver or bright dust, not even necessarily just changing my entire face structure. Yeah, it is surprising, and I think
they were making adjustments to the engine. I think we've heard a lot about like the lighting, how it's changed and stuff. So I think they've kind of held off on it for that. There's lots that could be said on transmog. Could have been handled better. I think any player who plays Destiny who didn't expect there to be some kind of grind or cost associated with it has never played this game. Even in a perfect world, I think, in a perfect world, you would still have to play the game quite a lot to earn the ability to transmog stuff.
Yeah.
And you might say, well, I did play the game to earn the gear that I can transmog. Yeah, fair point. But this is not a game you jump in and jump out of in 10 minutes. They want you to invest more, and if time is your investment, then But anyway.
Yeah, I think because like the grind isn't realistically that bad for transmog. I think the main kind of like not nice feeling you get when you look at it is the fact that that, okay, well, I can either invest this time or I can invest my bank account. I think that's kind of, I feel like, because obviously transmog got memed on quite a bit, but I have a feeling if it was just really grindy, but there was no way to like buy anything with silver, I have a feeling it probably wouldn't be as negative. Maybe I'm sure there'd be people that would complain, oh, I have to spend so much time on this. I don't have that many hours a day, but I don't think it would be as bad.
Yeah, I mean, the counterpoint to it though is that that this game can be a little over demanding with the grind.
Of course,
and it's a fine balance. So I don't know. So for me, the thing that bothered me was not that you could pay to get stuff. I mean, that's the society we live in. and I'm glad that there is a free option. Free, but the cost is my time. The thing that bothered me is the limitation. You know, you can only do like 5 or 10 pieces or whatever a season, and it's like, I understand, and this is a challenge that Bungie has as well. Is that like, how do you make a game that is enticing enough that people who are going to spend less than 10 hours a month playing this game are still going to be interested to play? How are you going to make a game that can cater to them, but also cater to the people who are at like rank 2000 or whatever this season? How do you make a game that does that? Because like the risk is that if you make it unlimited, right? Like, yeah, you spend money, you can buy pieces, or you play a certain amount, and you can earn pieces. Cool. Okay, well, I don't know, Grenadier Jake or whoever else, they've earned 400 pieces over a weekend. So they're never going to spend money on it. So, like, you know, it's a weird balance. I do wish that it was unlimited, and I think Bungie sometimes underestimates the power of, okay, I didn't spend any real money here, but I spent all my time here. And that means I'm going to buy the next expansion. I'm going to buy the next, I might buy an ornament sometime, you know? That engagement is valuable. And it's usually the value that I give when I have some people who are, how do you care so much about story? I wouldn't pay for that. It's like, well, somebody would. Somebody would.
Yeah, no, I think it's, I mean, I definitely agree. I definitely agree with pretty much everything you said. I remember that when transmog was introduced, I felt a lot more negative about it than after I actually began, you know, getting into it. Like now, I don't really, it does, like normally, by now, if I feel like transmogging something, I normally have done whatever it is in just my spare time without even meaning to be able to do it, you know? Whereas I kind of felt like it was going to be like really, really punishing. And that was going to be like this constant pressure to spend the money, but I don't feel like it's been that bad, which I'm actually very grateful for. But
it has changed. I do feel, whether purposeful or not, I do feel like Bungie sometimes puts out a broken toy, and then when people complain that it's broken, they put out a fixed version, and then they go from there. And again, I don't know if that's purposeful or not. I understand that, like, you know, let's say they have 200 people on staff who test something or who give opinions on something, and then you put it out into a game that has millions of people playing. That's very different. So when Transmog first came out, they were basically, it was really weirdly done. It was limited. It felt like it was pushing the real life spending more. And this is the thing, like, microtransactions are fine in my opinion if they exist, if there's a way to earn them otherwise, or if there's no way to earn them otherwise, purely aesthetic, and like that relationship is understood. It's not great when it feels like it's the only option, and the other option is incredibly inconvenient or aggravating or whatever. So I just think like Transmog, it came out, it's gotten a bit better. Still weird that it's limited, but I think most players who play pretty much get where they're going. I was hoping that we would get like a facial transmog. And this one starts off kind of like similar, but it gets really interesting the more you think about it, because people have been wanting to change their character's look forever, because they've had this character for like 7 or 8 years. They haven't been able to change them at all. People grow, blah blah blah. It could be handled in a similar way as transmog, where you can earn bounties that let you change stuff. You know, they're like Bungie can maybe routinely come out with different styles or different things. But one other aspect of it, and as a person who doesn't really, gonna be a little bit blunt here, as a like straight white male who's comfortable in my skin, this doesn't apply to me. But having facial transmog would be really great for people who want to change the gender of their character.
Yeah.
Or they want to change anything about it. Like, they want to cut their hair, they want to grow a beard, they want to, they want to swap from one to the next. I think there's really not much of a reason, like philosophically, why we shouldn't be allowed to do that. I can understand like why we, mechanically don't have that option, but the character creator is still in the game. It's still in the game file. You make a new character, you're going to go to that screen. So why can't I go to that screen now and change my Titan around or whatever? And if Bungie, if it's a lot of work to do that, which I'm sure it would be because everything in this game seems to be, you could do it in a similar way as Transmog, where it's like, well, you get like one complete free makeover, and then if you want to do more, you got to earn it or you got to buy it. I think if they learned the lessons of Armor Transmog and they introduced some kind of Guardian Salon and gave us this option, I think a lot of people would be happy with it as long as they had the choice. And I think it would make a lot of people happy. I know people who never take their helmet off because with the lighting changes that happen to Beyond Light,
I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I picked the wrong face when I got D2 on the PC. I picked one other than the one that I had in D1, and I hate the way it looks. And I just it's the helmet.
You play a human?
I do. Yeah, I play a human male. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I've heard the complaints I've heard about have mostly come from Exo and Awoken. It's like the colors have changed on Awoken, and the shapes, I think, have changed more on Exo. I mean, it's not to say that it's not the case for humans, but of all the complaints I've heard about that specifically, it's usually come from that kind of character. And yeah, like my chat is saying, like they could monetize hairstyles, tattoos, war paints, earrings. I mean, there's a lot of options, and it's a lot of work, I'm sure. Like modeling something like an earring, because Bungie, they're gonna go overboard in a good way.
Of course.
If you get an earring in this game, it's gonna be, even if it's an earring that's a chain with 3 little cubes on it, like Osiris's little fidget cubes or whatever. Each of those is gonna have their own physics. They're all gonna move and they're all gonna make noise. They're all gonna reflect light. And that's just Bungie. Like their art team is overperforming, and that's great. But it'll take time and effort. But I do think, people will pay for it. Hell, give us some kind of like a little. I mean, people will complain about this, I'm sure, but you want to buy the deluxe edition? Throw in an extra $15, and you can have a bunch of upgrades, whatever, over the year, whatever they are. I don't know. Maybe it's just a silver bundle. I don't know. Yeah, and there's a lot of games that already add this, right? Like Outriders, you can change it at any time. Like Destiny's great, and I don't like the whole Destiny killer thing. I think it's a foolish argument in any case. But this game is coming up on 8 years now, and this would be the other games that are far. I mean, there's a lot of reason to support this kind of an idea. So I do hope that it's something.
And there's certainly demand for it.
Yeah,
certainly demand for it. I think it's probably one of the most consistent, things that I've heard.
Requests, yeah.
Give us beards. Give us beards.
Yeah, I mean, considering the audience, right?
Yeah.
Like, all of my like guy friends in real life, I think all of them have beards, and I mean that puts me in a very niche situation. I admit, but yeah, it would be great to have the option.
Actually, I just realized I don't think I ever properly introduced myself to your people.
No, and I was just going to ask, actually, because you've been very nice with me, but I haven't had a chance to hear more about you. So, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So, my name is Ben, or Venextron, and I cover the lore of Destiny. So, the main thing that I like to cover is in regards to some of, like, the deeper things, like the mysteries. And I definitely, without a doubt, my biggest interest in the lore has to be the pyramid ships. I'd say since late 20, I'd say since, yeah, late 2020, just before Beyond Light, because, you know, Beyond Light really marketed towards that. I would, you know, I'm just gonna be honest, I've been obsessed with them, and I cover a lot of things in the lore, so, like, you know, I'll do things about the written lore, and I will, you know, if I see similarities or I see things in even like architecture that is very interesting, or that, you know, if I see a pattern that repeats itself across different, you know, levels or whatever. An example actually would be in the architecture of I think the Safeguard Exo Challenge. There's a specific like swirly pattern that's there, and that actually happens to also be the pattern that you get when you apply the Envious Touch shader, and it's also the default pattern on things like Fallen Guillotine, or on, you know, any of those other weapons. So, like, you know, I make a video, say, well, you know, so that's for that. Probably one of the newer things that I've been doing is I've been digging a lot into the audio side of things. So in regards to something like the Pyramid Ship Whispers, I think for the longest time we've all just kind of assumed that they are, I don't know, just garble, you know, it's random, or it's in a different language. But I am very confident. I'm not going to say it's 100% because I don't think it's ever fair to do that necessarily, but I would say I'm like 90% confident at this point that they're actually speaking in English, and it's just a lot of audio editing that's kind of covering it over. And so I spend a lot of time looking, first trying to find these whispers, because a lot of times they're actually hidden beneath the different ambience or music and stuff like that. And then so far I have one video where I've shown what I found, and I give my best attempt to try and decipher it. So that's kind of the main thing I do. I'm more of a theory guy myself. I love the lore just in general, but I'm kind of like I guess Osiris in that sense. Like everybody was just trying to survive, and then he's off in the middle of nowhere trying to find out the secret of the Vex. You know, that's kind of the kind of guy I am. So yeah, that's me.
That's awesome. So how long have you been playing? When did you come into the game?
So the first time I ever played this game was in the beta for D1, and then I'd say I got D1 probably around a month after it came out. So I've been playing for a good while.
And how long have you been kind of making or exploring like the lore content? Like, how long have you been kind of analyzing it?
That's a good question. I've always been interested in it because like I'm a really story-focused guy. The story is probably one of the most important things to me about a game. Not even necessarily like the main, like, you know, story mode or whatever, but just the actual progression of the world in general. I'm definitely somebody who has a very, you know, close attachment to this game and the world, and the city. Yeah, especially since, you know, like I was still going to high school or secondary school or whatever during D1, and I'd come home from school and I'd be in the tower and stuff like that. So like I really do care about, you know, a lot of the characters and what happens to them, and also just the people in general. But I think in terms of actually like proper analyzing anything, I never really got into that until the Pyramid Ships really became a prominent part of the game. Because if you think about it, for the most part, when you have something in the lore, I mean, it's been like this since Destiny 1. With Destiny's vanilla campaign, the story wasn't exactly that. It didn't exactly, you know, it didn't do a good job of showing just how deep and in-depth the world was. But then along came people like Bife and other lore content creators like Sir Wallen, and they started making videos. Oh, there's this thing called the Grimoire, and it's on the Bungie's website, and there's this character called Osiris and this character called Anna Bray, and they've done these legendary things. And I think for the most part, you know, whenever there's something in the lore, I'll either find it myself and I'll read about it, or I'll listen to it, or I'll just get it from somewhere else. But it was really with the Pyramid Ships when I was like, you know, I'm finding things and I don't think anybody's necessarily talked about this before, or, you know, or they've come up with this theory. And I think that's really what made me begin. I've done a little bit of digging with the 9, but I haven't necessarily, you know, I haven't gotten that far with it. I'd be surprised if there's anybody who can say they've 100% locked down the true nature and the story of the 9. And the Ahamkara, I mean, I think I'd love to see more about them, but there's only so much knowledge that we have. I have friends that have actually, we've had discussions about things like the Aphelion, however you want to pronounce it, in the Dreaming City and their relationship with the Awoken, and I find that extremely interesting. But I'd say, to answer your question, I would say proper, like, actually going out of my way and looking for things myself, probably like the end of 2020, because like Beyond Light was Beyond Light was the most hyped I ever was for an expansion. I think the most hyped I ever was for like anything Destiny related was probably Destiny 2 before it came out, obviously. I think everybody had really, really high expectations for that game. But I think for an expansion, for me, it was definitely Beyond Light, because the marketing really made it seem like there was going to be this huge reveal and this huge moment of truth. You had the Season of Arrivals with the ships taking the planets, and there, it really seemed like Beyond Light was going to be focused mainly around these characters. And so that's really what kind of got me to see if I could find out that truth before it actually happened. Now, I thought that, I was going to maybe find out, if I did find out, maybe a week or so before everyone else did, but it turns out that we're still waiting. So I ever since then, I've just been digging into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they say a mechanic never runs out of work. So somebody looking into the secrets of the universe of Destiny, you're definitely gonna have a lot of ground to cover. And it's good that you have a particular focus, because there's a lot to discover, and it'll keep drawing you in, and the more that we get, even if it doesn't seem related, might shed new light, right? You might an expansion that has nothing to do with the 9 might make you go, wait a minute, if that's true, then so I mean that's great. Like there's never a bad time to really jump into it, because so the lore content community, like in terms of like YouTube kind of content, it's how do I describe this? There's not like,
it's small but concentrated.
Yes, exactly. There's a couple of people, we all know them. They put out a lot of content. They're right at the top.
Yep.
And then there's everybody else. But the good news about that is, because there's so much lore, and because everybody has their own, unique take, like you can go in a completely different direction than I will, or whatever. And there's a lot of good variety to choose from.
I mean, we're both examples, I mean, you take a look at somebody like Bife. Like I personally, I've always seen Bife's kind of general purpose in making videos as being the guy that will tell you the story that Bungie won't. People play the game, they're not going to want to read everything, and so Bife's the guy that comes in and he's like, here you go, this is actually what you're missing out on. And then there's you, who takes a completely different approach to it, and you're like, well, you know what these events are, but have you thought about what it would be like from this other perspective? And then there's me, and it's like, there's this thing you can't even see, and you can't even read about it, but it's there, and it might interest you. So yeah, I think you're definitely right. There's a lot of different ways you can go with it, and I think it's also similar to you, because you were saying about how you kind of got into helping people from, it kind of came from an experience when you didn't necessarily have people to play with, right? You kind of, your friends moved and you moved and all that. And I think, and then that ended up, you ended up finding similar-minded people that are willing to help you now. And it's kind of been the same for me, where I never really had like a community, I played the game. I didn't really fall under any real, like I was never super hardcore PvP or PvE. I just played the game, but I cared about the story. And now, the people that, that watch my videos, or like if I go on the Reddits, I've met a lot of people that, a lot of people come to me and they're like, I saw your thing about this theory. I actually have my own theory. What do you think about this? And then we trade back and forth. And I've met like a lot of people that just, they have all of these all this passion for the lore kind of pent up, and they just, you know, and I definitely wouldn't have met a lot of these awesome people if I hadn't been for, I guess, going down that path. So it's definitely great. I feel like we've both met pretty good communities.
Yeah, like some of the best ideas come from that collaboration or that competition or that, you know, debate back and forth. There's everybody has a different perspective, and the lore, like Destiny lore, I always like to joke that Destiny was made by like 4 jocks, 4 athletic people, 2 or 3 extremely talented like artists and musicians, and then like 1 or 2 like really heavy book nerds. And the joke is that the jocks are like, yeah, we're gonna make this game, shoot 'em up, it's gonna be great, it's gonna be Halo but bigger. Did you write something on the back of a napkin to explain what our character is doing and why they're here? And the guy shows up with this like scroll, this like epic tome. Yeah. It's like, yeah. So they do their homework. There's a lot of stuff in here. I mean, I was literally looking into Hinduism today, because there's elements of the primary aspects of Hinduism that can be related to some of the lore that's happening in Destiny, you know, and then you see all these things of like references to history or myth or different cultures, and yeah, like it's really great when you have all those people who are able to bring their opinion, and they can help you reform your ideas or go in a different direction, or even, you know, you may be the most dedicated player out there, but you might miss a voice line, or there might be a lore card that's broken in your game so you don't read it properly.
Yeah.
And they can come to you and be like, hey, have you seen this? And it can not only like help enrich your experience, but honestly, like as a little warning for content creators out there, it helps you edit your work. You know, like nothing more embarrassing than writing a video like, there is no lore on this, and then it's like, did you not read the sidearm lore card that came out this season?
Yikes! Yeah.
Right there, you're like, oh no.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think I think in general, you know, just from the story side of it, whenever you do end up going down different rabbit holes, like you were talking about Hinduism, and I've gone down towards the ancient Egyptian and ancient Greek side of things. When you're going through it, and then you feel like you're kind of being led by different clues that you're finding. You feel like, you know, if Bungie's actually like, you know, doing all this homework to create something that's really, you know, complex and detailed, it really shows a lot about how much they really value the story and how much they care about the world. And, you know, I think especially with something like Destiny's always been a franchise where everyone's wondering, how much does Bungie care, you know? Because you have the ups and you have the downs. You have, I mean, even something like base D1, everybody thought it was going to be as good as like Halo 3 or something like that, and then it ends up not necessarily being that good, and people are like, I don't know. And then The Taken King comes out and people are like, wow, this is actually amazing. And then base D2 comes out and it's I would say a bit of a step back from the way D1 was at the end, and people are like, well, I guess, you know, or then, you know, you have something like Transmog, and people are like, well, I guess we know what Bungie cares about. And then we get something like Presage or any of the new dungeons that have been amazing, and what people are like, wow, I guess Bungie. So I think whenever you've, like, whatever community you're in, whenever you see, I feel like in nearly any community that you're a part of in the game, because obviously I think the player base is split into a lot of different niche groups, you'll find, I guess, little bits of evidence that show just how much Bungie cares about the game. And as somebody who's like, I have definitely had my ups and downs with this game, whenever I do find something like that, it really reinforces my enjoyment of the game, and it definitely keeps me playing. And I'd say it's probably the same for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, so like, video game development in general is a multi-legged beast. You know, even unless you have the simplest game on the planet, you have experts in different teams from all over the place.
So many people.
And whenever you look at like any tech blog that talks about adding a feature into a game, I mean, honestly, like, to take the most extreme example, we have to be thankful that video games even exist.
True.
You know, like, because every game is made differently, every engine is different. You know, I've wanted more voice lines for certain characters for certain things. But, I mean, you got to get the voice actor to record it. Well, you got to get somebody to write it. You got to get the voice actor to record it. Different languages. If it's supposed to be for the Guardian, so now you've got like a masculine and feminine voice, different languages. The audio engineer's got to make sure that it goes in, and it's not as simple as just insert like an MP3. Like, it's got to balance and mix properly, and and again, I tease Destiny in particular because it does seem like sometimes we would be happy with a napkin and they construct like a quilt. And it's like, it's just like, calm down. I get that, and maybe they won't ever do that because they want quality in their game, and I respect that. But yeah, I think another aspect of that multi-legged beast is that there are, like, they all care, but as individuals within the company, they also care about a lot of different things at different times. So on your point of lore, an interesting couple of anecdotal examples. Is that I personally feel like the people at the top of the company didn't care too much about the story or the lore. That's why I joked that it was a bunch of jocks and like one or two kind of nerds making the game. And there was a shake-up before the game came out, but there were early interviews with Luke Smith where he's like, well, we weren't quite sure what the darkness was, or we weren't sure what direction this would go. And I think what has happened over time with Taken King and with Destiny 2 is they, like, Bungie as a whole has gone, okay, so our lore guys are killing it. And also, there's a lot of people who care about it. And even if they don't care about the lore, they do care about the story because, again, there's those three pillars, looting, shooting, and the story. And if once you're running out of loot to get and the grind gets boring, what do you have to fall back on? Mm-hmm. And what I started seeing a shift in their marketing. I think Season of Opulence.
I was actually thinking about that with the Menagerie trailer. Is that what you're on about?
Well, it was the first time that I saw in the actual marketing where it said new lore. Maybe it happened before that, but and obviously there was big lore stuff in Destiny 1 with the Taken King and etc. I'm not saying it wasn't there before, but I was really impressed and surprised in Season of Opulence. It comes out and it's like new loot, new 6-person activity, new raid, new lore, and I'm like, new lore? You make this trailer for me? Like, who else cares about that? Do you care about that, Bungie? Like, and I wasn't criticizing them for not caring about the lore. I just found it interesting, and I think since then, we've seen such a focus, and they've given their narrative team room to breathe, and I think that's interesting. And again, like, to any of you guys out there who are more interested in other elements of the game and you're just stumbling in, other elements of the game are very important and equally, and in cases even more important. I love the story, but make sure the Crucible works. Just okay. But I will say that it's interesting to see Bungie themselves kind of come around and be like, this is like another arm that we need to extend, that we need to kind of point toward the community because they appreciate it. So we could talk about all the new loot and the new raid or whatever, but there is a story. Witch Queen, we're apparently getting like a legendary version of it, which probably isn't going to actually change the story at all. It's more of it's more, in my metaphor, it's more of the grind, how you approach the game and what the sandbox is like. But I mean, we've seen that. So I agree with you, though. It has felt over time like, do they even care? And I've often wished for a stronger connection between Bungie and the community. I feel like the Destiny YouTube algorithm is just memes and PvP videos.
That's
and the
actually true.
videos they're great. Like I follow a lot of
Memes
them,
are good
and
too.
I learn a lot. And yeah, memes are fun and always funny to watch the lore of Destiny explained by SpongeBob. But yeah, and lore is always going to be small. I mean, literally, the word lore means knowledge known to a select group of people, and that's fine. But the story, the effort, all that stuff put into the game by the developers of the game deserves the recognition. And those who explore and analyze the game, yeah, they deserve to have a seat at the table, even if they're at the end of the table. I think they deserve a place at the table because it's very amazing what Destiny has been able to do and how much they've been able to survive, even when they have had other issues with the looting, the shooting, bugs, Telesto 20 times.
Yep.
So,
definitely.
We got a question in my community, actually, if you don't mind. I think this one will interest you quite a lot. Question is, and this is a spoiler for the trailer. I presume your community has seen
I'm
the
pretty
newest.
sure.
Yeah, we have in my community we have a specific Discord channel where you can talk about new stuff, but nowhere else. But the stream is fair game. So the question is, person is from Dorkabi77 says, I've noticed that the pyramid architecture from the Throne World trailer reminded me a lot of ancient Aztec structures. Perhaps whoever or whatever lives or built the Darkness Pyramids were influenced by the Aztecs, which would mean that they probably visited Earth far before the collapse. It's a stretch, but an interesting thought.
Yeah.
So, what do you think?
You're getting me excited now, man. I saw that trailer and I was like, I screamed a little. You know, it was good. And then it was good. Okay, so, first of all, I have to say that I thought that was a really good trailer. I really enjoyed it. I think the only thing that made me stop and go, huh, was the statue of Oryx and Akka, because I feel like Akka looked a little malnourished in that scene with Oryx. I feel like he should have been a little bigger, you know. But no, I mean, obviously there's reasons. But like, no, I thought the trailer was very good. To answer, well, I don't know if it was necessarily a question, but more of a talking point. I think so. My opinion of the inspiration for the pyramid architecture, and I guess, you know, if there's a race or whatever, I think that's kind of changed a little bit. At the start, I was of the opinion that it was more focused on the Egyptian side of it. If you look at the concept art of, you know, that city with the pyramid ship in the background and like the statues that we now see in the ships, that there's a lot of ancient Egyptian kind of style stuff. But what I've actually found that's interesting is in the architecture that we see in Beyond Light, and also in Witch Queen, there does seem to be a change. There's still some of that Egyptian kind of style stuff, but we see, you know, a kind of more Aztec-y kind of styles. Even stuff like the ziggurats, and I can't remember what the name of the it begins with a P, but even like the type of pillars, they actually are linked to, I think the one is from Mesopotamia. They're linked to multiple, and even, I mean, something that I find very interesting is the exo challenges themselves. Each one of them are named after ancient Greek titans, which I find that to be very interesting. And then in regards to Witch Queen, yeah, it definitely seems to be a bit more of a change. You see, I don't really like making assumptions about, you know, oh, I think it's this civilization or that, because honestly, I don't feel like I've spent enough time, and I wouldn't want to say it looks Egyptian when it's actually a completely different one. But it definitely, like, they always seem to have that ancient look to them. And then you mentioned something about them, you know, potentially visiting Earth, and I think it's really interesting that you say that, because I would 100% recommend that you check out some of the videos that I've made giving my thoughts on the pyramid ship race, be it, you know, anything that I've done regarding the Whispers, or I think probably the biggest one that I would say is called the Eldritch Theory, part 2 specifically. Bungie actually, I think Bungie proved an important part of that actually right with this season. One of the things I was kind of saying before Beyond Light came out is that the pyramid ships were not the actual darkness. A lot of people believe that they were, equal in, power and as important as, say, the Traveler or the Light itself. And I was looking at a few things, how say for example, how the pyramids speak and how the character talking to us in the Unveiling lore book, how they talk, talking about the first person and the third person, we are your salvation, I am by all accounts the winning side, stuff like that. And then again in Presage you have the entity, and then finally with this season Mara saying that the pyramids, the Scorn, the Taken, they serve the entity. To me that was actually a huge win for my theory. So I would definitely recommend you check out some of the stuff that I've said about the pyramids. But yeah, I think it's gorgeous. I think my favorite thing about the pyramid ship architecture, it's not about what it alludes to story-wise or theories, anything like that. I just think from an art design, I think they have done an amazing job. Honestly, with Forsaken and the Dreaming City, I wasn't too sure if they'd ever be able to top that. The Dreaming City is by far my favorite destination. I mean, I don't know if you could, I have my whole profile picture thingy for the podcast as the Dreaming City in the background, but honestly,
I'm literally sitting in the Dreaming City on stream.
I think the pyramid ship architecture is just insanely well done, and then the fact that they have varieties in the types of patterns that are there, and then with Witch Queen the types of buildings and stuff like that, I just think it's great because it's always so detailed. And then with the weapon crafting, wherever that is located, that seems to be pyramid ship related as well. Yeah, I think it's great. So no, thanks for bringing that up. And I'm pretty sure the guy that mentioned that was the guy that welcomed me earlier, and I didn't see it. I apologize that I didn't see it, man, but thank you again for the kind welcome.
Yeah, actually, he's been checking out your work. I've checked out a little bit of it. And we've got somebody else in the channel, Quasar, saying your Eldritch Theory video is quite interesting. So there you go.
Thank you.
Crossover
Thank
fandom.
you.
Yeah, So as someone who has looked more closely, I guess, at kind of the darkness and the entity and things like that, I guess I have some thoughts to bounce off of you on that regard.
Yeah, go for it.
So, and I haven't watched those videos in particular. I watched the recent Witch Queen one, but so I have a particular thought on the darkness and the light that I don't quite have evidence for.
Is this the one where they don't have full control? I think were you talking about that in the Discord?
Yes. Yeah, so to reiterate for both our streams, my theory is this. In the Book of Unveiling, we have, if it's to be believed, apparently the Gardener and the Winnower were basically playing the flower game of life, the ultimate chess game of the universe, and if my interpretation of this is correct, this is what happened. The Gardener was tired of the pattern always kind of yielding the same thing.
Yeah.
So they changed the rules. The Darkness was basically angry with this. They fought, and as they fought, the universe was created. What went from a series of scenarios and possibilities narrowed down to the one universe that we have, or whatever, the one collective of multiverses that we have, however you want to look at it. And my theory is that the light, like the entity that represented, like the Gardener and the Winnower, put themselves in the game. And once they did that, their ability diminished somewhat. Before they did that, they could literally create or destroy the universe or any universe just by setting up the board. But once they put themselves in the game, my theory is they went from being the umpires of the game to maybe the best players around. And why that's important to me... That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, thanks. Why that's important to me is that a lot of people wonder, like, what the light is going to do, what the dark is going to do, how much power they have, how much they can control. And the way I see it, even the darkness has told us that darkness exists in all things. It exists in cell division. It exists in entropy. And we've heard many times that light exists in all things for the same reasons. The opposite, chemical bonds and things like this. So my theory is that at their most powerful right now, the gardener and the winnower can't control all light or all dark in the universe. They are a massive source of this power, and they can maybe reach out and control whatever they can touch.
What's around them,
But they can't control everything. And I'll come back to this later, but this is kind of meta-analysis, and I'll explain what that is later. But I just think that that's the case. I think that they are powerful, they are extant, they're still fighting, or they're still at least debating philosophy of light versus dark, sword versus palm logic, whatever. But a lot of times I hear questions about like, oh, what if the darkness does this? And I'm like, that's narratively boring. Like you can't just put like an omnipotent being in the universe and then have it be interesting. Like, so I'm wondering what you think about all those thoughts.
I think I have to say, right, what I really like about it, that kind of thought you have, because like I've seen, when it comes to the darkness, right, there's so many theories out there, but like a lot of times, they'll be quite dramatic in how, like, from what you would think, or and a lot of times, the people making them, they don't necessarily have lore that's available to tie it to. But I think what I really like about what your thought is that it just makes sense. So my kind of, because like let's be honest, right? Even if, say, the winnower, even if the winnower couldn't just kill the gardener instantly, or vice versa, the winnower still had to come to us for the collapse. The winnower didn't, like, the winnower simply could have been like, you gave a golden age to these planets, I don't like that, so I'm just gonna, oh well, there's darkness and everything, so that means I'm just gonna Thanos snap your solar system because they're partly made from my power. I think there's a reason why you don't have stuff like that. So I feel like there's two possibilities for everything you said, and I think there's a chance that it could be both. It's either one or the other, or it's both. I think the one is yours. I think something that people need to remember is that, you talked about the gardener and the winnower fighting and then creating the universe, but it was by accident. They weren't like, when they were fighting, I don't think they were even thinking about, okay, we're gonna create these universes now. I think it was just, well, the winnower's just like, well, I'm gonna kill her, and then the gardener's like, well, I'm gonna defend myself. I don't think they were necessarily even planning on it, and yet now here they are. So you have that level of power, but the only time we've ever seen them exercise that much power is when their power was combined and together. I mean, even look at something like the Awoken. They were only created because the two powers came together. So there's one side of it where maybe, they need to actually, work together to do whatever. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but that's a possibility. Another possibility is that they are strong enough to keep each other in balance, in the sense that one, like the winnower can't just do whatever they want to the universe, because the gardener is stopping them. An analogy I've kind of had is that this whole game is a really, really dysfunctional relationship where the universe and us, we're the kid, and the gardener and the winnower are the two parents that are fighting for custody over how their kid, should be raised, because they both believe they know the best way to teach their kid and raise their kid, or in our case, run the universe and what laws the universe should follow. And we're just getting torn between the two of them. So I think that's honestly a possibility. But I think at the same time, you gotta wonder, does so okay, this is just my opinion, and you can argue that we've, to a certain extent, maybe seen evidence of this, but like this is more on the theory side. I'm confident of it, but I'm not going to say it is. I do personally believe that the gardener can, at least to a certain extent, appear as like in a physical form. I don't know if they're in one all the time, but I feel like, so I'm not going to go into it, but my personal belief is that the statues we see with the pyramid ships are actually of the gardener and not the winnower. And there's a cutscene that was, it was a concept for the first cutscene in Destiny 1 where the astronauts go to Mars and then they find the Traveler. And a character who's strikingly similar to the concept art of the white cloaked woman appears. And she appears to the astronauts and she says, "The Traveler is coming and everything that you know is about to change." So if we're still considering stuff like that relevant, you know, I feel like, well, perhaps I think there's also lore that came out in, I don't know when it was, but it was in regards to the Deepstone Crypt, and it was maybe Saint 14, but it was an exo anyway, and they're constantly fighting Vex, and a woman appears to them, and it's something along the lines of like how you're so much like your father. Maybe hopefully the next time you live. Yeah,
it's Deepstone Crypt raid armor that talks about. That talks about Saint 14. Yeah.
So even a question like, if the gardener has the ability to present themselves in the physical form, why does the winnower need to have a host? Something like that, you know? Or like how the Traveler can communicate through dreams, but, you know, the winnower, is it a matter of just, you know, what they want to do? Or are there limitations? Are there, you know? Yeah. And I think that's something that really can't be ignored. I think something that is just the way it is that I don't think, although I think it's possible that the light and dark keep each other in balance. Is that Ulan Tan's theory about how, like, the symmetry, about how there has to be the both of them? Or
yeah.
Am I getting? Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I think that is to a certain extent the case, I don't think they're like equal all the time. I feel like, I mean, if they were equal, I don't necessarily think the collapse would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, that, just to jump in for a second, I mean, we've seen that suggested a few times. Mara suggested it when she said that, you know, a balance doesn't mean equal, right? Like a glass half full of water and half full of poison is lethal, right?
True.
So, and I there's another reference to that. It might have been Books of Sorrow. I feel like Savathun or someone said something similar. But yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, it's like people always say, well, how come the pyramid ships have done so much and the Traveler has done nothing? And I'm like, okay, well, putting aside ghosts, putting aside, you know, okay, not like Hawk Moon and the Radiant Accipiter ship are going to be the turning points in our story, but and putting aside the fact that the Traveler did seem to be kind of asleep or injured and also cut off from us in some way. We get that from the Constellation War book. It's very prominent in a story like this, where you have kind of a confident creator type god, and you have a disruptive, somewhat disruptive and destructive kind of god, and the latter seems to act more. I mean, for all you Marvel fans, think of like Odin and Loki. Odin doesn't do a lot, but when he does, huge. Or it's incredibly small, and it makes a big impact later in a way you could not have suspected. Whereas Loki is constantly either trying to make bigger plans, he's making a lot of noise, stuff like that. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of merit for that, and I had a bit of a thread that I posted earlier today talking about the eventual future of the Guardian story. And I mean, going back to your analogy of like a dysfunctional family, the way that one possible conclusion that I see is that we move out. We move away. So, You know, and whether that is because we've taken from both and we've learned the lessons from both, and now we don't need them anymore, or we cut off our family. And it's a bit of a radical suggestion, but another idea could be that at some point, either we become, we become so powerful that the light or the dark don't really bother us anymore, because we can do both. We can already do both. And by some interpretations, neither of them can do the other. Maybe, who knows? We don't know yet.
Yeah.
So that's one option is, we become more powerful than both of them in a way, and we're able to say, hey, go away, or stop with your conflict, or leave us alone, or whatever. But another idea might be to go with Ulan-Tan. Ulan-Tan said that they have to be in balance, and you can't get rid of the dark without getting rid of the light. So there are a lot of reasons why that wouldn't. Yeah, there is a lot of reasons why that wouldn't happen. But it's kind of interesting to imagine a destiny where we, quote unquote, win the fight between light and dark, and we either destroy those two entities and spread their power throughout the universe, diversify it away so that there's no overwhelming force, or we somehow transcend it, and now we don't use light or dark anymore. Maybe we use something else. There's other power sources out there. It's too long of a topic, I think, to go into on this panel, but I do wonder if what will be after the conclusion of the light dark story, because I was saying before, I want two things out of the next two expansions. I want some better understanding of the fundamental players and their motivations, and 100%. I want the advancement of that story. I want to see that grand opera move forward and conclude. I don't want Destiny to end, but there are other things we can explore. I have two quick questions for you. One's from the chat and one's from me. One, from the chat, Dork is asking, how, if at all, do you think the Deepstone Crypt will be relevant in the fight to come?
Could you repeat that?
Do you think that the Deepstone Crypt will be relevant going forward, narratively? And if so, how?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's really out of everything, like I really don't like Beyond Light. Personally, I really don't like it, mainly because of how, in my opinion, little it really moved the big story forward. But something probably, one of the things I enjoyed the most was learning about Clovis Bray. I thought I really enjoyed his character in the expansion. I really did. And reading about him as well, I found it very fascinating. And then, I remember before the expansion came out, in the collector's edition, there was his journal or whatever. And I remember reading that before the expansion came out. Somebody put it online. And there was this emphasis on clarity control, and about how important and vital this was. And when I remember doing Deepstone Crypt for the first time, and it's like you're approaching clarity control, I was like, this is this was his big deal, this is he really cared about that. I mean, and even Clovis himself, or a version of himself, is getting mad and he's saying, turn back or I'm gonna nuke the place. And then when you get to clarity control, it's a big massive statue, and there's been a lot of, I think, this is one of those things, the statue being there, it's one of those things that nobody can really explain. I can't explain it because it acts in a way that a normal statue shouldn't, and even the way it breathes, the way the ice forms around it, it's not normal. It's not like, oh well, the pyramid ships were, they were there at one stage and they planted this thing in the ground. Well, this thing seems to be. And so, to answer your question, will it be relevant? I can't. It depends on what you mean by relevant, because I feel like how relevant that should be.
Crypt.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
Because like, because the
yikes.
Deep Stone Crypt. Yeah.
I just had a mind like, yeah. Well, I'll say in regards to the statue, right? I think its importance is going to either grow or diminish as we learn more about what is exactly going on. I don't feel like anybody can really say because we just don't know. We don't really know.
Yeah.
But there might come a point where we understand like what the statues specifically are and all that a lot better, and we go, oh my goodness, now it makes sense why that's there. And who knows, maybe we'll even need to go back, or maybe because the fact of the matter is there's not a lot of these. There's only one other place where a statue like that has just been chilling, and that's in the Black Garden, which is a very significant and important location. I think everybody can agree. So the fact that this thing is just casually on Europa, that by itself gives it a lot of importance, but we just don't understand it. So I think for the statue, as we learn more, that's either going to make us go, yeah, I can now understand why this thing, or it's just going to be like, okay, it was there and it was cool looking. As for the Deep Stone Crypt, I don't know. I will always say that the Deep Stone Crypt is probably one of Bungie's biggest blunders, purely because of Cade 6 specifically saying that it's on Enceladus. And also, in his journal that came out for The Taken King, he had it drawn that the Deep Stone Crypt was on Enceladus, because you see Saturn in the sky and not Jupiter. So, I mean, it kind of makes you think about, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, even if okay, let's just talk about even the Exo challenges. Why are there pyramid ship architecture in something Clovis Bray seemingly designed, and then why are there Vex there at the same time? It really makes zero sense. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I think you touched on a number of points there. I mean, one, canonically, like, if the Deep Stone Crypt is the space station, it has cracked. So yes. If it has any relevance, it's going to be that we're going to go back, or we're going to reflect on the time before it. Mm-hmm. If you're talking about the Deep Stone Crypt as in clarity control, so the statue, again, we can maybe go back, or like you said, we could have a deeper understanding of those statues that can help us move forward. If you're talking about Deep Stone Crypt as in the hypergiant world on the other side of the portal at the end of the Glassway Strike, I don't know if we'll ever go there, but man, I really, really wish that we would. I definitely do. But yeah, exactly. Chat's agreed. We don't really know. Like, we learned a lot with the Beyond Light lore about how exos are made and how the darkness was involved with that, but we still don't know exactly why, right? Lots of theory, and that's one of the things I hope. I hope with Witch Queen that we start getting, Savathun always, she's literally been commuting with the dark longer than any of us, and I really hope that has given her some insight that she's going to spill to us about what its goal is, motivation, how it works, etc. So yeah, personally, I agree. I think the Deep Stone Crypt is interesting. I do agree that dropping the ball a little. It's a bit weird, like to say Enceladus and then to shift it around to Europa.
Yeah, I think from what I know, I think they were planning on bringing Enceladus into the game at one point, and then I think it had to do with just the game development. I think that's kind of, I don't know if there was like a narrative decision as much as, well, we have the one icy planet and the other, and it's kind of
to help bridge the gap between what is and what wasn't. We know that Exo's minds can be reprogrammed, and we also know that Cade was tricky. So who knows? Could have been a code within a code. Could have been. I mean, one of the coolest and scariest things in the Beyond Light Collector's Lore book is the fact that Vex Radiolaria will reprogram your brain. So if you want to say apple, you will think apple, and you will say something like gouge, sustain, eliminate, and you won't even realize you've done it. Your brain's rewired. Wow. I don't think Cade was necessarily rewired to say Enceladus every time he meant to say Europa, but also there is precedence in this game for that to have happened.
Yeah, it is a sad thing for his character, though, I guess.
I do feel a little bit bad about it because it's like his last will and testament, and then it's not even accurate. But honestly, I see it as Cade was trying to figure out these things as much as we were. He knew about the long slow whisper. He knew about the the deep stone crypt and the background of like he knew that years before we did, and he was trying to figure it out. So I think maybe he discovered something that led him to think it's on Enceladus. And okay, he's technically wrong, but he's a hell of a lot more right earlier than we were. I see it as another link in the chain, not as a failure, but as a he did what he could with the information he had at the time. Yeah. But I'm an optimist. So, all right, another question for you.
Do you mind if I ask a question? Do you mind?
Yeah, go for it.
I've got a question from a guy in my chat, it's kind of a big one. So like I don't know how big your question is, but we can like.
Yeah, it's fine. I can move mine around. Go for it.
Okay, so basically what he's asking, and I kind of also want to add in something to it. So he basically asks, what he asks is, how do you think Savathun? Well, actually, okay. So how do you think Savathun brought down a pyramid ship in her throne world, or do you think she's the one that did that? And what will we learn from the new raid? And what I'd like to add into it, because obviously, well, I don't know, obviously, but what I noticed anyway from the trailer is that there's pyramid ship architecture or like locations outside of the pyramid ship that are, I don't know how close they are to the actual ship, but there are other places kind of scattered around the throne world potentially. And something that I've always been very curious about is, first of all, how did she bring down that ship? And second of all, it seems like when the ship was there, they had time to kind of set up base, you know? So I guess my question to you, first part is, well, do you think she brought it down? Or if she did, how did she do that? And second of all, why do you think there's such a presence of that pyramid stuff there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one person in my chat, just gotta connect our chats here, they're talking to each other, was suggesting that maybe it's the Martian pyramid, right? Some of the trailer kind of looks like Mars. Maybe there was a pyramid on Mars, similar to how we found one on the moon, on Europa, you know, and for some reason that's the one that she went after. So maybe it was already landed. Maybe she didn't bring it down. It was already there, and she built a base around it or something. So that's an interesting idea. It's again, one of the challenges with the stuff that we're theorizing here is that we could literally build a house of cards with 30 different configurations, and there would be just as many holes, but just as many bases to stand on for each one.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think, I don't know what we're going to find there. I mean, why is it a biome? Like, where is it? Because people keep saying Mars, and I'm like, okay, so it's Mars, but has it been terraformed? How long has this been? Does the cloaking of our world, has it shielded them in a weird like temporal pocket where lots of time has passed for it? So her throne, or is her throne world a different pocket that she brought in from somewhere else? Or is her throne world the underside of Mars that we're now exploring? Because that's something I like that we explored this season, is that the Ascendant Realm is like, there's a lot of different, if you watch Stranger Things, if you play Dungeons and Dragons, there's always this like other dimension that's a dark mirror realm. And so maybe her throne world, I don't know why her throne world would be underneath Mars or whatever.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because I always assumed that the Mars like area and her throne world were two completely different destinations. Like I always figured, watching that one trailer, that because there's the ship above Mars, and I always figured that we just go through a portal or something on there. But what you're suggesting is you think that it's just all on that Mars location. She's kind of...
Well, to be honest, I do also think that there's a portal there. I mean, it's not the first time that we've seen a portal on Mars take us somewhere interesting, right? Like, so I don't think it's on Mars. I do think Mars is going to be important. It's been mentioned a couple of different times. Callus was apparently... Callus is apparently going there with the Glycon to try to commune with the darkness. Why there? Why not
true.
Titan? Why not Io? Why not any other place, right? So I think Mars is going to come back and be important. I don't know how, I don't know why. I don't think her throne world is there. That seems really weird to me. Like, that a place of such importance would also be just a planet we've been kind of skipping around on for a while. In terms of how she brought the pyramid ship down, yeah, it's really like, it's purposefully difficult to understand her power and like her power level.
It's hard to know their
right?
power either. You can't really, because like,
yeah,
we haven't really seen their power directly because they didn't really show us them getting rid of the planets or doing whatever to the planets. And then with her, like, she's purposely vague. You're not supposed to know what she's capable of.
Occam's razor, one of the easiest things to suggest is that either he made her throne world and there's something there that's enticing enough to draw in, you know, the Black Fleet, or there's something, the throne world was a place already that existed that was interesting enough to entice her and the Black Fleet, and she has since taken over the place.
Yeah,
you know,
maybe
like,
they were there first and then she came.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I mean, her relationship with the darkness seems to be strained, but then again, even the relationship between the entity and the Black Fleet could be. I always see them as like different department heads, where like maybe the entity
you think, sir.
Yeah, like maybe the entity is the CEO and maybe the Black Fleet is, you know, like the vice president, but also the Hive Worm Gods are a different group. But I don't think it's a purely linear hierarchy. I don't think the Worm Gods answer to the Black Fleet, but I do think that both the Black Fleet and the Worm Gods answer to the entity. So it's like, yeah,
I kind of look at it like a religion, where
it's an
like the
excellent
entity's
question.
like the Pope.
And then you have like different cardinals, or you have different sects or denominations. Like, yeah, I really hope that we like. So as I mentioned before, like, I'll probably do the raid once, and then maybe not much more. Nothing against raids, they're just not my thing. I enjoy them as content, but not something I like to do. But I'm hoping that there's a lot more to discover on her throne world. What is it? Why is it there? And related to the pyramid, maybe, you know, another theory, maybe, you know, we know that your throne world, you can kind of create the rules within your throne world. So maybe a pyramid ship came and was like, hey, this is interesting, what is this? Or, hey, knock knock, Savathun, you owe me tribute, where are you? And as soon as it entered, it had to succumb to the rules that she had in her own throne world, and maybe she broke it somehow. And then, like, that's a stretch, it's a lot of maybes and ifs, but you could follow the logic of that. Like, it's her own pocket universe. She is immensely powerful. If she decided to throw all of her might at a single ship, I mean, Osiris apparently went inside one and grabbed the artifact seed that we used, and Eris used to communicate with the darkness, apparently. And I mean, he's just one guy. So could she have broken a single stray ship? Oh, you lost audio?
Oh, sorry. No, you just said he's one guy, and I said that lost to like a Hive guy. Whatever the guy's name, the Herald, or not, I can't remember what the dude's name was. I don't know.
Right, the Hive Celebrant, yeah. So I mean, and that's another point somebody has mentioned is maybe it's like a scout ship, or it's a beachhead. For Zivo or Wrath. So I really want to know more about that relationship as well, because, you know, they're like Savathun and Zivo Wrath and Oryx have always, to me, seemed like different generals. They're not like Oryx was in charge, but he wasn't directly. They were all doing different things, as siblings do, and now it seems like Zivo Wrath is really like. Zivo Wrath is acting like the older child who is like, well, I got to do what Dad says, and Dad says you're not doing what he wants, so I'm coming after you, Savathun. And Savathun's like, I really wish I could run away from home, or I could leave.
Yeah.
And I want to see more of that. I want to understand what, like, where does she plan on going, and how is she going to escape. But yeah, I apologize to whoever asked the question. It's a great question. All I have are theories. I don't have much to stand on other than trying to fit it within the rules that we've seen within the game so far. Oh, it's an interesting. Someone says that maybe she's using the pyramid to power her throne world.
You know, that's a really interesting question. And actually, before I kind of give my thoughts on that idea, something that I really appreciate it triggered me so much in the marketing for Beyond Light. One of the catchphrases was "What lies beneath the ice," and then they'd show like the ice with like the red stuff in it, and they never really like, you know, you could only really guess at what they were alluding to with that. Whereas with this, they're talking about discover the truth or reveal the truth or whatever, and there's so much to think about and to look at. Like, well, what's inside the pyramid ship? What's the truth of her throne world? You've got these mysterious buildings and these secrets, and it's great that, again, they're kind of going with there's something hidden that you need to find, but we actually have ideas of what to think about and what to look at, and you can actually look at something that you're going to be getting in the expansion, and so it's nice to know that you're actually going to get something, whereas it's not just well, you know. As for the pyramid ship powering her throne world, I don't know, because I don't really know how the ships work in terms of like what powers them or anything. But what I did find interesting, I made a video kind of breaking down the one trailer for Witch Queen, and in the one scene, the characters, the fire team, they approach what looks like an altar. Now, this is either taking place in her throne world or in the ship that's above Mars. But on this altar, there's a blade, and it's glowing with like this orange light. And it definitely doesn't seem to be Hive to me. It seems to be like almost pyramid ship architecture in some ways, which to me it makes sense because there's blades consistently etched into a lot of pyramid ship pillars and buildings and stuff like that. I think the best place to see that is actually in the extra challenges. So it makes sense. I think my personal belief is that they do follow a version of the sword logic. So it would make sense for me if this blade is from the pyramids as a relic or something. And the fact that it's glowing means that it's powerful. So could she be using that? Maybe that's why she broke down the pyramid ship, to get that from. I mean, you already mentioned Osiris potentially breaking inside one to get a different relic. You know, maybe she was like, well, there's something in there that I want, and so she kind of took that by force. Maybe that's what powers, there's so many things that it can be. Maybe that's why that part of Mars is visible. Maybe that's why she's able to have her throne world nearby or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's what allows her throne world to be like. There's so many things it could be, or maybe it's just a trophy. But if you want to know if I think that she's using the actual physical ship to power it, if I had to guess, I would say no, because the thing is shut down. There's no lights, there's no glowy bits, but honestly, I don't know. If anything from the pyramid ship is powering anything, it's probably that blade. That's my guess.
Nice. Yeah.
A guy in my chat says that blade can be the first knife, the one that the darkness got after they joined the game. I don't know, because if the darkness doesn't have a body, I don't know why their knife would make it physically, but it would be maybe it's modeled after it, and maybe it's like, like with Christianity, crucifixes, it's not the actual crucifix, but it's like, modeled after it. That would be cool.
Reminded of book series was that Stark and Tyr? No, there's a book series. I think it's the sequel to the Golden Compass, where someone gets a knife that's got a blade so thin it can cut through reality. Nice. And that's what I was imagining when they were saying like maybe it's the, the first knife or whatever. I agree with you on that one. I think it would be strange for that kind of a relic to be around. But then again, if it's used in a more like story or ceremonial purpose or some kind of grand artifact, maybe. I mean, we've all been bamboozled before. How many of us have looked at something and gone, yes, the next seasonal artifact will definitely be this? No, it's not that. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of some specific examples at the moment.
People
but
thinking
I remember
that there's going to be the Siva season?
Different things. What was that?
The Siva season? Everybody's speculating that we were going to get a Siva season?
Yeah, or just like even something as small as what is the seasonal artifact going to be, right? Like right now, it's the Wayfinder's Compass. There have been times where it's something seems like really obvious, really on the surface, and then we get bait and switch bamboozled. So it's the exciting thing, but it's also the frustrating thing of being interested in the lore of this game is that it can go in any direction. And that actually relates to a question / perspective / point I wanted to raise with your community. So what do you guys think? How to frame this? So I guess how far into theory do you allow? Okay, I think with any theory, there's a suspension of disbelief. There is well, just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't happen. You have to kind of think outside the box. But I'm wondering, how do you, as a lore pursuer, content creator, how do you deal with that balance? Because I will say that I find a lot of people, and don't get me wrong, I love passion, but a lot of people come up with theories, and I'm like, that's really cool.
Yeah.
But how would that even work?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good question. Because I've encountered the same thing, and I even have to struggle with that myself. So for me, it really depends on. And I'm just thinking. Sorry, it really depends.
No worries.
Because it depends on how much of a mystery Bungie wants it to be. If it's something that's kind of okay, well, let's just take something that's really not that big of a deal. You'll get a lore book about it. You'll get a lot of, item descriptions. You can read it, you can see it, you can know whatever, like, for example, I can make the claim that I don't believe stasis is actually darkness powers, because of the fact that we had the Kentark 3 in the Black Garden getting some mysterious power. And also, in Season of the Worthy, when Trials of Osiris, quote-unquote, came out, although a little half-baked, there was the one lore part, the item description for Trials of Osiris, where, you had a Guardian use their, some power to reach in and grab into what they described as the umbral core of another Guardian, and then they say it's something like along the lines of it's inside of you too. And then the fact that when you look at your character, like you go to the main menu, it refers to the light as a gift from the Traveler, and it refers to stasis as like wield the power within or embrace the power within or whatever. So like I can say that I don't think stasis is necessarily the darkness power. And then I can say, well, there's this evidence from the written lore or whatever. Now I can say something else, and it could just be, well, I think it makes sense in my head, and I don't have whatever. You kind of have to, because at the end of the day, there's always going to be the thing that you want to be the case. We all have things we'd like to see happen, whether it be things that characters do, things that happen to destinations, whatever. And a lot of times, once you get an idea of the way something could be, it can be really hard to say, nah, it's not. And I struggled with this a lot myself, and I'm sure a lot of other people do, where sometimes you get an idea, and at first you think it is the way it is. Like, okay, I'll give you an example, right? Now, this isn't necessarily to do with like the written lore, but when I'm trying to like decode or decipher a lot of the whispers at the pyramid, that you get in pyramid ship locations, and I'm trying to figure out what is being said, the amount of times where I can hear something and it sounds 100% clear to me, and I'm like, this is nuts, this is so cool. And then I slow it down by a bit and I realize that it was actually just two words together, or it was something different. And it's like, I really wish it was the other thing. This thing, even if it is true, it's not as cool. For me, the way I kind of ground myself is the number one pillar of truth is the written lore, because that's what's most accessible and it's there. The second thing for me is I think, you know, some people might disagree with this. I've had people that have straight up said it's ridiculous that you do this, but I personally put a lot of credit and a lot of I guess stock in concept art. Bungie really has a track record of following through with concept art, and I mean even take the concept art that was of that city with the pyramid ship stuff that came out when Destiny 2 launched, and there was nothing to do with it, and then they end up using it. So, you know, when I see something in concept art and it then happens later on in the game, I don't look at that as an accident. And then what I do is I do a lot of other digging for a lot of the other art that person has done. And so that's the kind of second level, the second layer. The third layer is then architecture. So for example, if I see, how do I say this? Like, again, the guy was talking about how the architecture in the Witch Queen trailer, it looks like stuff from the Aztecs and stuff like that. So I'm trying to think of, okay, or even stuff like, you know, the Trials of Osiris armor, it's all like Egyptian themed. Then you're okay, well, is there very clearly a link between these two inspirations, or am I just, you know, thinking, and is it just something that's really cool? That's the kind of third layer of it. But at the end of the day, it needs to be something that is, you know, I've had a lot of people that give me theories, and the biggest question that I'll often come up with is, that sounds really cool, but like, how do you think Bungie is going to be able to put this in the game? And I think what's really hard with theories is that a lot of the times the people that are really making these in-depth theories, they're people that know the lore really well. But at the end of the day, no matter how well you know the lore, even how deep the lore is, the story that you get is designed to be accessible to everyone, because not everybody can understand the lore. And so sometimes you come up with this theory and it's super in-depth and it ties all these things together, and I kind of go, well, how is Bungie gonna pull that off? You know, how are they going to, like, how is somebody who doesn't read the lore, doesn't watch Bife or anyone else, who kind of, you know, they skip cutscenes, how is it going to make any sense to them? So for me, how do I keep myself grounded? I use the written lore, and I use what is 100% fact as kind of the anchor, because from what I've seen, Bungie never really goes away from that. And then after that, as long as I can stay close to that and it makes sense, like I'll give you an example. Something like Sekhmet. Sekhmet is something that is really big deal, is a big deal for me in the pyramid ships. Even before Beyond Light came out, I was analyzing some of the statues in that, and even just in terms of the ancient Egyptian ideology that I was digging into, I was finding links. Sure enough, Beyond Light comes out, and one of the clearest words I have ever heard, there's a lot of things that I'm very confident that I've heard them say, but if I had to say one word that I know for a fact, 100% they have said, it is Sekhmet. 100%. Well, what if I told you that the guy that one of the lead writers for The Taken King actually wrote a story about, you know, Sekhmet and ancient Egyptian stuff? Also, an ARG that happened before D1 came out, there was like a Bungie Sekhmet that was giving people beta codes. So that's kind of me taking something that's kind of out there, but doing my best to try and ground it. Now, the second part of that, and I want to add to what you were saying, because it's really hard to keep it grounded, and especially when you have something that sounds really cool and you want it to be a thing, is that people can get really defensive about it. Really defensive about it. I'm of the opinion that there's no need to get mad at somebody over their theory, because at the end of the day, right, like I can come out here and I can say my theory about the pyramid ships, and somebody can say that's nonsense, you're completely wrong. Well, I'm like, okay, well, you tell me what you think. They'll tell me, and what I will always say, if I can remember to say it, is, well, I can't prove you wrong and you can't prove me wrong, so we'll just wait and see. There's no need to get mad about it. But you know, I'd say 90% of people that I see that are really into making theories, they're really positive, great people, but I've run into toxicity. And I don't use that as a, you know, trying to, oh, these people are toxic, you know, toxic gamers or whatever. But like, you know, I've had people like diagnose me with mental illnesses. I've talked about this even on stream. It's like a meme for my channel at this point. I made a video and a guy was like, you actually have this thing where you see things that you don't. It's whatever. I've had people say that, you know, these things are auditory phenomenon where you want to hear it, so your brain is tricking you to hear it. So you're actually hearing it, but you're not, because your brain wants you know. And I think that it's really tricky, because I think a lot of times people really care about the lore, and so they have something that they have theory, they've worked so hard on it, they've connected so many dots, and then somebody says, I actually, you know, I respectfully, I don't really think that's right. They feel like all that hard work and all that, it's like, but you don't understand it, there's no way. Or they look at somebody else's and they think there's no way, you know. And I think those are probably two of the most important things when it comes to making theories, or even caring about the lore in a deep way at all. What you mentioned, having to strike that balance between being passionate and digging really deep, and being realistic and staying to what anybody can understand and what Bungie will most likely, you know, move towards. And also being accepting of other people. You know, I've had people that have come to me with theories, and I'm thinking, I don't think this is gonna happen, man. Like, but I just encourage them, and I say, you know what? Because the way I look at it, right, is that it's good to have a passion to put your energy towards, and it's a positive thing. You're not hurting anybody. You feel like, you know, you're accomplishing something. You feel like you're being productive. I love that. I absolutely love that. And like you said earlier at the very start, it makes you love the game even more. It keeps you playing. It's a win-win. So I have nothing but happiness for everyone, no matter what their theories are. I want to hear them all, whether I agree with them or not. So I think those are the two biggest things when it comes to making theories. For me personally, is I have to try and find that balance, but I also have to, like, there's no need to be like, oh, I have read the lore for X amount of years. I have the superior knowledge. You don't have the record that I do. Your theory is, you know, it's a game. It's a video game. You know, as much as like, like I said, I'm obsessed with the pyramid ships, and if the thing comes out, whatever the reveal is, and I'm completely wrong, yeah, I'll be a bit disappointed just because like I've put so much time into it. But at the end of the day, it's a video game, and I'm happy that I had this passion. So I think, yeah, that's really it. Keep that balance and just be open-minded of everyone, and understand that people just care about what it is, and whether you agree with it or not, and whether they agree with you or not. That's another big thing. Just be respectful, because like I've had it happen to me, and I've seen it happen to other people. Whether it be like on Reddit or the Bungie forums, where somebody will have an idea and then they'll just get absolutely shouted down, you know? And there's always, I guess, you know, in any community, there's going to be a little bit of a unpleasant side, but that's what I've experienced anyway.
Yeah, there's often gatekeepers. So first of all, well,
didn't mean to go on the huge rant, by the way. Didn't mean to go on the huge rant.
It's fine. You've kind of said many of the things I wanted to say anyway, so I don't have to say them now. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% that you have to have a balance, and there is room for passion, even if you don't agree with it, or even if it's just plain wrong. Yeah, there's a couple of like specific points I guess I'll tack on to that. Is that yeah, balance is key. When starting from the written lore is something that I do as well. I often ask for a source. People give me something, I'm like, give me the source. It's not that I don't believe you. I want to see it myself. And this is related to the second point, which is, you can read things wrong, or you can write things wrong. And Bungie have done both. So it's not that I don't believe you. I want to see it myself. And this is related to the second point, which is, you can read things wrong, or you can write things wrong. And Bungie have done both. So it's not that I don't believe you. I want to see it myself. And this is related to the second point, which is, you can read things wrong, or you can write things wrong. And Bungie have done both. So it's not that I don't believe you. I want to see it myself. And this is related to the second point, which is, you can read things wrong, or you can write things wrong. And Bungie have done both. So it's not that I don't believe you. I want to see it myself. And this is related to the second point, which is, you can read things wrong, or you can write things wrong. And Bungie have done both. So it's not that I don't believe you. I want to see it myself. And this is related to the second point, which is, you can read things wrong, or you can write things wrong. And Bungie have done both. So it's not that I don't believe you. I want to see and we have all done both. And it's, you know, how many times, like, even when you're like a weapon person, you're looking at the patch notes and you're like, wait, does that mean before I throw my grenade or after the perk has started to be activated, right?
That's a good point.
You know, Bungie didn't say that. So now we don't know. We got to wait for Fallout's video to test it or whatever. You know, things have been. I always describe the lore. The lore is, at best, the lore is a library where the complete story of the Destiny universe is being written. Some of it has already been written, and those pages are in many books. And some of those books have had their pages pulled out, ripped apart, stuffed into other books, pages lost, pages burnt, different perspectives, and it's critical thinking and literature analysis is really important if you want. If you like, it's okay if you don't have them. If you're just going off on your own theories or you're building your own stuff, that's great too. But I do wish that this comes back to a specific point I'll get to in a second, but
sure.
You have to know where the written lore starts and stops, and you should be aware of the limitations and the strengths of that written lore. Examples like, well, it's never been mentioned in the lore. Does that mean it can't happen? Or does that mean it hasn't happened? Or does that mean it hasn't happened in a way that's been documented yet?
Yeah.
Because every time we get lore that comes out that talks about something that happened in the past, that changes how we look at those events in the past. And
that's very true.
This is really nitpicky stuff, but it's important because what happens is we still don't know a fundamental question. Can a ghost pick a different guardian? If they lose their guardian or they don't want him anymore, can they go get a different guardian? There's just as much evidence.
You mean after they've resurrected them, like, and they've bonded with them? Yeah. So like dredging yours ghost, could that ghost have gone and gotten another guardian after they just left dredging? Yeah.
Right. The ghosts. So in the Phoenix and Pigeon lore book, Osiris downs a bunch of bully guardians or light bearers at that point, and when their ghosts come to revive them, Sagira says, "Go, leave these here. Go to the Traveler and get new guardians," and they float away.
She actually says that.
And the problem is we haven't seen that process happen. We've seen it implied, but it's been implied by different characters. So it hasn't been written in the lore. So you could say, well, it hasn't been written, it hasn't happened, and then next season someone writes it and it does happen. The thing is, there's very few things, like, first of all, take all your theory, put it aside for a quick second, concentrate down to the written lore as you mentioned. You have to be aware of the limitations of the written lore as well. Just because something happened once doesn't mean it's 100% always the way it is, or even the way it literally actually happened, especially if the lore is being told from someone's perspective.
Hey, that's very true. Yep.
I mean, I quote the Book of Unveiling a lot because it gives us an interesting understanding of how maybe the universe formed and the motivations of the light and the dark. But technically, that book was told to us by an entity claiming to be the Winnower, the ultimate darkness, which had basically been translated by Eris Morn through a device that Osiris maybe found in deep space.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know if that book is actually from the darkness.
There's a lot of faith being put in that book,
Yeah. So what I would agree with you, what I say, I agree with everything you say. I just want to add that something else to consider is that if you're trying to build a theory that's fun, go for it. Go nuts. If you're trying to build a theory that you think could work, relating to your point, you have to be open. You have to be willing to accept that you could be wrong, you could miss something. Other people may have a point that shuts your theory down, but for the better, or that pumps it up because it's like, oh, I didn't even consider that. But you also need to be aware that anything any interpretation that you have on the lore and any theory that you build on top of it, it's built on assumptions. And that's fine. Those assumptions may be true, but you have to be aware of that because they may shift, they may change as new information or new perspectives come out. I mean, honestly, it's hard not to write a lore video and make the entire like description just a bunch of disclaimers saying like, if you assume this, if I assume that, I am assuming this.
Yeah.
And it's an annoying practice. And but it is kind of necessary. And I think not to defend people who gatekeep, but I think what might happen is some people don't think about that and they think their way is right. Or maybe they've seen a lot of blueberries make the same assumptive mistakes and they're kind of frustrated with it or whatever. Again, these people are passionate, these newer to the lore people are passionate about it, so let them be and try to help guide them. But even if you are like, I'll tell you right now, if I was sitting beside Bife and he said something and I kind of like, and I was thinking these thoughts I think now, I would just say to him, hey, that's assuming this. And he would say, yes, of course, sure, assuming that, you know, because he, you know, even Bife, like, needs to understand that this is, we're all interpreting it. We're all, you know, and even Bungie might write it in a way that they don't mean for it to be ambiguous, but it is. And if you go about it with that, a couple of things will happen with you. One, you'll be more open to new ideas, and you'll come up with cooler and even crazier theories. Two, when new information comes in, or if something gets retconned, you won't feel your world fall apart. You'll just go, oh, well, like even in the worst case, you might go, oh, well, that's disappointing. I thought it was this way. But I did make this theory on these assumptions, which were based on the information I had at the time. Now I have new information that does kind of unravel the chain. Okay, I'll go in this other direction, or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? It's important. It's important to be like that. And to go on the topic of gatekeeping for a short second, what I always like to say is that we're not lore masters. We're lore guides. We're librarians.
Yeah.
We know where the lore is. You know, there's a lot of people who come in to my community and they're like, look, I only know about exo lore because I love them. And if you start talking about like, I don't know, the Vex, I don't know them. And I say, hey, if you're interested, here's some books to read if you want, or some videos to watch, great content creators out there, whatever, or go do this strike, you might get some dialogue or whatever. Like, I know a lot about the lore. I read it all. I like caught as much of the dialogue as I can find, but there's always room for everybody else's passion, and it's a balance. They need to realize, hey, I know what I'm talking about. I know where the stuff is. So saying questions like, are you sure, when I tell you that there's a book about this, maybe give me the benefit of the doubt. But I'm also going to give you the benefit of the doubt, even if you don't know about the Vex. I might go, okay, I see where you're going with that. It's an interesting theory.
Yeah.
And then the next part of it is, when you are theory crafting, when you are build crafting, I think another aspect of balance, like you said, you're looking at the written lore, you're looking at concept art, storytelling, narrative, how that generally works.
Wait, is that a question?
Well, it's a recommendation.
Okay.
I think that just like the written lore, there are rules that are established in a story that can be followed, and they can also be broken. And it's important to kind of understand how each of those works so that you can build your theories in a way that might fit in more with what Bungie can actually do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because, like you said, if somebody comes up with a crazy theory, you're like, I can't see that fitting in. And if somebody comes to me with a crazy theory, I'm like, there's no evidence that the Traveler could do that, and I guess there's no evidence that the Traveler couldn't do that, but that would make for a bad story. you know, or that would make for a story that would be too much of a leap of logic, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to add to that. So the first thing I want to say is as a follow up to what you were talking about with like, don't necessarily like take everything like 100% as solid, whatever, because, you know, an example of that where you have, I suppose it kind of, no, I was gonna say two different mediums, but it kind of actually goes back and forth, is if you look at the pyramid ships now. Okay, listen, I'm gonna be talking about them frequently just because that's kind of, you know, my thing, my jam, but also that's probably, let's be honest, that's probably where some of the biggest theories are at the moment, I guess. But so like I mentioned how one of the core parts of my overall theory, which to be honest I really am not considering it a theory anymore, because I feel like the Queen has kind of proven it to be. But back in, like, you know, late 2020, before Beyond Light came out, I was saying, you know, I don't think that the pyramid ships are the actual darkness. And one of the things I would get from a lot of people is, how can you say that when your character and the ghost, they specifically call the ships the darkness? Like, how can you even consider going against that when it's even in the cutscenes? And like, your ghost, the ghost says that, you know, I don't see a ship, I see a paracausal, whatever. You know, how can you go against that? And well, so again, to kind of talk about what grounds me, probably the biggest like whammy for me was, I basically pieced together through only the written lore, only that the Winnower, Darkness, whatever you want to call it, and the Pyramid Ship Fleet, the Black Fleet, they arrived in our system during the collapse at two different points in time. And I got that from the fact that Destiny 2 specifically said that Io was the last place the Traveler touched, and you can see the pyramid ships coming in to the Traveler and attacking it. But, and also the fact that the Traveler, it says the Traveler beelined it from Io to Earth as soon as the collapse happened. So you keep that in mind, and yet in Forsaken, in the lore about the Awoken, when their ship that they're on is getting, let's just say, bamboozled, you know, they still have communication with Earth, and there's one specific, like, 2 lines, and somebody says, "Where's the Traveler?" And the response is, "It's on Earth, and there's like heavy fire and, you know, stuff going on there." So for me, that is concrete in the written lore. So we know the pyramid ships attacked the Traveler on Io, and yet this thing is entering our system, and the light is coming in to meet it, and the two clash, and at this point the Traveler is on Earth. So for me, like, that is very, like, that is solid, and this is before all of, you know, the more recent seasons and the whole entity and the voice. So for me, this is one of the main, obviously there's the whole thing about the us and, or the I and we, the more verbal sides of it, but that was one of, you know, that's in. So you have characters in cutscenes saying these ships are the darkness, and yet you have the written lore that says these were two different things coming in at two different times. So either you have a serious continuity error, which, like, it's unfortunately it's something you can't put past Bungie these days, or it actually is something else. And so what my statement was at the time, and it still is now, is that we know way more about the lore than our characters do. Way more. We have, like, the information of cryptarchs, basically. We have all these lore books. You think our character has read all those books? You think they know? Like, there's some information, I think you even maybe mentioned it, I could be wrong, hope I'm not taking words out of your mouth, where there's, like, things that our character just couldn't have known. And so my ultimate statement was, I believe that, you know, these people are what's known as unreliable narrators, where, you know, they're being honest and they're giving their opinion, but you don't take their word for it, because they don't know everything. It's like in a murder mystery
where, you know, you're reading a murderous mystery book or you're watching a show and there's like a group of people, right? And somebody dies and one person did it. And a person's like, that guy did it. I think that guy did it. Well, you're not going to ultimately know because, you know, that person is not the author. That person, it's not like the author says, you know, that person said it and they were right. That's just their person's opinion. And they might genuinely believe that, but they don't know. And that was my statement for that. So I just want to like say that in regards to the whole, like, I think it's a really good thing that you mentioned about how Bungie can sometimes, I think Bungie can sometimes, like, it's a bit meta or whatever the word is, and they don't do it very often. This is one of the only times I've seen it where they kind of intentionally mess with people, if you get me, in saying that this is the darkness, and then they've been rolling, they haven't referred to the pyramid ships as the darkness in a little while now. It's just the Black Fleet. And then what you were saying about, like, the story and, you know, the rules of the story, I think, and like the whole thing about the theory being massive and how you can, you know, approach that from a realistic standpoint as just a normal person, because that normal person has to be able to understand the story at the end of the day, because like you said, the story is one of the three things that keeps people playing. There are people that don't care about the looting, they don't care about the shooting, and they don't necessarily really even know much about the story or the lore, but that's why they play the game. There are people like that, and Bungie has to cater towards them at the end of the day. So, like, you want to talk about how you incorporate that into theories. It really comes down to foreshadowing. That's really what it is. I think the only way a massive theory that's really complex, and there's no sight of it really in the game. The only way something like that can realistically make it into the easily accessible state is when there's a ton of foreshadowing. And I think the pyramid ships are probably like the best examples we've had in the entire franchise, because we get the mysterious thing at the end of the D2 campaign. So everybody that's played that, they know these ships exist. And, you know, even in Forsaken, whether that be, you know, the hologram with the Queen, or in the cutscenes with the Drifter and the Emissary, and then, you know, he's having these dreams or nightmares about the pyramid ships, whatever. There's things in the lore alluding to these ships. Consistently, these things have been mentioned ever since the beginning of D2. And they first introduced them, and nobody has any idea what these things are. Barely anybody is around, realistically, like, since the collapse, who's not either a Guardian or an Exo. And very clearly, nobody knows anything about the pyramid ships, because if anybody did, they'd be saying, yes, I remember when they came during the collapse, I saw them, blah, blah, blah. So the fact that we haven't heard that means nobody in the world really knows what they are. And so they see these things that are a threat to everything, and they're like, this is the darkness. And it makes sense. Like, I don't look at, you know, the whole unreliable narrator thing, I don't look at that as Bungie, you know, being lazy or, you know, changing their story. I think that makes sense. It's part of the world. And then, you know, my theory as to the race inside of the ship, I think that, I mean, even like illusions that there even is a race. There are so many people that don't believe there's a race at all. Even that's another thing that Ghost said. I don't see a ship, I see a paracausal being. So you want to talk about why there's potentially a race? Well, foreshadowing, that concept art. Why is there a city in the ships? Why are there doors? Why are there stairs? Why are there pots? And now, even in Witch Queen, we've seen that even changed. Why in this pyramid ship location is there a weapon crafting station with these ancient materials and these blades if there's nobody to use them? And so I think you take a really complicated concept like the pyramid ships and the race and whatever their story might be, and I think over time Bungie has begun spoon feeding that in, which is why I'm really excited about the fact that I see this in Witch Queen, and yet the story's about Savathun and not them. Because what that means is that we'll be able to focus on Savathun, who deserves to have a story about her.
But then there will also be a lot of information about the pyramid ships, hopefully. So then in Lightfall, if they decide to make that about the pyramid ships, people will have that prior knowledge then to fall back on. So I think when you're following the story and the rules, I think that the only way, because I think you're right, the story has rules and they can be broken sometimes, but at the end of the day, I can't see any other way for like a really big theory. Because, like, you know, if you have a smaller theory that's not necessarily as impactful, yeah, sure, you can get away with it. But, like, if it's a really big, complex thing that really changes a lot about the story in general, you need foreshadowing. You have to have foreshadowing. Because otherwise, they just dump it in, you know? Can you imagine if there was nothing to do with the pyramids at all in this expansion, and then they just dumped it all onto us in Lightfall, or in the final shape?
Yeah.
Or the Winnower and the pyramid ships at the same time? People are like, what? What do you mean they're two different characters? Who's this? I have no idea what's going on. And then they have to spend the whole expansion, the limited time, trying to explain, well, this is the pyramid ships, and this is actually their backstory, and this is the Winnower, and this is actually... It doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, and this is something I was going to say before, is that, so as I mentioned, there are rules in stories, right? And in how stories are formed. And beyond the rules of, like, I don't know, a beginning, a middle, and an end, and, you know, a climax and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You also have the kind of established rules in the world that you live in. So
Yes.
let me try to think of an example.
Sure.
Okay. So Guardians can make certain objects with their light, with their power. They can, you know, hunters can summon like a weapon made of solar light and blades and staves and stuff like that. And warlocks can summon a bunch of power. Titans can summon walls and hammers and things like that. But we cannot, I don't know, as a Titan, I cannot summon a fleet of ships. I cannot just zap my light into a bunch of ships. You know what? Actually, the metaphor works if I go outside of Destiny for a second. The Force allows you to convince people of things. It allows you to move things. And I don't know the lore of Star Wars that well, but it also enhances a lot of other abilities, right?
Yeah.
Now, is the Force, is someone able to point their finger at the ground and suddenly just create a lightsaber out of nothing using the power of the Force? Let's just go by what's in the movies. No, they can't do that.
Yeah.
Could the Force be able to do that? Yeah, sure. It's magic. It can. But in order to get your audience there, you have to, like you said, you have to foreshadow it, right? In literature, it's called Chekhov's gun. If you describe a gun at the beginning of the play, that gun better have been fired by the end of the play, or else why did you put it there? And that you don't have to follow that rule. Sometimes you do. I mean, I just finished watching Lord of the Rings, and there's a lot of stuff that's described that isn't ever used because it's just building the world, right? And that's something you have to be careful of in Destiny lore. It's like, well, what about this? It's like, it's just a detail. It doesn't actually matter. Maybe it does, but you can get to any point you want in any story if you guide the audience there. If you build that bridge to suspend that disbelief. In Star 100%. Wars, if you want to have a new Force power, cool. That's usually why a character will struggle to figure it out, or they will go through some kind of stress or journey or knowledge exchange or whatever, and then they'll be able to do it because it feels better and it makes more sense if they've earned that journey and if they've gotten there. And it's the same with these series. And you're right, like, if they drop something huge that doesn't connect back with anything in the game as it's been established before, that will be really difficult even for the most dedicated lore to understand, let alone piece together, let alone enjoy. So I'm just saying that, you're right. Foreshadowing is very important. And again, a balance has to be maintained. Some people dig into details that aren't there. Is this Braille? Is that Braille? Is that the Cabal language? No, it's shadow on the wall. But then again, Bungie is clever and they're kind of crazy and they love to do stuff like that. Look at the Black Armory and the crazy puzzles that people have there. So it's, you gotta leave room for both. You gotta leave room for someone to go, I think this means this, and you're like, huh, I don't think that. But then again, we're playing a game where magic and magical technology exist. And that's what I tell people, is that because magic and magical technology exist in Destiny, and because, the real world exists and Bungie can change their creative direction and team at any point, the margins of what how far your rules can bend or how well they can be broken are wider because you have magic and magical technology.
Well, I think that depends.
It
depends on how much foreshadowing has been. Like, if you spend like a long time building up something in a story and then you just randomly change it, it's not going to necessarily work, I'd say.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that it's not going to necessarily work, but if you're watching a real, like, a show about police detectives in the city, the greatest leap of logic you might have is the killer was actually the butler, and the butler has been disguised as a woman for 20 years. Like, that's kind of like the biggest leap of logic you might have. You're not going to have something like an alien, a magical force, a robot, whatever. But if you play a game like Destiny where all of those things exist, I'm just saying that the leaps of change are a bit wider.
They are,
a bit
of course.
more
Yes,
possible.
100%.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That you're right. They do need to be foreshadowed, but they also can be it's this weird back and forth I have, where on the one hand I can be a bit pedantic and say, well, it's never happened in the lore, so that's a big stretch. But on the other hand, I look at it and go, well, magic, the paracausal power, Eva technology, awoken, pseudoscience. Like, there's a lot of capability, and that's a balance that can be frustrating as a lore enthusiast, because you're like, you just want solid ground.
I was just about to say that. I think like that part of it can get subjective about like what your kind of values are with the lore. Like for me personally, right? I'm so huge on consistency and continuity, and I really like it when something is introduced and I can see how that fits in with something else elsewhere. Instead, because what it looks like to me is then you have a consistent vision that they're working towards and a story that's been planned. Whereas sometimes like when I apologize to the Aramis fans out there, but I mean, apart from like that one little mention in 0 Hour, I kind of feel like Aramis just kind of existed for Beyond Light because Bungie wanted her to, or I'm just using her as an example. So sometimes like, if you're watching a show or a game, doesn't matter, whatever it is, sometimes when something randomly is introduced, it can kind of feel like the creators just wanted it to kind of be that way. Whereas, so like for me, I really like it when with the world it's kind of set in stone to a certain extent, where you feel grounded in that this happened and it makes sense because I've already seen this, or it fits into this set of rules in the world or whatever. But that's a subjective thing, because again, on the other side of it, you have people that are like, whoever makes the world has complete creative control over it, and just because you like or don't like something about like a decision they make, it doesn't matter because they are the ones in control. So it gets split between what your, I guess, your values of the world and what you feel, what type of like how it's like the line where creative direction meets respecting the world, if you get me. I hope, am I making any sense? I don't. Yeah.
No, I think you are, and you're right. When a story is created, there are, as I said, there are established not only rules, but there's an established there are established ways that there's tone, there's genre, there's characters act in a consistent way, right? And if you break that, you have to have a reason for that.
Yeah.
Bungie has had this issue in the past, and we've seen a few content creators talk about momentum or lack thereof. So, Aramis, introduced once, not really built up, and then all of a sudden she's she's mentioned in a single ghost pre-order sale ghost, and then she's the antagonist from Beyond Light. And it's a bit of a downfall because she actually had a really cool backstory, but you only learn the backstory as you're working through the campaign to eliminate her. And if that backstory was presented a little bit more forward focused,
like if you replaced her with Tanix, everybody,
even if the backstory was presented in the dialogue and in other characters talking about her.
Yeah.
Even if we had just met her now, but everyone else is like, oh, you're only meeting her now? Oh, here's a big deal. Okay, it would still be a bit disappointed to learn about her and then 5 hours of gameplay later, defeat her. But at least you would get that. Most players don't read the lore. They don't get into it. So they get the bare minimum that's in the campaign, and campaigns usually in Destiny, they're not that long and they can't do everything. Gaul is kind of similar. Gaul had a crazy backstory, really cool.
Yeah.
Clawed his way up from a gladiatory pit. Did we get that in the game?
No.
One or two voice lines, but not really. So that's another thing is that in general, if you're going to introduce something, hopefully it fits within the world you've created, and if not, hopefully you can get us there. And specifically, maybe build up your villains a little bit more. Build up, and that's why Witch Queen. I guess to kind of bring this around, I think that's why Witch Queen, the expansion, is going to be hopefully huge, because this character has been building up since the beginning of Destiny 2. You could argue that she's been mentioned in Destiny 1, but honestly, Destiny 2, you go to Mars, and there are acolytes praying for Savathun.
She was mentioned in IO, even during Vanilla D2,
Right. So she's been built up over the course of Destiny 2. So it's a 6-year build-up. And
more than Oryx, and everybody reveres him as a villain,
Yeah. So I hope that is done justice. I hope that when we see her, it's consistent, but it's surprising in a way that still fits, and it's worth the wait, worth the investment. I'm sure it will be, but it's just, we've had characters, really cool characters, who go up and leave in a strike. Hopefully with this character who's been built up over several years, we really feel like, oh man, that was, it may not be what I expected, but it was the scale of what I expected.
Yeah, I made a video, and it was something along the lines of why Witch Queen is already smashing Beyond Light, and it just came down to the fact that already from the marketing, Witch Queen is clearly serving its purpose in terms of the overall big story, and also it looks like we're going to be getting what the marketing is telling us we're going to get, and I really appreciated that. I made a really big video reviewing Beyond Light, because I can tend to say some pretty strong words about that expansion, but I made a really big review because I felt like I needed to explain myself. And the way I kind of looked at it was, Bungie has treated these expansions recently as the closing chapter, in the overall story, right? And so the way I saw it was, before we knew about Final Shape, it was just Beyond Light, Witch Queen, and Lightfall. And the way I saw it was, you've got the final story, and you've got a beginning, a middle, and an end, right? And so I figured we have Savathun, we have the actual darkness and the light and all that, and then we've got the pyramid ships. So I figured, okay,
Beyond Light will introduce us and get us acquainted with the characters that are the pyramid ships, so that way, from now on, we'll know who they are and that'll be that sorted. And then Witch Queen will be us resolving the whole story arc of Savathun, and that'll be that. Cool. And then in Lightfall, the end, everything comes together and we finish it. And I personally believe, I could be wrong. I know they wouldn't necessarily stop. I know they'd keep making expansions, but my personal opinion is story-wise, and this is purely just a guess, right? But I kind of feel like they needed to make the final shape as like its story because of the fact that to make up for Beyond Light not really getting, because if you think about it, again, if Lightfall was the end of this story, then they need to wrap up Savathun, the pyramid ships, the darkness and the light all in 2 expansions, which means that you're either lumping like that in your finale, or you're not doing a character who's been hyped up for like 5-6 years the justice that she deserves. So either way, you're not really doing good. So then when you make the final shape, then we're back to square one, where okay, we have the Witch Queen, Lightfall, and final shape. So yeah, I'm already way more excited, healthily more excited, I would say, because I was more hyped for Beyond Light, but that was just based off of the marketing and what my assumptions were that we would get. But from what I've seen, it looks like the expansion is going to be mainly about Savathun, which is good. That's what I want it to be. And at the same time, we're actually moving forward with the big story. So I definitely agree with you. I definitely agree with you.
I think related to the downfalls, the pitfalls of Beyond Light, I think as much as there may have been missteps in Beyond Light, I think the year of Beyond Light, narratively, of course, has been great. I mean, there's a lot of like little things, and what I hope, for me, without I don't want to pick on Beyond Light, it can do that itself. But for me, the main downfall of Beyond Light, the main pitfall, was the threat or the significance of using the darkness or not or whatever.
Yes, and how that affected later seasons even.
Yeah, but I felt it was really underplayed. Ghost was worried. Exo Stranger was like, you don't know how to control it. No consequence.
Yeah, and in the lore, in her dark future, everybody, when you got the darkness, you went bad, and everybody went bad, and all.
There was none of that. And like, if you're going to, you want to play that we're strong, we're the chosen one, and the experiences we've had helped us overcome it. Great, but even that wasn't there in my opinion. There wasn't this kind of like, no, you are strong. That's why you're not going to succumb to it. The threat wasn't really as well established as it could have been, and I feel like there's a number of ways they could have done it, even at a low basis. Like maybe it looks like we accidentally used our new darkness power to kill a bunch of Elixni who were trying to flee Europa. And then, no, our vision clears, and no, they were House Temptation, or they were Aramis's house. Right?
Yeah. Or even like if Aramis surrenders at the end, and yet we we go to kill her because we're fueled by whatever, and then the ghost has to try and stop us. Like even something like that.
So
I feel like they delved more into that with Forsaken, with like, do you know which side you're on? Like, you're hunting down this guy. Is that the right thing to do? Like with
they did that a bit. They did that much better, and then the lore surrounding it was fairly good. So with the year that we've had, I'm really hoping that the narrative team has the same amount of kind of power that they're wielding seasonally in terms of a campaign. Now they can't exactly do the same, because a campaign is like literally like 6 hours. I don't think Bungie likes to commit to a campaign that's longer than that anymore. They in terms of the main storyline, and there's other adventures and stuff you can grind out. But I really hope that they do that they establish and I think they have to, with how, like you said, with how built up Savathun has been. Yeah, he needs to be scary. He needs to be intimidating. The threat needs to be real, so that the heroic outcome is felt. And yeah, it's just a point of mine that I really hope that the narrative team has that same they're given that same support that they can do that, because yeah, I think this is going to be a huge one. It's going to, like you said, it's going to introduce and move forward, and maybe not wrap up, but at least greatly move forward the story of Savathun.
We'll certainly understand her a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. We've been getting like little snippets and stuff. Like, we need longer conversations, or we need conversations with others who she's worked with, or we need to know what are her real motivations. Like, I know it's a joke, and I know it's even built into the game. Like, I am the goddess of trickery, and every time you incorrectly guess my motivation, I get stronger. It's like, cool, but I'm not intimidated by someone who could be literally doing anything.
Yeah.
Right? I'm intimidated by direct threats. I'm intimidated by, I'm intimidated by clear, unshakable motivation. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mentioned earlier how Savathun has had more hype or more build-up than Oryx, but with Oryx, I think what really, apart from his power, I think one of the things that made people not necessarily maybe fear him, but recognize him as a threat was his motivation. It was that the father, the anger of a father who's had his son taken away from him, and like you know that you did that, and it's like, well, I kind of did something, and that's why you're here, and he's coming for me, So,
yeah, exactly. You didn't have to have like his name mentioned or anything, because all you saw was this guy just showed up and took out the Awoken fleet, the Awoken who seem powerful and are really cool. Also, yeah, the wrath of a father is something that can be very easily understood by most audiences.
Yeah.
And he's this big dude who's in charge of not only in charge of the hive, but he can take. Like, he has this power we've never seen before, and it's a crazy power that could enslave us all. So there's a lot of a lot of shortcuts that Bungie used there to go from a character you've never heard of before to the greatest threat that we've ever seen. Now we've had a character who's been built up for so long, and that is the biggest risk. The biggest risk is that she's nothing. She's in a strike. Like, that's the biggest risk. And I don't think it will happen.
No.
I really don't. But it is a risk that I'm sure they're really banking on, is making a character who is relatable, but also really formidable. Someone you want to learn more about, but also someone who must be defeated. Someone who is at risk of completely changing our way of life.
And I think they did a good job of that this season, because what's funny is that in all the marketing for Witch Queen, she's propped up as this scary, formidable opponent, and we're trapped in her realm and all this, that, and the other. And yet in this season, we're having these one-on-one powwow talks with her, and she's all friendly and she's all nice, and it makes it even scarier when you look at the marketing for Witch Queen and you're like, wow, she was really nice to me, and now she's like laughing at how I'm probably gonna, most likely gonna die or whatever in her throne world. So I think they've done a really good job of that, because you're talking to this character and she's completely different than how they've portrayed her in the expansion. So you know that she's not really, or maybe she is really like this. You just don't know. But it's I think they've done an amazing job with that, and I think they've done a good enough job with her that regardless of what happens to Savathun at the end, like what if she dies, or she joins us, or she disappears, or whatever, I think they can do any of those things and still have it be a good story because of how they've treated this character. I mean, I feel like any villain we've had in this franchise, I don't think we've gotten this personal and borderline friendly with as we have with Savathun.
And I think
no, I mean the metaphor I would use is that if you're playing poker, if you're playing cards, and you build up a hand that isn't complete, but it's got a lot of options, then any new card that comes on the table will strengthen your hand. Right?
Yep.
You could have a full house, you could have a flush, you could have whatever, 4 of a kind, whatever. Whatever card comes up, so whatever direction they want to go with it, yeah, I think you're absolutely right that because of the way they've built up this character and her relationship with everyone else, she is, she's directly related to, directly connected with Crow and Mara. She's not really directly connected with the Vanguard, but she's a known threat, and Eris is all over that. So Ikora is all over. The Guardian has been bouncing back and forth around the story of Savathûn for forever. So even and that's the other thing that you mentioned about foreshadowing. I think related to foreshadowing, maybe another way of phrasing it is having it in different levels of the game, right? The fact that I love the way that the narrative, the way we've had in the Helm, we've had these little cutscenes, radio messages, lore. I call them vignettes, these kind of living cutscenes where you're allowed to walk around in them and stuff happen. All of that stuff has been really great because, honestly, it is astounding to me when I watch PvP, and nothing against PvP guys, you guys have a completely different focus, and I respect it, and I get killed by it all the time. But when you see people who I know have skipped every cutscene and never read a piece of lore in the game, but they know, who Savathûn is and what she wants, basically, at a high enough level, that is impressive. Yeah, it says a lot about how Bungie is doing what they're doing, and maybe how the lore content community is doing what we're doing. But that's a big deal, and I love that because, yeah, maybe those guys and gals, they're not going to sit down and read the lore, but they're interested. They're interested in what's this villain going to do, and more than just what loot are they going to drop. They're what motivations do they have? Mm-hmm. And I think if you can get to that level, like you said, if you can get to that level with anyone, then you can enjoy it from any level of perspective that you play the game.
Yeah, I think, and it all goes back to those 3 pillars that you mentioned at the start. The fact that you need. Well, I think Destiny needs all 3, and as much as it has its ups and downs on the story side or on, because there are times when we're happy with the story and the PvP people are miserable with their side of the game. You get your ups and downs on various, but it's all 3 sides have kept their heads above the water, and that is very impressive. Especially, if you read the IGN article about the situation that the narrative team is in, you take that into consideration. These recent seasons, and even around Forsaken and Shadowkeep, the story that we did get, it's very impressive that they pulled it off.
Very
and as
much
for why
so,
Beyond
yeah.
Light, I don't know why Beyond Light really happened. I don't know what the reason is, but I'd like to believe that there was a reason.
Honestly, they put out an expansion at the height of the pandemic, and they kept it going. They had to delay it, but they kept it going. They kept the lights on. They're not perfect. They are dealing with some issues that are kind of rampant in the video game industry. But yeah, they've been working, and that's all that we can hope for, is that both. I guess the players and the devs, everybody just kind of tries to do their best to work toward the better community and the better product, and understand the frustrations on both sides. We want the impossible, they can't deliver it, and both sides need to realize that.
Yeah.
You know, and come to terms with it, right? Players can turn that passion of wanting the impossible, keep that passion just a little bit lower than maximum.
Yeah, because it can be a very creative force and a very destructive force.
Yeah, and the devs realize that we do take this stuff seriously and support it, and don't sweep it under the rug. You know, we're actually going to be talking about that probably a little bit later. Just doing some shameless self-promotion. We're doing another lore panel this Saturday, and we're going to talk about the Awoken. And
interesting.
And one of the aspects of the Awoken, I don't want to go too far into this today because it's getting a little late for me. But one of the aspects of the Awoken that isn't clearly represented in the game, but it's in the lore, is there is heterosexuality is not the primary force of the Awoken, and in many other places in Destiny, but there are very few representations of that are clear in the game versus the lore. And it actually came up in that IGN article that there was some stuff they wanted to present, but some of the higher ups were like, yeah, let's not do that. And all I'm trying to say is that whether it be importance of certain characters, importance of relationships, importance of us making allies or having a coherent story, yeah, we all care about it. And I think that I'm just really glad that Bungie publicly acknowledges that now, because I do feel like in the beginning of the game they were like, oh, we just thought, you know, just a big shooter arena with some good stuff. And their writers came up with, I'm not saying that Destiny has ever been bereft of lore, the opposite. I just feel like their focus hasn't been on it for a while. And yeah, I do think that the 3 pillars that we mentioned are crucial, and I really hope that we start seeing more of that, because I think even the most grind-focused player, loot-focused player, would love for more opportunities to earn more loot or to grind out for more loot. And if that loot includes something for your clan hall or something for your, you know, character customization, they're going to feel rewarded for their investment in the game.
If I could just give an example of that, I remember when the Felwinter's Lie quest came out. And I listen, I wasn't, like, just for the record, I wasn't the biggest fan of that quest, but what I do remember is watching. Do you know who Mtashed is? Yeah. I know he doesn't cover the game anymore, but I remember he was doing the quest, and he got. I can't remember if it was only lore attached to the shotgun itself, or if there was lore that you were getting. I think there was lore that you were getting as the quest progressed. I'm pretty sure that was the case.
So basically, you were walking through holographic vignettes of Rasputin explaining through metaphor the story of what happened with him in Felwinter.
But there was lore pages of some kind. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, I think they were part of the Liar book.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I remember watching Mtashed, and he's doing this quest, and he's like on stream reading this book, and I'm sitting there thinking, dude, you do PvP. I've never seen you like look at a book in your life. And yet this guy, because this shotgun is like the shotgun for Crucible, was going out of his way to read this lore book on stream. So I think, yeah, it just kind of goes to show, you know, they have been able to make the different groups interact with each other.
Yeah, it's all a balance. And as much as we all sit here and gush over the lore, yeah, make the game work first. Make it enticing to the broadest community possible, of course. All that's true. There were pages that you got as you masterworked the shotgun. That's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I always... Yeah, it actually goes back to your statement of balance. I believe that looting, shooting, and story are all equally important, but not equally, quantitatively as important of a priority, right? Looting and shooting should probably always be 70 to 80% of the game.
Yes.
And story, lore, whatever, could be 20 to 30% of the game in terms of effort and priority.
Yeah.
But that can go a long way. You know, you give me a few voice lines, I feel more immersed. You got more people interested, understanding the story. The fact that most players now understand the seasonal story is a revolution. And it's, as a lore content creator, it's very interesting to go from, okay, I have to make a video that explains what the heck happened this last season. Now you have to shift toward, well, I don't need to do that. Everybody knows, because even if they skip the cutscenes, there's radio things, and there's like, you know, there's all this evidence as to what happened, and people are already talking about it because it's interesting and connects to the character. So now you move into even deeper analysis. So yeah, I think it's all a consideration and balance. When I'm talking to people who are all they do is play PvP in and out, I don't bring up all of this like stuff. But once they're in a happy state, or they acknowledge like the pacing of game development, then I might say, hey, you know, would this be cool? Would you like this? And they usually do. They usually don't want it to be prioritized over whatever else they want fixed. And, you know, maybe on my worst day I might feel the same. But we all, yeah, Destiny has a lot of potential, and I'm so glad I don't work for Bungie. I'm telling you, I cannot comprehend trying to make the game that can go in this many directions, and appeal to this wide of a community. Like, it's impressive to me as a Canadian who lives in France, got friends all over the world, plays with people regularly with very little problem. It's amazing. But I would not want to work there, because trying to please everybody would rip me apart. Like, I don't know how they do it. So good, bad. I think they've ridden the line as well as they could, and I'm definitely excited for more. So I think we should probably do a bit of a podcast outro, just because it's becoming 1 a.m. my time. Still here to do some Q&A after, but I think in terms of like, you know, full sentences and everything like that, we can probably
I just want to say that again, I really appreciated you coming on here, and I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I really have. I think it's been very good.
Hey, I'm very thankful for you reaching out and inviting me. I'm always looking to meet new people in the community and support people. I mean, the algorithm really pushes for competition, but really I'm just happy to see more people out there doing stuff, exploring stuff, and yeah, it's been a great conversation. So I hope the first of many. I hope that you know, my streams had a good time. I think they have more questions for you, and if your stream wants to connect with me, feel free. Kaz_PhD on Twitter. All my other links are there. Come say hi, and thanks for having me.
Did you want to send any questions my way, just as you mentioned, or will we leave that for
another time?
I mean,
I kind of did that as an outro, so that if you were going to cut this off and put it into a thing, then you can.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
I got you.
But no worries, Tom. Catch you later. Chad, if you have any additional questions, a question came up earlier for you, kind of an opinion question for you, Ben, is adventures. You remember those?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
You want them back or not? Did you like them? Or not?
That's a good question.
Ooh, look at that delay, Chad. What will he say?
You know, okay, so in Destiny 2, like, when we learned more about it, I remember I completed the story, and the main story, and I remember going to bed that night, and I was thinking, like, of all the things that I still had to do. Like, I have to do these strikes, and then there's going to be this raid, and one of the things that got me excited was I haven't explored all the lost sectors, and there are so many, like, adventures that I haven't done, and they're all basically like a story mission each. And you know, if I had it my way, I would have them bring them back. But the reason why I kind of don't want them to is because I don't feel like, I could be wrong, right? And I kind of hope I am, but Well, no, I kind of hope I'm not. But basically, what my opinion is I don't necessarily feel like Bungie can implement adventures, good, decent adventures, without taking away from other parts of the game. Because another thing as well, right? As much as I love them, like, I don't know necessarily. Now, what's interesting is that they took the concept of lost sectors and they revamped those with Beyond Light, with the exotics. I never even thought of something like that. That's a really cool idea. So maybe they could do something like that, but I don't know. So I'll just say I really enjoyed the adventures. I didn't necessarily replay them that often, but I feel like they added a lot of value. Not maybe necessarily to the game, but the destinations. They gave a lot of value to the destinations. And if they could bring those adventures back without taking away from any other parts of the game that need it, like, I'll be honest with you, like, we need Crucible maps. And if we got like 2 Crucible maps in Witch Queen and like 10 adventures, I'd be like, okay, I don't think that was really the right call, you know?
Yeah.
I think you'd be getting a lot of angry people. So yeah, that's what I think. But I think they're great. I think they're really good. Yeah. I think another thing is something like what we got in what was it called? The things in Season of the Drifter or whatever, when you met with the emissary. You know those missions where
Yep. Yeah,
those things,
invitations of the nine.
Yeah, the invitations, they were really cool. I really liked those. Stuff like that. I really do enjoy that kind of content.
I came to the conclusion of the 3 pillars that I said because of the invitations of the 9 and
the Oracle as well.
And the, what are they called? Like during Season of Arrivals, whatever those quests were called, like we had to go back to Eris at the Tree of Silver Wings. Interference, I think, was the mission, but I came to that because I thought, wow, this is brilliant. You have a weekly thing where if you do it, you get a pinnacle drop. So there's your loot. They're like players who don't care about anything else in the game, who just want to level up as fast as they can. Boom, motivation. Great. The grind was fairly fine. It was do the public event, do a few other things, go do this one mission. So the grind was like approachable, which is pretty cool. And then there was story. There was story in the lore you got when you read it, but there was also story in the little vignettes, the little cutscenes. And I was like, this is amazing. You've tricked people into like getting the story, you know? It's like, I'll give you a candy, but you gotta listen to this like life lesson I'm gonna.
It's like when you mix the dog's medicine in with like the food or whatever, or the treats.
Yeah, exactly. So that I get you there. Like the adventures are interesting. I mean, purely on the merit of what adventures are, I love them. Adventures satisfy a number of things that I like. They are side quests. That allow you to develop certain stories or certain character relationships that don't fit in with the major plot. Like, you know, you're watching a major movie, there's no time for these 2 characters to hang out, even though it'd be really cool if they did, you know?
My favorite adventures were probably the ones on Mercury, because like you get to visit Mercury in the past and the future, like once during the story, but then you get, you know, the adventures, you get to kind of explore them a bit, and then like sure enough, in the future when you see Saint 14's body, like that's really cool. That's really cool, and it fleshes out the destination a lot more.
Yeah, that adventure was great. Arecibo, which kind of predicted the Warmind, because your ghost got taken over by Rasputin for a short bit at the end. That's cool, honestly. And this is a really specific one. This is a whole topic of its own. I don't want to go too far into it, but forget what the adventure was called. It was on the EDZ, and you're investigating the Cabal or developing some kind of new fuel or something for their tanks, and you discover where it is or where it's being made. And I think it's like Hawthorne and Asher Mere or maybe it's Sloan and Asher Mir on the radio, and basically they give you a choice. Do you go and just blow up the tanks, or do you basically like poison or dilute the fuel so that when they use the tanks they blow up? And the difference being that the second one would allow you to like blow up more, like it would allow you to kind of deal a more strategic critical blow to the Cabal.
Yeah, it kills.
And you can
more
actually
Cabal.
choose. Yeah, you can actually choose which one you do, and when you do, there's dialogue from them. Asher Mir will say something like I play a Titan, that's what I main. And Asher Mir, when I chose that option, he was like, I didn't expect a Titan to have a warlock's mind, or a warlock's thinking of strategy or something. And yeah, like I love that about adventures where they offered the ability to make choices that are interesting but don't like break the game or whatever. Yeah, we got people in the chat talking about like the one where you could make the light with the synthetic traveler's energy on Io, and
that was a good one.
Stuff like that. Yeah, the one on Nessus that talks about, actually the funny thing is the one on Nessus that talks about the Leviathan is like one of the only things before doing the raid that actually gives you context as to what the Leviathan is. Because basically your ghost is like, oh, I'm intercepting transmissions. Oh, this is weird. Apparently the Emperor wants to turn Nessus into wine? I must be translating that wrong or something. Mm-hmm. And you find out, yeah, actually that's something that the Leviathan does. It eats planets, you know? Personally, on what they are, adventures are pretty cool and they allow for an exploration of other stuff. But in terms of how they fit into the game, I agree with you. Like, we can't have them replacing other content. They have a hard sell on replayability. But this is a thought I haven't fully formed, even though I've workshopped it a number of times with our community. There is room in this game for what we call a B plot, a side adventure, stuff like that. I think there is room for a either short-lived, fun, but preferably a longer-running, repeatable kind of storyline. So I'll give you my short pitch. Sure. Imagine some kind of ongoing story quest that deals with Fenchurch, the guy who brings all the cool stuff for Tess to sell, and or the Drifter, and or like treasure planets, like the Cabal treasure world.
Yeah.
You know, we've come up with a number of different ways that could go, where we receive a distress call and we find a new region in space, and it's a Cabal like world, but it's booby-trapped like the Menagerie. Mm-hmm. And then the Drifter finds out that you've been like running a scam behind his back, so he wants in. It's something I imagine would be really cool to develop over a long time, like an interseasonal story. And when I tell people this, they usually say, well, that's a lot of work, and also they have the main story to run, and that's quite a lot already. And I agree with them, which is why the way I would do it is once a season you have like hints toward it, or you might have like one adventure or whatever that you can replay if you want, but it's like one part. Imagine telling a story. Imagine you're watching a television show and that's the main season, but every like episode there's like a reference to something that doesn't quite follow the main storyline. Mm-hmm. And once you watch the full season, you're like, oh, and then maybe you can have a relationship that reflects plot A and plot B, where the treasure planet thing becomes important to the main storyline for a moment or whatever. It's too long of a topic to really get into, but the short version is that the game is getting better at feeling more alive, but it still does sometimes feel like isolated seasons and then big expansion and then isolated seasons. So I'm hoping to see more development from season to season. Like the EDZ church still doesn't have doors on it. The Elixni district, there's lore that talks about them wanting to build up the Elixni district to be something bigger and better. I don't know if when we're gonna see that, considering the old tower is still under construction, right? And not a complaint, really. Like, Bungie's doing their thing. We've already talked about that. It's just a hope that Bungie finds a way of introducing narrative and world-building content do the big stuff and do the seasonal stories are fantastic and they're working out well, but trickle in this other stuff every now and again. In Season of Arrivals, people were literally making articles and videos about what new stuff was in the tower, because all the worlds were evacuating, right? So every week there would be new crate from Io or Mercury in the tower, and people were just wandering around looking at it. They were interested in how the world was changing, and I think that this game could handle, maybe not on a technical front, but in terms of the interest is there to observe that happening more. Anyway, that's a long aside that I did my best to condense.
I think I understand all that. I just real quickly, I have a question for you, from somebody, and they basically asked when we were talking about the winner, or did they miss it? And I said that we had talked about it earlier, but if they have any questions, let me know. And so they ask, is the winnower and the entity not two different beings? The winnower being outside of the flower game, and the entity being in the flower game.
I think that's a great question. So the shortest answer I could possibly give from my perspective, my opinion, is I think that is very possible. I think it is unlikely, because I think as complicated as Destiny's lore can be, Bungie is going to try to make it a little bit easier by narrowing the players on the field. So what I mean by that is, like, yeah, you could have an entity that is different from the darkness, but if they both work for the same purpose, why have two different things? Like the winnower versus the entity. And related to that, it might be narratively challenging to have a character like a winnower who is more powerful, but either can't or doesn't interact with the universe, other than maybe communicating. You know what I'm saying? Like,
a possible parallel could be the gardener and the traveler.
Yeah. So I don't know. We don't know, and it could go in any direction. Personally, I think simple might be best, and I personally hope that the darkness, trademark, the winnower, and the entity specifically are all the same, evil, quote unquote, thing, and they're just different names. And that's not to say that's all there is. You've got the light, the traveler, the gardener, the darkness stuff I just mentioned, but you could have other things, the Aphelion, the veil, like all this other stuff. But I think in terms of like classifying them that way, I personally believe that they're the same thing. And I think it just makes the storytelling a little bit easier. But hey, if I'm wrong, tag me, because it'll be really interesting if they are different. Because again, like, Osirathun said, the fact that there is a difference is interesting.
I think my take on it. So, I really have a lot of. Well, I've put a lot of emphasis on this character called the Winnower. And the main reason, because if you think about it, it's kind of strange that you would do that, because the only real time you've ever seen, like, or heard of the Winnower being mentioned is in that lore book, really. And again, you can just look at that as a metaphor, right? So why do I think that there's a character, like, actually called the Winnower? No, actually, okay, well, apart from the fact that I do believe that I've heard the pyramids referencing the Winnower, but apart from that, if you look at D1's lore, even then, they are referring to a character called the Gardener. Now, we didn't necessarily, like, know too much about the Gardener, the importance, but Rasputin, and I kind of, you see, I kind of dropped it by accident. I referred to the Gardener as a she. My basis for that comes from the fact that Rasputin specifically refers to the Gardener as a she, and that even she, like, couldn't defeat.
The Winnower does too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, you know, because you could say, well, it's all just a big metaphor. Well, Rasputin's not a metaphor, so, like, because that, like, there's an actual, because, like, in terms of a being that's actually, like, in charge of the light or controls that power, I've never heard of any other name but the Gardener. I've never any other name. And in regards to the darkness, right? Obviously, it's just, oh, it's the darkness. But the Winnower makes a lot of sense. So, and also, you know, it's tied with the Gardener, so okay. And then there's, like, in Presage, the End gets a capital letter. You know, the Oryx refers to as the Deep, capital letter. The Voice in the Darkness, all caps. And then the Entity, capital E. And, you know, it does make you kind of wonder. Now, I don't know about the whole thing about who's in the flower game and who's not in the flower game. It's a bit, it's a bit confusing when you kind of dig into that. But in regards to, like, are they the one character, or are they multiple characters? I really do believe that in regards to the light and dark, the ultimate power is actually fairly simple, in that you've got one character who is the embodiment of the light, and the other who's the embodiment of the darkness. That's just kind of how I see it. And then everyone else either serves one of the two, either directly or indirectly. And if you were to take the character, the Winnower, so just the character in the Unveiling lore book, and you separate them from the Entity, then what you're doing is you're actually saying, okay, we have a character called the Winnower who's actually, like, partly responsible for the creation of, like, everything. And we have this character who we know nothing about, but that, you know, is creepy, and also like the darkness. Another thing as well, sorry, is that the Entity, or the Voice in the Darkness, required a host to be able to communicate with Callus. And I'll use this as an example. You can take this or you can leave it, okay? But in Presage, where the whispers, in that one area where the whispers are really dominant, there's one line that's very clear, and it says, "The Majesty assumed true flesh," and then another voice chimes in saying, "I assume to inform." And you know, at the same time, you look at the Books of Sorrow with Oryx and the darkness, or there's a line and it refers to the deep that is the darkness. So this deep is the actual darkness with Oryx. There's no real denying that. And that also required a host and needed an unborn ogre. So, I mean, you take the whole philosophy of how simple you want it to be, but then there's also that link. They both need a host. And at the same time, they use the same language. The deep refers to Oryx as, like, you know, Oryx, kick back, relax, blah 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 blah, really chill, really informal. The Winnower in Unveiling specifically calls Oryx my man Oryx. There's only one other character that's ever referred to Oryx that way, and that is the Deep. There's no other character ever that, first of all, speaks like that, and second of all, has the authority to refer to somebody like Oryx like that. So apart from, like, you know, what I'd like to be, or what sounds simple, because that is a big part of it, these are my kind of roots in the lore as to why I'm very confident that the Winnower and the Entity are the one thing. Now, why does Bungie, though, have to go making all these different names? It's either one of two things. Either they're being complicated for the sake of it,
I mean, you could say that they're being complicated for the sake of it and calling the pyramid ship as the darkness and then going back on it. So either they're just again trying to, add more layers to it to make it a bigger mystery, or it's an ego thing. The winner or the darkness specifically says, "I am majestic." Or no, wait, wait, I'm getting a brain fart. Did you say that we are majestic or he is majestic? Either way.
I just remember the word majestic repeated a few times.
Yeah. But either way, it refers to himself, I am the winning side. She will bow to me. That's also in the Shadowkeep lore. It could be an ego thing. It really could be. It could be an ego thing. In the unveiling, there's not really an ego thing at all as to why he pulled the knife on the gardener. Not really. It's not like, oh, I don't like you or I'm better than you. It was more, if you think about it, technically, the Winnower was kind of the good guy. Kind of, because he felt like this is going to cause chaos and pain and suffering if they do this. So I don't know, but yeah, to answer, I know trying to make it more complicated than it is, or it's an ego thing where the Winnower likes giving themselves titles and making them to seem, very whatever. Another thing actually though is who came up with the name Entity? Like the Cabal, where did they get that from? Did Callus? Because we know Callus is really big on titles. Are those titles Callus gave it? Because if you think about it, they had those names before Callus actually communicated with the Entity, right? So either they made them up or they got them from somewhere else. So where did those names even come from? Technically, the only name that we know for a fact is related to the darkness is Deep and the Winnower. So that's just that. That's food for thought.
Yeah. No, I think that's yeah, I mean Bungie uses terms interchangeably a lot. I think another aspect as to why there might be different names is because there are different groups who it's kind of ego, but it also builds up the mysteriousness of it. I mean, the Elixir
the Traveler as well.
used to call the darkness something like that which cannot be stolen from, or something like that.
Oh, I actually don't remember.
That was in the like Beyond Light kind of collector's edition stuff. But like the Machine God versus the Traveler, maybe versus the Gardener.
The console
community keeps doing what they're doing, and
feel
free to hop over into mine, and encourage mine to hop over into yours, and just keep exploring it, keep an open mind, embrace other opinions, and don't get too burnt out before Witch Queen, because we're going to be glued to our screens when it comes out. Also, the first day is going to be a rough day. All the servers are going to be down.
You know it.
But I'm really looking forward to seeing the story unfold and hearing all about it from everybody's experience. So Ben,
thank you for coming on. I really enjoyed this. I really did. It was very good. And I look forward to talking to you either in a Discord sometime, or if you want to do another podcast sometime, or if you were talking about the Vanguard, or no, if you like the panel about the Awoken or anything else, if you want me to come on to anything, just let me know. We're happy.
That sounds great. Awesome. Well, thanks again, and you have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
All right. Bye now.
What a guy. Avid Dragon, yes. He has a Discord, and I have a Discord. My Discord is in the description of this video. I'm gonna stay on for like another secunde or two. I'm just gonna go back to this. Here we go. Yes, the Fallen call the darkness something that can take and nothing can be taken. Yeah.
That's actually, yeah. Yeah. And I think, yeah, that's actually a really good name for it. That's actually a really good name for it. By the way, Errol, do you have a different name on Discord, or is this just your name? Because like, I'm just trying to know like who's who. Like if I see somebody's name, like do I actually know them by a different name somewhere else or whatever? Same with anybody else that's here, just so I kind of can know you guys better. I'm gonna go on to his Twitch. I tried to load it up earlier, but my internet is like struggling at the moment.
One with the flu, so we're not going to be able to play this week, unfortunately. It's hopefully we're aiming for next week, so I'm going to talk to them and try to nail down a schedule. Yeah, trying to get a D&D group together is like trying to get a new raid group together. It can be tough, but yeah, Saturday we're going to be doing the lore panel. That is set. The event is in the Discord if you need it. Saturday at, I think it's like 9:30 UK time. It's like 4:30 p.m. Eastern, I think.
This is his
a lore panel mostly on the Awoken. Yeah, the fourth Grimoire anthology, which is mostly the Maracena, the season
Kaz
of the
PhD.
Lost. I'm excited. I'm gonna have two people in here who haven't ever been on my stream vocally before. One is Little She-Bear. She's got a background in literature and history, so I'm always learning.
The Real
cool
22.
About,
okay, I don't think I've actually talked to you before, but if this is the first time, man, it was really nice meeting you, and thank you for sticking around for so long in the stream. I really appreciated that.
Even though she was there a while ago, she's a lore content creator who her most prolific work is her look at queer representation in video games, specifically in Destiny. So she's done a really cool breakdown of videos of looking at, Marasov and Shur Ido, or Anna and Cameron, or I can't remember right now. I need to remember this. Mariana 3 and oh man, my brain. She's a striker titan.
Isn't it whining?
I'm tired. What's her name? Gosh darn it.
I don't remember. I have so many questions and theories about the flower game. Avid Dragon. Honestly, I'm kind of crashing at the moment. I'm so tired. So I don't think I'd be able to do your questions justice, but I do want to hear them. So what I would like you to do, right, is if you can join the Discord and either talk to anybody else that's there, or if you want to add me as a friend on Discord and you can message me directly. By the way, this goes for anybody, right? The best, like, if you want to, if you want to, DM me, on Twitter or on, my Twitter is Venextron YT. If you want to, DM me on there or Discord, or if you want to whatever. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Wait. So my novel. Are you talking about? Are you talking about the thing that I'm doing for college, or are you talking about the thing that I'm doing for, YouTube? So I'll tell you, in regards for YouTube, it was actually an utter disaster. It was a horrible disaster, to be honest with you. So I was literally working on a thing that I wanted to show you guys, like literally until the last minute. I got up early and everything. I've been working on it yesterday as well, and it really just wasn't in. I was having audio issues,
and it really wasn't going to be presentable at all. And I was gonna just, you know, put it up, probably like an extended version of it like tomorrow or the day after, but I had a different thing. That it's not that, like, it wasn't the best because it was an older thing I had made, but I was like, do you know what? I said I was going to show you guys something, so I'll show this. And it was like a 24 minute long, like, audio kind of book thingy. And I played it, and I completely forgot to unmute my headset. And I didn't see the chat. So literally for like 24 minutes, there was this complete silence of me just sitting there, and everybody like, what's going on? So that was, I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah. The stream, I had a lot of fun with it. I do wish, I don't know. I'm still learning. And I'm still improving. But my goal has always been to try and create the highest quality stuff as possible for you guys. Like, what I'd actually, it would mean a lot to me, if anybody's interested who's come here late or whatever, is if you go to my stream playlist. So far I've released my starting soon screen and my my returning soon, especially the starting soon one. It's fully animated for the most part, and it's got some really sick audio stuff in it, and it's got really cool music, and that took me like a few days to make. The returning soon one was also really cool, and I also have a whenever I end, I have a really sick stream ending screen, and that actually uses a picture that one of you guys let me use. His name's Myersier. You guys know him in the Discord. Better luck next time. Yeah. Well, it's not. It's more for you guys and not for me, because I'm making it for you guys, and I really. I think for me, I really wanted the stream to be a production, like a really good production. That's why I tried to make really high quality screens, and I had a playlist going, and I had a schedule. You know, some things went to plan and other things didn't. We didn't get to cover really any of the lore, and I covered the Pyramid Ship Whispers, and it kind of seemed at times like I was just kind of boring people, which is unfortunate. I wasn't trying to do that, but you know, I just, you know, at the end of the day, I don't necessarily know what people want from my stream, and so I'm just kind of doing my best just to do things that are entertaining. I don't know how often I am going to stream, because the more often I stream, the less quality it's most likely going to be. If I stream not as often, I might be able to put more time. I put a lot of time. I probably like spent the last week straight only working on this stuff. But anyway, if you have, I need to figure out, because like the things that I wanted to cover in the lore, like today, were things that like I actually need to cover. I wanted to go through the truth about our darkness powers. I wanted to talk about the Nine. I wanted to talk about the ideology of the Pyramid Ship race. And I wanted to talk about the Black Garden and the singing that's in the Black Garden. Like, there's a lot of stuff I actually planned on covering in this stream. My guess is I spent too long on the first part, which was me explaining the whole year and where I'd been and stuff like that. But as much as it was potentially too long and rambly, I still think it was necessary. But anyway, that's that. I'm probably going to end it here just because I'm really tired. So, to all of you who showed up, I really appreciate it. I put a lot of time into this, and it means a lot to have you guys here to support it. So thank you for that. If you want to, if you haven't already, please join our Discord community. Not even necessarily for me, but just for the people that are there already. They're insane. They're really great, and you'll fit in really well. And let me just, do I have? It doesn't matter. But anyway, and if you use Twitter, if you happen to use that platform, unfortunately for you, you can add me on as Venextron YT. I should have my DMs open. I don't know how you turn it on or off, but if they're open, you can always DM me whenever you want. And same thing in Discord. You can @ me in the Discord community, or you can just DM me directly. I've had a few people do that already. Perfectly fine. I don't mind that. And yeah, thank you all once again for your support. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a slow day for me because I've spent so many days straight. Like, I actually really haven't had much downtime. I've been really working on this. I'm gonna probably do more work on the audio thing and make sure that that's really high quality because I have the extra time to work on it. And I'll do that, and then I'll release that whenever that's ready. And you know, I might do another stream because I did enjoy it. I think it's a great way to cover the lore, or I'll just do separate videos. I might do a poll for that. I might do a poll, and we'll see what gets what. So that's the plan for that. What I did announce, another big announcement, anyone who is not here that's interested, I'm taking my work that I've done on the pyramid ships ever since you know, before Beyond Light up until Witch Queen, and I'm including all the pyramid ship whispers and stuff like that, and I'm going to make it into something called the Storm Theory. And that's gonna, I don't know exactly when, but, and I don't know how big it's gonna be, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but that's gonna be out. My goal is from like before Witch Queen. This was the longest stream you ever watched. Yeah, no, I just yeah, thank you. Honestly, I'm more happy to have you guys here. So yeah, I'll go talk to you guys next time. If you want to ever reach me, you now know how to. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Until